Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together! Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this new gameplay, you can do battle while playing as Dragon Ball characters. Let's get to know them and their skills. Son Goku's standard attack is a barrage of Kidan. Its damage output is reliable with an average rate of fire. It's crucial to find the right time to attack. In order to make this a bit easier, Son Goku's charged attack is a continuous Ki Blast, which can be charged up and fired to attack enemies. At the same time, Son Goku has a special movement skill, but this is great for mounting a surprise attack or to escape a dangerous situation. It can be stockpiled 3 times, allowing it to be used in quick succession. Get to know these moves and you'll be one step closer to victory. Similar to Goku, Vegeta's standard attack is also a barrage of Kidan. It has a faster rate of fire, but the Kidan travel a bit slower. It takes a bit of prediction to accurately hit enemies. However, Vegeta's charged attack fires a bunch of Kidan, which deals small area damage to the target. Vegeta charges up with energy when he hits enemies. Once fully charged, Vegeta can release all the stored energy at once to deal massive damage to an enemy. If you wish to fight at close range, then you have to try Ultimate Gohan. Ultimate Gohan's standard attack is a rapid flurry of Kidan that can deal a ton of damage while up close in a short period of time. When you're surrounded, Ultimate Gohan can use his charged attack, which is a powerful single Kidan. It needs to be charged up first, but it will deal a lot of damage to anyone caught in the crosshairs. It can decisively end a battle during pivotal moments. At the same time, Ultimate Gohan also has a special skill that generates a protective barrier around himself. The barrier can block 500 damage and protects from all incoming projectiles while in effect. When the barrier takes enough damage or the time runs out, it will dissipate on its own. Piccolo's standard attack deals high sustained damage. Its damage even increases the more it hits in a row, which will really test your aim. Furthermore, Piccolo's charged attack can snipe enemies from a distance. He can zoom in for this powerful single-shot attack, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Even if you miss, it's no big deal. Piccolo's special skill is a powerful dash that can be used to close in on enemies, even those in the air. Another close-range fighter that's worth trying out is FaZe. His standard attack is an elongated Kidam that's easy to hit enemies with. Use his charged attack to throw a huge spherical Kidam. Positioning and timing are key. FaZe also has a special skill for controlling the battleground. Select a location and he will leap into the air. Then after a brief pause, smash at the location. It damages anyone that's hit and sends them flying. So that's a quick rundown on all the characters' moves. Come join the intense battle with Dragon Ball characters. Dragon Ball Super Theme mode is here. Let's take a look at the key mechanic in this mode. In this mode, just like the characters in Dragon Ball, all players get a type of energy called ki. Ki is used to perform certain moves like Kamehameha and Bukujutsu or levitation technique. Kamehameha is the most popular and powerful technique in Dragon Ball. You can obtain it by picking it up during a match. Kamehameha equips to the pistol slot and has to be charged up in order to use it. Once charged, you'll fire a continuous high-damage beam. You won't be able to move when charging it up or firing. Players with insufficient ki are unable to unleash Kamehameha. Kamehameha possesses astonishing destructive power, so find a perfect opportunity and use it to lay waste to your enemies. Similarly, you can also pick up Bukujutsu or levitation technique during a match. It also equips to the pistol slot. You can use this skill to fly freely in the air. Do keep in mind that Bukujutsu also consumes ki when used. While in use, you also won't be able to switch to your other weapons or throwables. Make good use of this skill to tactically move about the battleground. When you reach a certain amount of ki, the Release Ki button will appear. After tapping the button, you'll enter a releasing ki state, which enhances your abilities. When releasing ki, ki will be consumed more rapidly. When ki is completely depleted, your releasing ki state will end. So what are you waiting for? That's all there is to know about ki in Dragon Ball Super Theme mode. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava, otherwise you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory. Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together! Dragon Ball Super Theme mode is here. Let's take a look at the key mechanic in this mode. In this mode, just like the characters in Dragon Ball, all players get a type of energy called ki. Ki is used to perform certain moves like Kamehameha and Bukujutsu or levitation technique. Kamehameha is the most popular and powerful technique in Dragon Ball. You can attain it by picking it up during a match. Kamehameha equips to the pistol slot and has to be charged up in order to use it. Once charged, you'll fire a continuous high-damage beam. You won't be able to move when charging it up or firing. Players with insufficient ki are unable to unleash Kamehameha. Kamehameha possesses astonishing destructive power, so find a perfect opportunity and use it to lay waste to your enemies. Similarly, you can also pick up Bukujutsu or levitation technique during a match. It also equips to the pistol slot. You can use this skill to fly freely in the air. Do keep in mind that Bukujutsu also consumes ki when used. While in use, you also won't be able to switch to your other weapons or throwables. Make good use of this skill to tactically move about the battleground. When you reach a certain amount of ki, the Release Ki button will appear. After tapping the button, you'll enter a releasing ki state, which enhances your abilities. When releasing ki, ki will be consumed more rapidly. When ki is completely depleted, your releasing ki state will end. So what are you waiting for? That's all there is to know about ki in Dragon Ball Super Theme mode. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
and welcome everyone. This is the 2023 PUBG Mobile Super League Fall Split League, and I'm Khairul, your host of the day. 2 days has passed now, and now it is time to start the third day, and for sure we are about to see more action with maybe a little bit of drama from the players on stage. But apart from that, joining here with me on stage is a player from the Infinity, which is Lobby X. Hello.
Hello.
All right, so let's get to it. So the first question for you, how does it feel to be competing in the PMSL SEA Fall, representing your team and country?
รู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างครับที่ได้เป็นตัวแทนของประเทศไทยมาทำการแข่งขันในลีกนี้
ครับก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้เป็นตัวแทนแล้วก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
so it's an honor to be here for their team and they really appreciate this opportunity joining this competition.
That's good that he feel honored. This is the biggest stage of the Southeast Asia Championship. So second question for you guys, with an outstanding performance and 63 points on the first day, do you think PMSL is as hard as you think, or is it relatively easy for you to face all the top teams from the Southeast Asia?
จากที่ได้ดูการแข่งขันเมื่อวานเนี่ยทีมของเราก็ได้ทำผลงานได้ค่อนข้างน่าประทับใจเลยแม้ว่าจะเป็นการลงสนามครั้งแรกได้คะแนนรวมไปที่63คะแนนคุณมีความคิดเห็นอย่างไรกับลีกนี้บ้างครับคิดว่ามันจะตึงมือไหมสำหรับทีมคุณ
ครับผมว่าก็ตึงทุกทีมครับแต่ว่าพวกผมไม่ได้มาแข่งกับใครครับมาแข่งกับตัวเอง
so they think that this competition is kind of tough for them but rather than that they will be focusing on their playing styles and do their best. Yeah.
All right. So last question for you. Considering that XERXIA from the Thailand team currently holds the top spot, which is the number one, is XERXIA is a target of your team, or especially as both teams are playing in the PMSL SEA for the first time?
ทีมคุณกับทีมเซียเนี่ยในลีกนี้ถือว่าเป็นทีมหน้าใหม่นะครับแล้วตอนนี้เนี่ยในบรรดาทีมไทยด้วยกันทีมเซอร์เซียเขาก็ถือว่าทำคะแนนได้เป็นอันดับต้นๆคุณคิดว่าเขาเป็นทีมที่คุณต้องระวังเป็นพิเศษแล้วก็จะหาทางรีบจัดการไหมครับ
ครับไม่ครับเพราะว่ามันลีกระยะยาวครับค่อยวัดที่ไฟนอลนะครับ
Okay, so they're not going to be focusing on the specific team. So all teams are their competitors. So they have to be watching out for them and do their best throughout the tournament. Thank you.
All right. Looks like Lobby is very respectful of their opponents. I think that's all for our first interview. I think we wrap it up. We're about to start the third day on the first match, which is Sunhawk. I think see you guys on the game later. Back to the casters. Bye-bye.
กล้อง
We are back here today, and I can see you munching something, but at the same time, that's quite an interview, and it's nice to actually see Lobby X from Infinity to actually have a word or two. And we're back for day number 3 in PMSL here. I'm not feeling so well. I'm Choo by the way, and this is going to be Sir Cloud. Sorry if I'm be coughing too much, but Sir Cloud yesterday has been a banger for us. I mean, like, it's just the first week of PMSL, but we've been surprised by so many times.
Yeah, just like me, I was surprised. I thought honestly they were like interviews. That's why I'm like, okay, I took a bite first, and then it's like, oh, only one interview. Okay, that's fine. That means we will start off with the game faster as compared to the days before, since we'll be jumping straight into the game after this. But of course, as usual, we go through the formats, and we will reintroduce Group A today. Genesis Esports, Sports Gaming, Yoodo Alliance, and MORPH GPX that will be playing throughout the day.
Yeah, speaking of Group A, they've been quiet for quite a bit now, and yesterday we saw how big of a difference between the gap of the Xavier still standing at number 1 spot, and also XERXIA. I mean, like, DX being pushed down, but XERXIA on the other hand has been surprising us between these 2 days performance, and I'm not sure how long can they stay at number 1, because there have been a lot of interchangeable seats between Vampires, DX, and also XERXIA. But in case you guys just join us, this is what happening and how the format will be.
Same as before. We got 20 teams divided into 5 different groups, and these groups will play in a round robin format. Every week we will reshuffle the group according to their current standing of the week, and from after 3 weeks we'll find out who our top 16 teams who will go on to the grand finals play on the 25th to 27th of August for the total prize pool of $250,000 US.
There's going to be a $250,000 of prize pool up there, but at the same time, when it comes to the points, don't forget also the dates. When it comes to 25th to 27th of August, it will be the grand finals on ground in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia at Sunway Velocity Mall. If you guys happen to be there, just join us on ground. I mean, like, me and Club won't be there, but when it comes to the ranking points, how we will be in the grand finals as well. Each week we will be given all the teams, not we, the team will be given based on their weekly points and weekly ranking statuses. For their each point will be rewarding by their own placement, where first place do get 20 points, down to the last place will ended up with only 1 point, and all the accumulated points will be bring forward towards the grand final as their initial points, where 50% of the 3 weeks league ranking points will be the team's initial bonus points in the finals later. So it's a big advantage for these guys to really push forward every single week.
Yeah, it's basically the starting point. So these will be the motivation for the teams to gain as many points as possible as they head through onto the grand finals. But of course, it is still fairly early for talk about the grand finals because we're still in week 1 and we are pretty much in the middle of week right now. And to reintroduce our participating teams, as you can see here on screen, Group A will be back playing, and Group A represent MORPH GPX, Yoodo Alliance, Box Gaming, and Genesis E was the team that always clash with another team in almost every round. Group C today will be taking a break. Boom Esports, 79 Vampire Esports, and PE.
Yeah, but now speaking of the weekly rankings, standing at number 1 spot with double chicken dinner is going to be XERXIA, and same goes for DX. While PERSIJA EVOS do score themselves the most chicken dinner out of all the teams across the board, but they're standing at 6th place after such a tragedy yesterday, where 3 maps in a row they ended up with a 0 due to Vampires rivalry and a bit of a love story between them, PERSIJA EVOS and Vampires. But today Vampires will not be playing. This open up the spot for someone else like Sem9 Boon and even PERSIJA EVOS to get themselves in the 3rd place.
So at least today, PERSIJA EVOS should have a better day, especially for some reason, they really wanted La Bendita, but that's where Vamp Spot is, and well, today they can definitely take La Bendita for themselves, not going to be an issue. Even if they return to Lost Learners, that's fine as well. But that will be the Miramar game, the last 2 games today. What will be the focus as well? Will be the teams on the second half. We got Team C playing, we got DBD playing, they're still at the bottom, so they'll be looking to come out that bottom spot.
Speaking of not so bottom, we do have a top 4 damage, which is going to be the top 4 teams. The Vampires do actually dish out the most out of all the 4 teams across this board. 15,000 with 1,000 difference of damage, which is going to be the Xavier's next. But XERXIA, surprisingly, even though they are super aggressive, but they're playing as a lot of third party. Now, they are not standing at number 1 spot, but instead at the 3rd place. Well, Boom, regardless of how they are not actually in the top 3, but still dish out quite a number of damage down there.
Oh yeah, they have a lot of but what interests me is that XERXIA actually got a lot of Malaysian points as well, but they are not like they're even behind like these players, so that kind of surprises me. But I think that's also because they're really smart at stealing eliminations from afar, and I do see the gap between them and Boom is quite big, about 3,000 damage. And today Boom isn't playing, so XERXIA can pull away from Boom. That not the most important of stats, but it's like at least it's fun to know.
Now, we did talk about Lobby before when it comes to that interview. He's a very humble guy, very supportive of his team as well. We do have XERXIA and Megamind as a head-to-head between these 2 players. So far, Megamind do have more eliminations compared to Lobby, but when it comes to damage, of average damage being dished out, you have to give it to the side of Lobby. Yesterday has been one of their best performances, especially coming up from Lobby. Grenade, these 2 guys not really into Grenade as much, but when it comes to team contribution, pretty much almost similar. But I have to say, between Megamind and Lobby, so far I do prefer Megamind more, but Lobby will surprise us in the game.
Yeah, Megamind has a lot of experience. He has played with big teams before this. But Lobby, new player, he came from amateur sport this straight into the Infinity, and he's showing that why he deserves to be in the Infinity. And if you gotta think about it, the Infinity, they only play Yay, so they didn't play in day number 1. So naturally they would have less up than the others, but seems they will have an extra day as compared to the others towards the end of the week. Looking good so far for the Infinity. But before we talk about more of the teams, let's check out the recap of yesterday's. XERXIA, Xavier, PERSIJA was currently our top teams.
Well, this is going to be the team that we'll be eyeing out for. Surprising. A lot of Vampires will not be playing it today, even though PERSIJA EVOS is there. And this is the opportunity. Today is the opportunity for PERSIJA EVOS really push up their numbers since Vampires not playing. So nobody was chasing their tails this time. All they need to do is just focus their own game and just do whatever they need to do to push themselves up there. While on the side of XERXIA, I mean, like, this is a team that not on everyone's radar. Yeah, we do know for a fact there's a lot of fan base out there for the side of XERXIA, but can they maintain number 1 spot? That's the bigger question. Same goes for the side of Xavier's, because we do know for a fact the league is going to be a long marathon league. It's all about the stamina for these guys.
Yeah, it's not how you perform on day 1, it's how the score is at the end of week number 3 at least, to then the starting points in the grand finals later on. So that is where it all counts. And as usual, today's matches going to be the same, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start off with Sanhok and going to play 3 Erangles. But after the second Erangle, we're going to take an extended for our players to recuperate themselves before we continue on the journey with the 5 Erangle today. And we'll get back onto Miramar, the map that PERSIJA EVOS will be happy to play today because Vampire Esports around.
I think they're going to be happy about all the maps here today for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. We do know the drama between those two teams. The rivalry is just incredible. But you guys don't forget, as per usual, we're going to remind you every single day there's going to be an exclusive PMSL skin for you guys to grab on during only this season. Nothing more, nothing less. And this is the time for you to push yourself to get this, because it's the first ever exclusive PMSL skin for you guys.
Yeah, I guess we always talk about like the Dream Chaser, which is this suit, the mask, gun skin, as well as 16 so often that on my regular channels that I usually watch podcasts, random podcasts, it came out a podcast about dreams. I don't know, is it like something to do with us keep talking about dreams and dreams and dreams? So if you don't want to dream about it, I get it. So you don't need to dream about it, and it'll be of you. Wow. It is still here in the PMSL SEA.
Yeah, speaking of another thing is here, since last year, over a year, we've been waiting for this. It's going to be the Dragon Ball Super Battle Royale mode available for you guys right now. Be the hero that you always wanted to be. You can fly in the game as well. As long as you play this mode right now, only a limited amount of time will be available. And don't forget to, do some content about it, record it, and just let us see your gameplay and take us sometimes, yeah?
Yeah, I happen to see content about some recording about doing a challenge of winning 7 in a row and then completing some other challenge. Yeah, I didn't have time to finish the video because we had to start the show. But this is something that check out in-game as well, which is the Dandy Brewster that currently excites the Battleground, which is the new Ultimate set. And it seems that almost every tournament that we have, we will have a new Ultimate set. This time, this is the one that comes with a huge box here. I hope that if you get this box set, you can hide it from your opponent, because it might be a little bit obvious from long range.
I mean, like, maybe it can be debate for the team if you happen to be wearing this set as well, and why not? I mean, like, if you are bold enough to be the most flashiest guy there is, you can take up the challenge to 1v4, like how we saw early on yesterday. I mean, it was yesterday possibly, or the day number 1 where XERXIA actually clutched 1v4 before. And speaking of today's performance, we do have our predictions ready up for us as well. I don't know if we will jinx the team or not, but I'm looking forward for GE today, since we saw them last time in day number 1. They were incredible. RIQ, no questions asked, because yesterday has been crazy enough for them. PERSIJA EVOS, surprisingly, we both are rooting out for them. I mean, like, we both want them to do well today, since Vampire Esports not playing, right?
Yeah, actually, I kind of thought about that too, because yeah, Triple Chicken Dinner, the only Vampire Esports standing between between them and getting more points. So I do expect to be able to do well today. But for MORPH GPX, at this point, at number 20, of course, to be fair, they didn't play yesterday, so they need to come back today. As for Team Secret, they are currently at number 17, also in the bottom 4. They got their first chicken dinner yesterday. Unfortunately, after that, they went out too soon and didn't get any points at number 13, no eliminations. So it will be something that they'll be looking forward to do the comeback as well. Who knows? This could be one of the surprises that can come up with a last-minute run to get back up safely.
It's kind of true. Yesterday, Team Secret did manage to score 1 chicken before we ended up the entire day in the very last minute, and second last game, if I'm not mistaken, or third last game. But yesterday was really tough for most of the teams down there. Speaking of MORPH, by the way, MORPH have been resting for the entire day, day number 2. So this is their opportunity to show what they are made of, standing at the 20th spot right now as the start of the day. Don't forget about the rivalry between GE and Box as well.
GE, Box Gaming, inside San Martin or Miramar. That means for teams knowing that both teams are playing today, they will move away from Miramar, probably going back to the areas of water treatment or so. On top of that, Box Gaming also has a rivalry with what was this team again? With the Xavier in Paradise Resort. But Rosok, because Foam Esports is not playing today, so the Irango will be okay for GE to be in there. For Sunhawks, GE as well as the Xavier. So that will be the first one that we want to see since we're getting Sunhawk.
So far, Sunhawk map. So far, we've seen it for the past few days here. It's always on the northern side. It's either around Hartin or Cow. So we'll be having also another northern side of a circle as the start of day number 3, because it seems like it's sort of the same pattern repeating itself.
Yeah, let's see. If third time's the charm, then of course it benefits a lot of teams at the north side. So it benefits DBD, it benefits PERSIJA EVOS, who's playing today inside Hartin without Vampire actually stopping them, and it will also benefit Xavier because they dropped at Resort. So if it goes up north, then that's cool. It's great for them. But you know what? Today we saw a fight for GEEK Fam that might not happen today because Vampire isn't playing, so to Ruins.
Now flying into the first game in day number 3 of our PMSL 2023 Fall. Looking at a quite okay sort of a flight path, quite in the center as well. Going down to a stun bump. It's all about the circle. We're going to have to see. And also there might be some teams that are meeting first time each other out as well during this rotation for the grouping, so we might have some clashes early on. But coming up from the southern side, we do have Team Secret, the only team interested taking Kampong. The rest of them, I feel like MORPH want to go around Sami. REGUM might go around Bantai. But speaking of bootcamp, will it be crowded or not?
Bootcamp, nobody's going to challenge Clan, it seems, so that's going to be okay for them. For GEEK, they're not going to Ruins. Instead, it's BTR going there. Instead, GEEK takes a 7-9 position around the areas of Hua and Dogs. And now, we're going to start it hard and fast. BN United getting on Box Gaming in Painan.
Oh boy, Box Gaming is not GE, it's going to be BN United. One or the other. Box Gaming do have a lot of rivalry as well. It's going to be Painan. It's heated up as we speak. Max trying to take down Kwang, and they managed to secure. So seems like BN United will have some problems here.
Oh, looks like it's going to be Box Gaming, the first team to go out. And that is it. That should be all. Yes, it's all 4 points to BN United. Box Gaming suffered, just as how Xavier did in day number 1 immediately later. But speaking about Xavier, they still have Genesis Esports in Paradise Resort as before.
And speaking of Paradise Resort, it's always been a hell so far. Nothing too happy that's happening here. It's going to be one team have to sacrifice to the other. And speaking of GE, at least they still managed to survive as a 4 as a starter, with DS going for 2-2 formation, taking more towards the right side of the resort itself and more towards the eastern side, while GE taking more on the left side here. And Master ET tried to get on those elevations to see a glimpse of the position, but never mind, Persian just overexposed himself with Master Ichi knocking down with that AKM.
Wow, nice flank by Ichi. And they knocked down is one of the new key players, PUBGM. But the counter came in from Lamborghini, the OG player for Xavier, to take down the MVP, that is Ichi. And now 3-3, we're back on even grounds.
Chua go back to the ground floor. West carry on the other end with the UMP. Not pretty much high when it comes to ammunition on their side. From GE, they have to figure out how to finish off Persian. At least they got one knockdown. Their numbers on their side for the side of GE. Still having a full squad while DX down to 3. Nobody can save Persian at this state. While Levi going for those elevation. But we do have new contenders coming in. Infinity is running towards this side.
Wow, Infinity that has a lot of firepower. They'll be interested to be the third party. And now GE seems to be in the fight against Xavier, thanks to D&D who came in from behind as well. So they kind of did Xavier a favor. But we'll still need to defend the ground. Persian is still bleeding out, and it looks like Persian will be picked up. But oh, wait a second. Looks like he managed to be saved.
Well, they had it going for the side of GE before they extended their stay too long. They come to third part to finish off all the floor clean, and Master Smart before he goes down, still gonna finish off a couple of plays from these Xavier's indoors. Try to force them out, but Smart's pretty low right now. He doesn't have himself first ace to work with. Armstar going with 1-3 formation coming up from Infinity, who charge in and just gonna own the place by themselves.
Oh, she knocked down as he eliminated West. Smile is there in the other room, B just behind Shirley, buying time for his teammates. And now Smile will get out by Armstar from afar with an M4, and that is it for GE. No points in round number 1. Now it's between the Infinity and the Xavier.
Feels like I'm jinxing them. On the side of Infinity, this is a huge win for them. Already scored themselves 4 in the bag. Or the Xaviers, they only get at least some consolation here with 1, but at heavy casualty on their side. Remaining with only 2 more players left. Levi and the others trying to not to move a muscle, not even an inch of it, to make sure they were not making any sort of sound, to will not be discovered here. FaZe, on the other hand, start to fight against Team Secret. While Infinity tried to clear all the corners, Team Secret and FaZe will have a bit of over-the-river battle.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be long range, but they still lost the process. Rizai pinned down by FaZe Clan. The good news is that they have separating the both of them, so we don't expect to see a rush in from FaZe Clan. Plus, they are in the circle. But unfortunately for Team Secret, they have to play the rest of the round without Putra, who are their top eliminators.
Side of FaZe, yesterday we saw how they start to change their lineup with Trace coming in. Definitely already shows some result here when it comes to day number 3. Side of Team Secret, they got themselves a first ever chicken yesterday. Feels like a momentum have to put on hold for now. PERSIJA EVOS, no vampires. Now they start to open fire, going wild. Misery start to challenge Lobby, but Lobby prepared for that. Taking a head on and finish off Misery in an instant. And PERSIJA EVOS is not prepared for this fight. A bit later for their follow-up, but we do have Infinity a bit segregated against DBD even.
Oh wow, the Infinity. How many teams are they fighting at the same time? It was DZ at some point, and then PERSIJA EVOS, and now DBD. My goodness, all the teams getting around Paradise Resort. We got Jen resetting himself. DBD still maintain a full squad as they secure 3 elimination points as a start, and 2 of them from the Infinity. Potentially, the Infinity will lose Lobby, and yes, the Xavier Levi will be happy to take the point.
It's going to be just Armstar left on the side of Infinity. This is not great for Infinity, and the side of feels like they're sharing the same boat as GE now. 2 teams out in such an instant, such a swift manner. RIQ spotted out XERXIA. RNJ already down on his knees as well, and finish off as quick as possible. XERXIA, even though they're standing at number 1, they're not safe either. Now going in rotation towards the side of Team Secret, just knocking on their door, but TS greeted them warmly, finish off another big player of XERXIA, which can be a Z, but at the same time DX taking the fight as well, while Team Secret still struggle and thriving to be alive.
Wow, yesterday, XERXIA eliminated Team Secret. Now, this time, Secret, they are defending their ground well, knocking out Megamind, and only leaving Chopper alone on the outside with 50% of health left. Chopper, what can he do about it? Looks like nothing much. As Team Secret got some help from the Telco, he will take down Chopper. RRQ actually coming in to their position.
Surprisingly, all the top 4 teams remains with only 1 or 2 players up there, even though they will try to push themselves up the rank. But the Sucker happened to be down south all the way to Sami, possibly MORPH having a very clear path, while Team Secret still struggling to keep the boat afloat against RRQ, who's also pretty low when it comes to the HP. Leaving will be one last player. Was Zral trying to revive Zai. It's gonna be Nepeko cooking up Demoli. Will try to toss it, cancel it out last minute. Access and No Mercy bleeding out, while Zral tried to revive his teammate Nepeko, going the other way round, hoping to clip him down, but RRQ in a trouble, because right now FaZe is taking a bullet for their side too.
Oh, Zral not given space to his teammate, unfortunately. He needs to win the fight before he can do so. And now Zral pressure his teammate is calling him out at the same time. His opponent wants to take him out as Nepeko with the DBS in hand. Nepeko is also the last man standing for RRQ, so he cannot lose this fight. Still with the DBS in hand. The door is still closed, so Nepeko can't get a good view until now. Nepeko jump shot takes out Zral, and RRQ wins the fight.
No time for RRQ to reset now, because FaZe is just hovering this side. It's a very limited amount of opportunity of time for the side of Nepeko to revive all his teammates. You have to make it less than a minute to make it happen. But like enough for FaZe, they've been distracted by BN United from afar. So they won't be charging straight into RRQ's compound right now, because BNU, they're divided into 1-3 formation with Yoodo Alliance in between FaZe as well. So FaZe feels like a bit busy right now.
Yeah, FaZe, and they will be surrounded by a good number of teams. They have the high ground though, so not sure if they really want to rush in or they want to hold their position, just like what Yoodo Alliance is doing right now. Pretty happy with the high ground they have. But we are at stage 2, so there's still a lot of movement teams will need to make as we move on to stage number 3. FaZe Clan being an eye on RRQ in case they make an exit, so they take advantage of it. PERSIJA EVOS. Oh, they lost 2 early on already.
Yeah, but the blue zone, even though it's not as painful just yet, but the problem is all the players don't have enough utilities for them to survive that long. If they were to stay themselves in the blue zone, PERSIJA EVOS down to 2 players here. A lot of teams, the big names up there, having a bit of a heavy casualty, including Levi, start to take a shower of fire to a side of Lynx of PERSIJA EVOS. These Xaviers left with 2 players, but still challenging PERSIJA EVOS, happen to be the same numbers. Lynx and XERXIA. How do they want to rotate into the safe zone? Well, we do have a lot of squads down there still having a full 4 man, including MORPH. That's the good news for MORPH. But aside of the top 4 teams, not so much.
It needs to be alone though, so not sure where XERXIA is at. At least he has 2 first aids, so he can still afford the tank blue as of now, taking quite a long rotation, a little bit of a safer route, by Camp Alpha into the Ruins Island, where the circle is set down. For Mormon, knocked down by SOAS, BN United, who came from Paradise Resort, next to FaZe Clan.
FaZe has been hammed down by 2 or 3 teams in a row now. I'm surprised how sleek they can get and how cheeky they can go through all these teams, even though being hammed down since the start. But DX coming in very late. Same goes for Infinity coming up from the northern side. They might bomb into DBD. There'll be some choke points coming up out of bootcamp for the side of the Xaviers, since DBD just stepped into Pine None here. While MORPH and GEEK fam might be coming up a bit of a battle on the southern side.
Oh, here we go. FaZe Clan, low ground. Yoodo Alliance, high ground. And Yoodo Alliance arrive first at the cover. FaZe Clan just going to go for it. And FaZe Clan, unprepared. Olio takes down MORPH. But there's a trade here. Trace knocks down Iftar. And Adelu takes down Trace. Looks like between the two teams now. FaZe Clan only down with 2 players left. Unfortunately, if that will be taken out. Are they looking trouble with 10% of health left? Almost knocked down. But they somehow still survive. Nade in hand into the compound. Are they knocked by Hexas from RQ? Where are they?
Oh, it's just worst timing possible. It's not done yet. BN United happen to be there as well. FaZe just walk in the middle of 2 teams at the same time. But BN United, surprisingly, they are the one that coming in as a third party, they're still having a bit of a trade done. Break on his knees. Yeah, PERSIJA and SOAS trying to find the remaining players of FaZe, but couldn't spot anybody out due to the smoke that being popped out by the side of Onsas and Venturis. But FaZe are left with only 2 players. A lot of 2 players left and a lot of duos here. Back to a side of RRQ, they're still having a tree. Now trying to take FaZe down after one fight to the other. And on top of that have RRQ here. I mean, like FaZe, I'm not sure how much resources they have left.
Oh, and now RRQ is going to come in onto FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan only has 2 players. That nade from the landed onto the member of FaZe Clan. That is Onsens. So Onsens covering himself. Where are they going to go? They are sandwiched between 2 teams now. It'll be scary if, in case the zone moves away, and very likely for that to happen.
Back to a side of RRQ, rotating back line. GEEK fam is waiting on the other end. BN United still not willing to stand down. It's Break going on the rooftop, trying to jump from one building to the other. The Xavier spotted on one player out the back. It's going to be DBD, but Chua with the blue zone and DBD gatekeeping them. Like I mentioned earlier on, this is going to be the choke point for the side of the Xaviers. This is going to be a difficult task for them to get away from. Coming out of Pine Nun, but this time it's going to be stage 3, entering stage 4. The blue will start to hurt. While BN United still not done yet against FaZe. FaZe leaving only 1 man remaining. Break just finished off Venturas, but still managed to drop a nade before he went down.
Oh, well, this 3-way war, as now FaZe Clan only has 1 player left. And as we expected, the circle away from this compound, so these 3 teams need to settle the score. As FaZe Clan only has sense with the DBS in hand, he needs to fend out 2 teams. Oh man, this is hard for him. Nebeko on the outside tosses the nade. It does connect, and the second nade from Has will eliminate Onsen.
This is going to be a tough round for FaZe for the first map of day number 3 here. After 1 more to the other. They haven't stopped bargaining for their lives since the start of the map itself. DBD now taking on Infinity next. While they do have dominating MORPH as well at least MORPH still have a full squad without any elimination. But right now BN United have a 6 and RRQ have a 7. Well, we do have, other than that, BN United and the rest, DX not so much still, but BN United, they try to gain for more. They explode the RRQ vehicle, and RRQ are being paralyzed, left with only 1 player here. And I don't think Hexas will want to save the rest of his teammate, knowing for the fact he's going to be the last man surviving. He needs to flee with that smoke on vehicle, but MORPH just waited the other end. What an unfortunate ending for RRQ.
That was just unfortunate, must say. I mean, MORPH GPX, they were prepared for it. And now MORPH, they are prepared for GEEK fam as well, knocking down Mika. And now GEEK fam, they need to build this. Sonics is still in the lineup together with Audrey. That means Snipes is still taking a break this time for fam. And Sonics and Co, they are still on the outside of the circle. At least today, if we want to talk about Sonics' debut inside of Sandhawk, it was a good debut. He fight inside the camp Charlie, 3 eliminations onto RRQ. So he definitely watered himself as the starting lineup inside of Sandhawk.
He has been incredible. I still remember his clutches from the day before. Side of GEEK fam, they didn't have any sort of consolation elimination points just yet. Mike will be left bleeding out as Sonics try to open up the space for the rest of the team by pushing forward first, keeping the pressure on BN United. While BN United is a different biz entirely, with 9 eliminations already in the bag. They're not showing any sign of slowing down at all. Just keep hunting for more and gatekeeping GEEK fam from entering and advancing into the safe zone.
Oh yeah, GEEK now has a big issue because the zone has arrived. They got BN United with on the other side. Probably BTR, maybe MORPH GPX waiting for them. But first, it's going to be united. But between BTR and D-Xavier, looks like D-Xavier, last player Levi's got eliminated. So they're out at number 8.
Back to a side of GEEK fam. Still stays in the blue zone. There's no way out for Audrey. Down on his knees already. While BN United keep them at bay. Porsche keeping the pressure on. Audrey cannot be saved here. This is going to be the fifth stage even. More than 1% of HP deducted every single second. It's going to be a difficult, impossible task even with what they have right now. Barely got enough to survive with their first aids. And nothing for their throwables. While BN United realize they're running low on their resources as well. They want to wrap things up quickly as possible. Spot out maybe BTR players. But at the same time, they have to deal with what's in front of them first.
Here we go. What's in front of them? Let's see here. They got a team on the left. It's going to be BTR. DBD's on the other side. But I think now the focus is GEEK fam. How are they going to get in? They're surrounded by multiple teams. Damroot succumb to the blue and will be knocked down, will be eliminated. GEEK fam only has 2 players. And it's going to be a difficult task for them to get into the circle as Paul sees Sonics on the other side, so they know the presence of each other.
Right. Barely hanging on, but finally being exploded by that vehicle by Sonics on the other end. Audrey being revived back up his feet while Porsche spotted out the rest of GEEK fam. Tried to do all the work by himself, but BTR is approaching their side as well. MORPH fanning out to open up more angles and space. Audrey and the rest, including BN United, struggling in the blue zone, but managed to get on one. It's gonna be High taking a bit of a spruce against the side of BN United. SOAS now pushing forward to just use whatever structure they have in front. This BN United start to take it out limb by limb without they realizing they're being too aggressive, forcing the fight too much.
Oh, but I mean, MORPH GPX, so far 3 eliminations. A little bit more and they'll be able to overtake Box King. And if they get the chicken dinner, who knows, maybe DBD. But I think the gap might be a little bit too far. Step by step for MORPH GPX. As we talk about MORPH GPX now, the next challenge is out to Ego.
Here it comes. They are challenging MORPH. It's going to be prepared for both sides there. Boo Boo Hoo taking on Potato first. Rosemary have a bit of a trading down. 1-1 for both teams. Both having 1 knockdown each. Well, Alta now finding out on Pepang. It's going to be Yuri to do all the work. While the side of Rosemary and Alva still stand for the side of Alter Ego. DBS in hand. They have to wrap things up quickly. But still going to be down to mano to mano. Yoru versus Alva. But Alter Ego bowing out this time. Leaving MORPH trying with their victory. We're down to a team. Only 5 of them left.
Wow, the team at number 20 actually taking out the previous PMS champion, Alter Ego. Although they suffered heavy casualties, but just took out the previous champion. My goodness. Alright, MORPH GPX into the house today. But BIGETRON and Red Villains now have DBD on the high ground. Both of them within the circle. DBD, at least they're pretty much at the clear. Duxty from behind shoots down Yoru. MORPH GPX, 1 player left.
This is the time to redeem themselves for PERSIJA EVOS, even though they're left with only a duo. While BN United, the rest not having a full squad either. All the most they have is actually just a trio between BTR, BN United and DBD. MORPH, that one last player need to hang on to his last life. It's going to be clean. At the same time, clean in a mess right now. Not so much of cleanliness. With the Blues coming out on the other side as well. Nothing favors him at this time for MORPH. But Saxi will keep him at bay as well. All he needs to do is just jump up and run himself among the trees. He's trying to do so, but not being spotted out just yet. Lucky the structures will cover him temporarily, but Zaxi's eyes can see him through like a hawk. But Zaxi being close up, but the blue zone is there, but SOAS across all the way downtown, almost 200 meters apart, managed to finish off the last player of PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh man, SOAS did QEON a favor there. But now wants to claim that favor by taking out QEON, but he can't find a good angle. Anyway, the circle moved away and closed. So focus on getting into the circle now. Their next challenge. Biggest villains with a compound. This is going to be huge for BN United.
Back towards side of break. BN United, they are like zombies, undying. Keep on reviving each other out. Even though you got a knock against them, they always be back up their feet. BTR in the middle between these two teams here. DBD barely hanging on and still have the Blues and pressure onto their side. Or BTR do have the compound, yes, but they are the center of attention right now. SOAS and Break start pushing from both flank side, or Porsche take the middle. Or DBD Isaac being spotted out from afar. It's going to be Break knocking him down, but lucky they have a rock in between.
Oh, the circle went to bound. DBD needs to get down for the high ground. BTR defending against VN United. T-Net will secure the elimination point. And the VN United, only 2 players have started to reset. He has a first aid. He's still okay. Break behind the stone, but Lapa can't land the molly onto him. But anyway, Break exposes himself. Lapa will be happy to collect the point.
Jimmy tried to force himself to cross the street. A very dangerous game here. Even though now is the best time for BTR to fight back because DBD have 1 man knocked down to the last player. This is it, BTR. They finally clutch and finish off, sealing the deal of their chicken in the first map of day number 3.
And they defend their compound well against PN United, against the incoming DBD. It was like 2 teams they had to manage at the same time. So BTR show defensive work here in round number 1. Nicely done. PN United was got it, but it is BIGETRON Red Villains that we're talking about with this lineup. A lot of firepower, a lot of defensive power as well. Very balanced game from BTR.
I have to say that was I have to give my respects to BN United first. They've been running and gunning down and been going wild in that Sunhawk map. Last time we saw them, I think they already secured themselves double-digit eliminations. It's more than enough than a chicken for them, but outside of BTR, they've been fighting for their own life out there. All they need to do is just survive last and long enough. But here comes our MVP. It's going to be Lapa with 2 eliminations, 502 damage. And so far, I feel like the entirety of BTR, they found their synchronization. They've been doing well.
Yeah, this lineup seems to be working out for them, especially with player Lapa, who transferred from Void from last season, playing with BTR season, doing very well. In fact, during the preseason, he was the top eliminator of BIGETRON Red Villain, so he is showing his value transferring to his new organization. Now, looking over the team stats, obviously Lapa is the MVP, dishing out the most stats with the most not the most eliminations. Sata got the most eliminations. Anyway, he did a lot of work with 502 damage as compared to his other teammates. To get a total number of 8 elimination points. Not the most, but can't complain about a chicken dinner with 8 elimination points.
And so far, we're looking at QEON and have been stepping in since day number 2 here. Definitely, they are more comfortable with this sort of lineup. Maybe Voyager will sub in when it comes to Murama map. We have no clue. But so far, QEON have been fixed in this roster by far for the side of BTR. But this is going to be our teams to watch this time. Now, BN United is the team to really watch out here, because I'm not surprised if they can push themselves up in the top 5 by end of today.
Yeah, I want to see how many eliminations they got at the end of the round. MORPH GPX seemed interesting as well. I mean, they won against Alter Ego, so that's quite a statement from MORPH GPX. We could see guys from the bottom teams here, including DBD, who did decently well. It was just towards the end, the circle was just really tough for them to come down from the high ground and for BTR to have a clear view onto them, so it was really difficult for them to get past that road onto BTR. Anyway, BTR with the chicken dinner, and it was. But however, I do agree with you. United, they did a lot of work, so they definitely deserve the highlight.
Not just that, when it comes to the first few fights we had before, I mean, PN United so was one of the first few to start engaging the fights. We saw how crowded Painan was and how messy and busy it was on Paradise Resort. Infinity came in as a third party, while BN United, all they have been doing in this map right now is either gatekeeping or just hunting people down. They never take a break. 2 proactive, very active players and a team that keep on running and finding their victims just to complete those set of eliminations. And so far, I think they are the highest with a double digit. I'm not sure if there's any other team that could secure a double digit eliminations by far.
Yeah, got to see the overalls. I'll be curious as well to know if any other team would have made that double digit. This is the highlights, and we had to end that highlight with the MORPH GPX win against Alter Ego. That was a huge statement as well. And looking over at the teams with the eliminations, looks it's only BN United with the double digit 12 eliminations, taking them up to 17 points, 1 point behind BTR, who got the chicken dinner.
But side of DBD, I mean, like a lot of Group B. Group B might be the group of death here. If you actually compare with all the performance of each of the teams since yesterday, DBD is up there. Infinity is still on the top 8. MORPH now coming in back here, coming in very strong. I think after first day they had the tournament, and then second day they have a bit of a break. That's where they start to reassess the situation, revise their plan, and coming in a bit more stronger, maybe a slightly above version of MORPH than the first day one. But XERXIA, surprisingly, they're staying at 14th place here this time.
Yeah, I guess. Well, it's still one round though, and Sanhao is a very circle-dependent map, so a lot of teams would suffer from this kind of circle that went on to the Sahmi or the Ru Island. Teams like GE, we can see them got eliminated early inside of Paradise Resort, and box gaming in Painan. So very early clashes from out of that. Something they need to work on days to come. But here's a weekly ranking after that round. XERXIA still unshaken at the top spot despite only getting 1 point in this round. But we got a big leap from BN United coming on H1, 67 points, and the points gap is not that big. It get up onto probably number 4.
But so far, I think for the first half of the day, first 3 maps, we don't have anybody to swap over first and second place here. Possibly up to the third place, yes, but nobody can break into the 100 over digit because, well, Vampire is the closest one to that. They're not playing here today. So maybe during the second half of the day, match 4, 5, and 6, we get to see somebody breaking the 100 over mark as well, because the one that closes is going to be PERSIJA EVOS, and today is their opportunity to do so.
Wow, we are comparing Soas and Yoru. One of the players that really performed for GPX in this round. Both of them got 6 elimination points. And of course, they really started out hard and fast up until the end for a second place finish. The damage, however, favors onto Soas, and the throwables used Soas had a lot more, like 7 against 0. But when we talk about like team contribution, to be Yoru being more of a team player for MORPH GPX this time. And that is what MORPH GPX needs. They need to play as a team because they need to come out of the bottom 4 together.
It's a very different gameplay between these two players, really. So was more towards the upfront battle and try to just charge in with his throwables and just trying to go for the front line, while Yoru do prefer on the flank side and try to find opportunities to poke the enemies on the side as well. But for a Wrangle performance, it's going to be DX79 Vampires and PERSIJA EVOS. Our Vampires will not be here today, so you do have DX, especially DX, to solidify himself in the top 2 place. And same goes for XERXIA. PERSIJA EVOS, can they cut across the Vampire by end of today? I want to see that, especially when Vampires have to fight against PERSIJA EVOS again. Will PERSIJA EVOS open up the gap between them since Vampires having the break here?
That will be interesting. So PERSIJA EVOS today will be their to really rank in the points since they don't have PERSIJA EVOS. But Sam9 is also taking a break today, so we need that number move for Sam9. However, Home is not playing as well, so Genesis Esports should have Rosa all for themselves. And I don't know, any other team wants to revenge for Boom, but for Genesis Esports, 3 rounds having the free Rosa, they will be glad to be playing today.
But you know what? What else that we have to offer you guys except for nothing more than just the exclusive skins? I mean, this is your tournament as well, guys. Don't forget to like and share the stream because it's your tournament and you guys are one of us too. And it's your time to shine with this flag skin of the exclusive first ever PMSL skin, the Dream Chaser. If you have a dream, you have to chase for this. And you should chase for the Conqueror spot as well. We're using this set.
Yeah, in fact, a Dream Chaser is one of those, how should I put it? One of those souvenir or something that you like hang around. Like I don't know what's the significance, but you know, some people they like to keep like exotic souvenirs. So that is the name of a Dream Chaser. But the Dream Chaser, of course, in this context, is going to be the suit, mask, and gun skin. But speaking about suit, mask, gun skin, weapons, everything, all complete, you can get the new Royal Pass with the beach and party theme and get all of that. So you have like what? Okay, I mentioned about suit. You have a suit. You have a gun skin. You have a mask. Everything is complete here. If you're feeling like it's summertime right now and you want to get the summer vibes inside of it, do get it, because while you play the game, you reward yourself at the same time and get a feel of how it is to be in summer inside the game.
That's kind of true. A bit more happier vibe than we used to. But it's going to be the next one, the all-rounder, where everybody wants to have it. It's going to be Aston Martin collaboration with the PUBG Mobile exclusive color schemes between the blue and the purple, the galaxy purple and I don't know what you call this kind of green, turquoise green. I don't know.
Emerald
So it's going to be the jungle mode, or you can go for the sky mode. It's up to you, but it's going to be a rare occasion for us to have this. But speaking of rare occasion, yeah, we haven't seen coming out from PERSIJA. I'm still waiting for Luxy to come back, and we haven't seen a lot of players playing, including Gen 4's side of BTR. There's a lot of team. I feel like they're not showing all the players yet. Maybe they are the secret weapon for the team when it comes to when it's the final week or even during the grand finals.
Yeah, and there's still many more days to go, so I guess they can conserve the substitutes and play later, maybe in week 2, when some of the players start to feel burnout, start to feel tired, and that's where the substitution comes in. But some teams, they do like to make the substitutions. We might see of them after this. But here are again our caster prediction. So with the first chicken dinner, BTR, not hitting it yet, but I'm getting close with MORPH GPX.
Now we do have 2 Indonesian teams on our side here, both of us. So maybe because we want them to rise up, because yesterday has been the rise of the ties here, and GE coming back after the break, it feels like they are hitting a wall, and they lost some momentum with their first day as well, since they had the entire break of day number 2. It really kind of shows that, but it may be just a bit too early for us to say that. Maybe they're just warming up as well for day number 3. We just gotta have to wait and see if it's the official of the Erangel map here.
So Erangel is going to be the big one, right? Because there's like 3 rounds of Erangels being played back to back, and it's going to be the most games of this map being played every day. So Erangel will be the map that the teams are really to take points in the back. PERSIJA EVOS going to be happy that Vampire Esports is not playing today. We mentioned it a couple of times. So where will they this time? It will be the question. We might see some of the draw spots change depending on group swap as well, including a GE, who will be happy to take Rosa unless for some reason they choose to go somewhere else.
Now, speaking of West Carry and GE, Zai will be heading into the game instead of West Carry. We'll be swapping in and out between these 2 players. But the one that we should watch out for today is going to be Box Gaming. It's always them to actually initiate certain early fights, or they being ambushed on. Box and GE always love those early skirmishes, so maybe they're fighting each other out. Maybe they just, start to poke people around. But Team Secret, we can see their synergies getting better compared to day number 1.
Oh yeah, we can see them a little bit more coordinated. Just that it was unfortunate they were sandwiched between a couple of teams, and again it had to be searched coming into the compound. But maybe after this, with a bigger map, they will be able to coordinate themselves better, or be prepared for incoming teams with more space for them to anticipate teams crashing into their compound. And Team Secret, they are still looking to get back out of that bottom spot. Considering got the chicken dinner yesterday, they definitely need more of that. Let's see if they can get it in Erangel.
So a bit of a change of the pattern for today when it comes to the circle. Will be the same here when it comes to Erangel. We do have a very southern side of a flight path up north to Severny. And so far when it comes to the first Erangel, it's always on down south sort of a circle. Now since we have a bit of a change in Sunhawk, usually we do have a north circle as a start. And ended up today we do have a southern circle in Sunhawk. So maybe this time we do have a first Erangel on the northern side perhaps. Or maybe still ended up in the southern part.
we've pretty much seen like most of the circle. We haven't seen like a middle circle just yet. So maybe there could be something as well. If NG Gods chooses to go random and come to something that we have not seen yet, that's certainly a possibility. Looking over at some of the drops, Team Secret have been quite a nomad, but they're going back to where their default drop spot is going to be Gakai, it seems. But today we got BAM, and then we got DBD, so Gaka, Quarry, Primos, all that will be quite populated. On top of that, Chogopool, they will be another team. It's just that Northpool, Vampire Esports is not playing, so that's going to be empty today. So it's more of like perhaps the North will be a little bit more vacant as compared to before. And so happen the side is where the circle will be.
Feels like a reverse compared to the first 2 days. They're a bit on the northern side of the first few circles. So I assume when it comes to the later... Oh boy, XERXIA and Alter Ego sharing the same compound as the start when they don't have nothing much to work with. Even this compound will not be enough to supply. It won't be sufficient for 2 teams here. And Alter Ego and both XERXIA barely have enough to actually work around. The playing just cutting around the corners, trying to find their victims, but Oct a bit too late now. And there's Z, as usual, his reaction just impeccable.
Yeah, with a shotgun in hand, so he prayed the right weapon and he got it. Alva only with a pistol, level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, Berry with a pistol as well. So not the most equipped. They are facing up against a very aggressive, high firepower team that is XERXIA Esports. And XERXIA Esports deep weapons. Micro Uzi, Thompson, Shotgun, M4, they're well wipe out Alter Ego.
For the side of XERXIA, I mean like Z and also Shopper has been playing out of their minds since yesterday. So is these two that doing so much work and Megamind just cleaning up the mess, while Orange always the lone wolf making so much problems for all the other team. On the side of Alter Ego, now it's 2 games in a row now they're having some difficulties. In the last one they had some problems as well. And same goes for this time, laugh with only potato. I mean, like, this gonna hurt them when it comes to overall rankings. They might actually be dragged all the way down beneath 10th place by the end of today if this keeps going on.
Yeah, to be below or above 10, FaZe Clan, Yoodo Alliance, and maybe RRQ. And if we look at the points, they are close to catch up onto Alter Ego. Previously, they lost to MORPH GPX, and now they lost majority of the players to XERXIA, who's the number 1 team, and of course they'll be happy to take the points, so they retain their throne up there. But Alter Ego, that for PMSL, can they retain that? Hopefully be able to come back, because okay, we still got a lot more games to play. The grand finals is where it matters, but you always want to have a good starting point. And for Alter Ego to have 2 games like this, it's hard for them for week 1.
Yeah, it's kind of true. But for RRQ, I mean, like, this has been a splendid week 1 for them. Yesterday, they scored themselves 2 maps with a double-digit elimination at 14 and 15 eliminations. Quite a number for just 1 day of performance coming up from RRQ. And today, I think yesterday was their first day, right? They're in the Group B as well. So, I'm looking for the performance today. Can they go as insane as how they did yesterday? Will they get themselves the double digit again by many times this time?
Ooh, I'd like to see that though. And if they are able to get that, I mean, it's also a good story to tell, right? If we're able to see like a flip side also for like the teams at the bottom, it'll be pretty nice story to tell. Because we always like to see this kind of story, like if we are able to see like Box Gaming, MORPH GPS, GE, Team Secret, even DBD do well today. At least it will give a good challenge and not a cliche story towards the end, because like now we are on Friday and we got only 2 more days to go before we wrap up week 1. At least we'd like to see like a real chase, like a good number of teams that still can get the number 1. That would be pretty nice.
I do want to see if there's another record holder, a new one, in the next few weeks when it comes to PMSL as well. So far, the highest number of eliminations still 20 by Vampires, by individual 11 eliminations by Shrapes of Vampires as well. And the closest one that can actually break that is still going to be RRQ. And XERXIA, on the other hand, has been surprised as us, even though they have not been as aggressive like Vampires or even RIQ in that state, but they've been playing smart. They've been playing it very conservatively, at the same time playing as a sidelines, as a third party, and a very well-versed opportunist, if you ask me, coming up from XERXIA. But on the side of DX, I love to see them rising back up in the tournament now. It's been a while. I mean, like almost the entire year, DX or the Vietnam region entirely has been very quiet. We haven't seen the best of them since a very long time. So I'm loving the fact that DX is coming back into this tournament. Even though they don't have a lot of role swaps or even new players, they have been incredibly strong bond between those four players. Not just that. They're coming back up together as a four.
Yeah, they only had one transfer, that Origin, who used to play for SLD, into Xavier this time. So has been a key player for Xavier. But because of that as well, like some of the Vietnamese fans are speaking, that affected Box Gaming, who used to be known as SLD before this, a lot. And I think it's kind of obvious right now. Xavier is there and Box Gaming is on the other end, and Origin has yet to be replaced properly. At this point, there's nothing much that Box Gaming can do. They have to deal with whatever they have. But good for Xavier. Origin coming into the lineup. It's a big upgrade for them. So they're looking good right now, representing the Vietnamese region.
It's kind of true. BN United and DX. I'm loving what BN United has done over the years. Back then, they were just one of this team that were rookies back in the days. No one put them under the spotlight. They're always in the middle pack. The middle pack is always the hungriest one because they have a lot more to prove. But there are teams that kind of comfortable in the middle pack and complacent for a bit. You know, every single season they are in there in the tournament, but barely get to see them in the top 5. Barely get to see them pushing themselves back up there. Unfortunately, Team Secret is one of them these days. On the side of Box Gaming, on the other hand, now playing here with MORPH, already jumped up to 15th place. Box sitting at the very bottom as well. But XERXIA and DX, I want to see how far can they go. How far can they be stretching up the gap between them and the rest of the teams down there. Back to the side of Team Secret. Now, it feels like they have been more proactive after they got themselves that chicken. Definitely a confidence boost coming up from this team. But will it work for them? RIQ taking out on FaZe Clan on the other hand, putting in Trace. Do you see any sort of difference by now, Cloud?
Honestly, not really yet. So I think there'll be more games needed for Trace to really prove himself. And we start off with RRQ this round. And unfortunately, as we talk about Trace, he gets eliminated by Hexas. And for FaZe Clan, I believe they have only like one left. Momo tries to get away. But No Mercy is being shot at from the other side. Not too sure who's shooting him. I think it's a team on the high ground though. But RRQ taking 2 out of Clan. And unfortunately for Trace, not given the opportunity to prove himself this round.
Hassar is bleeding now as well, coming out from side of RRQ. GE, Master Smart coming out from the backline. GEEK Fam is passing by. RRQ, they're separated into 2-1 formation right now. Spotted out Smile, wrapping around their thumb. Coming out from GEEK Fam, will be taking this opportunity as well. But RRQ still fighting to keep it alive with Slim Zai. Zai, who just tapping in this time, did actually work wonderfully well for them. Just finish GE, just obliterate the entire team of RRQ, who used to be one of the teams that's the most aggressive yesterday.
Wow, you give GE the Rosalt space, they loot up well, start, and this is what they can do. Come in as a third party, eliminate RRQ, 4 points to the back for GE. So this 3 rounds might be big for GE, as will be expected to have a good start every round in the Wrangle.
Well, GE with addition of Zai, I mean, like, it works wonderfully well right now. With a full squad points coming out into GE's pocket. 4 points in the back there. Having the highest by far across the board. But DX Lamborghini just got himself an upgrade of loot when that airdrop just happened to be dropping nearby. Level 3 helmet and vest. It's going to be more than enough. It doesn't have that ghillie suit landed on him as well, unfortunately. If not, it'll be working wonderfully well if he can just hide himself within those bushes, those ghillie suit. But on the side of DX, they're trying to secure themselves the position that they need to in the side of a circle, playing the inner circle to gatekeep all the other teams. So MORPH Boo Boo, who just giving away his position to a side of Alter Ego. That's going to be the last player of it. Potato needs to survive. And this is not the best place to be at.
Well, sometimes maybe the least obvious place is the best place. So Pato chooses to go like, okay, I'll just be in the washroom. I'll be parking myself in the toilet, and hopefully no one needs to take a leak, and he should be fine there. Good news, at least he's within the circle, so it's more of just holding his position and to a certain extent pray that nobody really comes there.
Hopefully that's the case, but you know for a fact when there's a bit of overcrowding circle, there must be somebody in the shack there. Somebody will be curious enough to check him out. But back on Yoodo Alliance, Spot RB and United happen to be wanting to take the dominance over this compound, where Yoodo Alliance will not easily giving them away just like that. So was taking a bit chip of damage coming up from that grenade. Without it, Luke tossing the second one and just flee at the back line. Max, on the other hand, still struggling to just cut across. The Blues start to pressure them in less than a minute, and BN United have to actually push across. But the thing is, Yoodo Alliance, the moment they step out of there, they'll have to fight against Box Gaming waiting on the other end. And the moment all of these three teams done, there'll be a lot of gatekeepers in the inner side of a circle. And not just that, Cloud, the circle itself moving up north all the way, there's going to be 20% or 30% of water in it.
Yeah, just on the right side of Saverni might be the final battleground unless the circle goes inside Saverni. But speaking of battleground, Infinity and GE almost down with the first knockdown, opening our game. Bernard goes down, Ichi goes down, looks like GE losing players fast they could count.
Lobby, a bit low right now. He got himself 4 first 8. GE eliminated it, but at least they got himself some consolation of 4 elimination points down there. Not going empty-handed this time. But GEEK Fam on the other hand, BTR do have those elevations. But PERSIJA, EVOS, spotted out BTR, which have higher elevation grounds than they do. Taking advantage of their situation. Just going to pin them down from afar with that DP28. While Keenan spotted out the rest of GEEK Fam. He is tempted to take them down. But at the same time, PERSIJA, EVOS is making it so difficult for them. Just focus on GEEK Fam right now.
Ooh, high ground. So where is GEEK Fam going to go now? They step out of the compound. They'll be shot at by BTR. But it looks like they can manage to get knocked down on their EVOS on the other side. But the PERSIJA EVOS, I don't think they'll be phased by that knockdown. They should recover without any issue. A bigger issue is that how is get out of this. But for Potato, oh no, BN United, nature call. And now they are at the toilet and Potato is out.
Every small shack, there must be somebody's hiding. That's the thing about the shacks here. Unfortunately for the side of Alter Ego, they once more ended up in a very worst condition they can be, which can be eliminated early without any points here. We did mention about their last map in Sunhawk. They might actually be dragged down due to their performance here today. Feels like a bit subpar compared to the past 2 days of Alter Ego and compared to the last season. Feels like they're having some difficulty to adjust when it comes to this season's tournament itself. BN United, on the other hand, looking very comfortable, very confident, very proactive, even trying to find for their victims after one compound to the other. Just hopping compounds, unstoppable for now. Box Gaming still having a go against BTR. I think PERSIJA EVO still lurking around here somewhere still. Well, Yoodo Alliance still having some difficulty to breach into this circle. Feels like they have to take a bit longer rotation. Going up north all the way might find XERXIA along the process.
Well, going up north looks like going to be a bad decision for them as they will evade the fight that BTR is currently at. As for GEEK, somehow they managed to get away and they're currently in the middle of the circle, so they're okay for now. They just need to defend the ground. But what's not okay is going to be Boss Gaming, still stuck on the outside. PR pinning them down.
UI spraying, what a clear line of sight. A crispy one coming up from UI. Easily knocked down onto, coming up from Box Gaming. Will finish off, but never mind that. GEEK Fam coming up from behind. There's always going to be a third party watching out from your back. And Keenan coming up from BT. I'll try to finish off the job done by UI before. It's spotted out the last player of Box. There's going to be Namco and Trongs in left. And no more to be seen coming up from Box. Only one more player left. But at the same time, it's too far to be spotted out by the rest of BTR. Like it of goes. I mean, like the shack is always the most obvious place for you to hide as one solo player. Hopefully, it will not be the same case as how it ended up for Alter Ego for the side of Box.
Yeah, and the fact that he parked his buggy by the shack, so it definitely gives information to the other teams that, oh, okay, there's definitely someone there, and want to go and take the point. Obviously, they can do so. Just looking over the shack, that shack might not be a popular spot since there's like a road in front of it and it's by the edge of the circle. So it's very likely that teams might not be going there. Instead, for the last player of box, he will need to go out, and that's where the big challenge will be for him. Crossing the road is never fun.
It's kind of true. And speaking of nothing fun here, especially for DX, the circle happened to be shifted away from them, back towards the land here, on top, just around Savani, in between Stalber. Back on the side of DX, they happen to be just passing across Team Secret and another team easily without any scratch on their faces. I'm surprised nobody tried to challenge them.
Well, I guess because the terrain does favor them. Because they have now the elevation against Team Secret, and Team Secret don't have a clear view of the Xavier. Instead, the Xavier knows that Team Secret is down here, but if they want to clear it because there's like a wall, so it's not going to be as easy. So they might want to let go for now because teams are really close by. If they do so, yes, they probably get points, but the risk of getting third party is there.
Back towards DBD, slowly approaching towards this side of the circle, knowing MORPH. We're prepared to take the fight. We heard gunfires open up for the side of MORPH there. Some of them even cooking up the nade, just in case DBD try to rush into their side. All eyes to the side of DBD right now coming up from MORPH, but BN United and Gosu greeted him warmly. Oh boy, that one-man squad coming up from Box Gaming will not stand down from fight.
Okay, now that's a signal for Box Gaming to defend. Goes to the one. Can he pull off a big clutch? Okay, he gets the second one. Can he get the third one? Push in trouble. Will be able to do it. Gosu's got the third one. One more to go. But Gosu secures. He has only one to come help left, but BTR from Santa, the party pooper.
That was the biggest one clutch coming up from Gosu, almost obliterated the entirety of BN United by himself. Gosu's the man, you have to give it to him. If it's not because of BTR, he might actually won that clutch 1v4. Just by himself again. But back to the side of XERXIA, getting himself a 4 elimination. Yoodo Alliance will be fallen in the hands of XERXIA here now. Sharper a bit too reckless by tossing those nades, while Yoodo Alliance earlier coming up from the flank side. XERXIA have to take themselves a bit of a cover before they push forward to the side of Yoodo Alliance, who happen to be inside of the blue zone still.
Oh, Alliance only down to Oleo. And he has XERXIA to deal with. Not only XERXIA, another team on the left as well. But now, MORPH GPX, 4 elimination points in the so far, needs to save QEON. But bang, nobody's there. Calm down, my friend. And now we can focus, revive, because they need to plan how to get into the circle next.
Team Secret playing a 1-3 formation, while Triangle Mook coming up from the side of DX with 1-2-1 formation. Feels like DX's strategy works way better than Team Secret right now. XERXIA taking on Yoodo Alliance. That's going to be the last player out. It's going to be them placing themselves at 11th place. We're left with only 10 teams here. Halfway through the map progress. Less than 2 minutes on. It's going to be stage number 6, where Halter spotted out the jumping player of the Axe. They have to be aware that PERSIJA EVOS start to close the gap in between the MORPH coming out on the other side as well. The Axe been sandwiched and hammed down.
Wow, PERSIJA was butting in as well. And now, the Xavier Parjin not letting Team Secret go. They want revenge as they lost Lamborghini to Team Secret twice on his knees as well. Parjin resetting. All these teams on the outside. So XERXIA are going to come in from the other side, so you got to be careful. Team Secret making their move, but unfortunately they'll be moving without Punta.
But they're still moving anyway. They already jump up straight to the trees where the hiding spot of DX amongst the smoke. The moment the smoke dissipates, is a clear view for the side of TX to clear them down, but not so just yet. That nade just now just stops Team Secret from pushing forward. Even though DX being eliminated is actually their own team that make it work for the side of Team Secret. What is happening?
My goodness, that was a scrappy one. Not gonna like that vehicle explosion. Oh man, but at least they still have their all has a full squad, so they can all reset. after taking out the but that was super scrappy. My goodness. Oh no. Time's not on their side right now to reset because XERXIA is behind. But didn't finish shooting from afar to take that one elimination point or at least a knockdown. Team Secret now, they need to move quickly, still on the outside of the zone.
After the accident coming up from Team Secret, fortunate enough, there's nobody pushing towards their side. Almost decimate their own team here coming from Team Secret. Close enough. Even though they managed to finish off these Xaviers just now. But what a tragedy if they got finished off. But lucky enough that didn't happen. Back to the side of Team Secret. The next contender is going to be XERXIA, who's on a triangle mode for their formation. Infinity giving a bit of a pressure on the side of PERSIJA. EVOS, BTR start to force the fight against XERXIA across the map. But they do have GEEK fam to deal with as well. But at least Lapa still managed to knock down Chopper from afar.
Yeah, Lapa hungry. Chopper now. Chopper on his teams, but not eliminated by Lapa just yet. Just more on BTR because they're on the outside. XERXIA on the inside of the zone instead. So BTR will move 20 more seconds and now they're on the roll. As for Team Secret, they are still surviving as a trio. But Lapa is coming in onto XERXIA. Megamind at the forefront. We're trying to stop BTR coming in. Megamind all alone. RJ is on the revive. Megamind knocked down. RJ coming in next.
UI holding on his dear life with those barricades coming up from the buggy. Keenan taking out on most of the players, but XERXIA, Chopper is still there. If Chopper still stand, lucky is RNJ. RNJ is a bit of more lone wolf. If you compare with Chopper, if it versus against FZ at the same time, now that's a headache. Lucky FZ being eliminated quite early on. RNJ scored himself a 3 eliminations by himself. Chopper trying to find the rest of BTR. Now spotted out UI, but that lean spray will caught himself off guard. RNJ playing around the smoke. The moment the smoke clears up, it'll be a clear view for Keenan to shut him down. But for now, RNJ do have a bit of a leeway. While Audrey now backstabbing BTR from the sidelines as well. Now, so many eyes on the side of BTR. We're down to only 8 teams, but barely have many teams that are still having a full score. But only Infinity and PERSIJA EVOS still standing as a full.
Oh, Mormon all alone against Logan, but it's going to be the Infinity now. Taking out Mormon, 8 eliminated points, but BIGETRON Red Villas has 10 in the pocket now. Fortunately, they don't have a full squad. Instead, the Infinity still maintain a full squad, and they are outside the circle. So far, unchallenged by the other teams.
Can see the hungriness coming up from Infinity with 8 eliminations of the full squad still standing. Same goes for the side of PERSIJA EVOS, but they only scored 2 eliminations by far. They really need to push themselves up here. If not, they're late into the party. They will not be having enough numbers to push up to the 3rd place or the 4th place later on for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. But BTR, they're running and gunning. Even though it's just left with 2 players on their side, they're still fighting strong. BN United, quite consistent for the entire day here today, since yesterday. 2 days in a row now, quite consistent in getting themselves in the top 6 every single map, that is.
Yeah, although it's only 1 elimination point as of now, but at least like 1 top 6 survivability is their key. As Max knocks down Style, okay, taking the fight against the Infinity Break as well as Max is going to get into the zone now. But the only team that's pretty much stopping them is the Infinity on the other side. But they need info because GEEK fam has been staying quiet, so they probably don't know that GEEK fam's on the right. They just need to be aware that there could be other teams waiting for them in the circle.
Break is playing a very dangerous game. BN United is risking too much as their position. Now they're being forced to fight against GEEK fam, who's just less than 10 meters apart from them. Helton and the rest of Team Secret tried to shut down on PERSIJA EVOS from afar, spotted out Red Face, tried to just tap him over, but the problem is they still have some covers and compound to work with. A very small shack that is, and a very small apartment, but it will work for the side of PERSIJA EVOS for now. BTR Lapa try to force Team Secret out of their hiding spot here, but not taking the bait just yet. Here comes a nade! Look, clearly close enough, but lucky they still have structures in between them. Cover themselves in barricade. Never mind, Strahl is finally on the ground.
Oh, nicely done. Knocks down Strahl. That's an opening for BTR to come in. They know they have the opportunity. Helton on these. Rizai gonna be the last man for Team Secret. And BTR not letting go. Rizai going in for the revive. Okay, he's reviving his teammate now, but Red Face will be the one to take out instead. So that point is going to be given to PERSIJA EVOS. BTR are still at 12 eliminations. But speaking about elimination, Team Secret eliminated Phoenix.
Left with only 5 teams here. CJE was taking the rooftop. They have the compound, the only compound that exists in this sort of a circle right now. Infinity fanning out, spreading wide to open up their space to make sure they will be covering more angles back and forth, trying to find all the victims they needed to break the numbers. While BN United, on the other hand, still have to cut across GEEK Fam since they are running away from Infinity before. And GEEK Fam do have these pits and valleys to work around with. They love this kind of deep places that hard to be found and hard to be visualized on the other side. BN United didn't see this pit coming in, so Max jumping down as well. But Max is too low, and his HP, a bit of a trading dub between BN United and GEEK Fam right now. Breaks it on Micah. Micah finish off Max, and Infinity just happened to be there as well.
Oh man, the Infinity did GEEK Fam a favor by taking one member of BN United, and now BN United is out. GEEK Fam can't reach, but the Infinity know that they're there. XERXIA knows that Logan is behind the tree, nowhere to go. He will give his out to the blue, know he plays the healing game, buying time, but the ball is tossed by RedFaZe, and Logan knocked down by legs. That point could be given to PERSIJA.
QEON spraying over the side of PERSIJA EVOS. BTR trying to hold their compound, try to hold their ground, stopping PERSIJA EVOS from breaching in. Unfortunately for the side of Infinity, that's going to be the end of the run for this first Erangel map of the day. But GEEK, PERSIJA EVOS and BTR is 2v3v3. The numbers don't really advantage towards all the others. XERXIA bleeding out at the same time for PERSIJA EVOS. They're leaving with only 2 players. GEEK Fam do have the numbers a bit more. But will it be enough for them? If not being careful, cautious enough coming up from GEEK Fam, being a bit too reckless with their numbers, might actually have to fight for only 2 players. It's kind of equal, fair ground coming up from all the teams down there. XERXIA finally going out. BTR left with 2 players. Seeing this for the side of PERSIJA. But GEEK Fam, this is a triangle battle at its best.
Oh yeah, whenever there's like 3 teams in the final circle, the theory is always that which team moves first, that team will lose. Everyone's like pretty much holding their ground at this point. But speaking about grounds, looking at the elevation the team has, BTR has the elevation against PERSIJA EVOS and GEEK Fam. And speaking about these 2 teams, BTR, PERSIJA EVOS, this is basically the El Clasico inside PMPL Indonesia. So this will be really interesting to see which team will get the chicken dinner between the 2. But if GEEK Fam can eliminate both of them, wow, it's going to be a big moment here.
I love these 3 teams as a remainder on the top 3, and not just that, GEEK Fam do have a bit of chemistry with the side of BTR as well. Yuha used to be playing with GEEK Fam back in the days too. So a lot of history for these 3 teams right now to go on against each other till the very last minute. FaZe pulled out QEON down to 1 HP left on the side of QEON, but lucky enough, FaZe pulled back in the very last minute, and QEON managed to just reset himself. This might be a while before we enter into the last stage, and no more circle left. Whoever got close by the blue zone first, that's going to be the end for the entire team.
Oh, QEON down by Audrey from afar and eliminated by Damn Fruit. So the point will be given to GEEK Fam. And now GEEK Fam has PERSIJA EVOS to deal with. Lapar is making his move as well. PERSIJA EVOS with a nade in hand. GEEK Fam, where are they going to go? They still have vehicles to work with. But we're talking about a circle that will close entirely. Everyone's really close to each other. RedFaZe with a nade. Links will be knocked out by the 3-way boys happening.
Oh boy. GEEK Fam do have the numbers there, but can they put it up to good use? This is it. It's all about one more player. RedFaZe to be finished off by Audrey, spraying the perfect crosshair. All he needs to do is just toss one hand grenade, and it's done. GEEK Fam secures the chicken dinner in the first Erangel in day 3. PMSL for 2023.
Oh, breaking the 8, they say. GEEK Fam with the chicken dinner. Man, this is great. This is great. So, GEEK Fam getting the chicken dinner finally. I mean, they're one of the favorites coming in with their consistent track record in Southeast Asia in world level. So, GEEK Fam, finally, the fans rejoice. They get the chicken dinner in the PMSL. It took them a while, but at least they got it.
It's kind of true. Hopefully it will not be a curse of you having to chicken this one, the next one you will be the first one to be out. And well, this time I mentioned it first, but outside of GEEK fam, they really strive for the chicken dinner. I love how Audrey actually make it up for the MVP. This is the first ever PMSL. We do have Audrey in the lineup for GEEK fam. He's been doing and jelly so well within the team itself, and it feels like he's filling up the shoes that they needed all this while. The empty slot, the emptiness coming up from GEEK fam, finally being content with the addition of Audrey.
Yeah, because they had to fill a shoes. So Audrey transferred from GEEK fam Indonesia, who used to be known as Livescape, now still showing his worth in the PSL and also the Southeast Asia stage for GEEK fam. And if we talk about travel, it's not they had an easy route into the circle. There were many teams actually pinning them down on the outside, but somehow they managed to get in. And they played with a full score for only 9 minutes 28 seconds. That's very different as compared to the other teams with a full score for more than 20 minutes, but they still are able to get the chicken dinner. So this again shows that even though your team has a deficit from very early, getting a chicken dinner is still possible.
You have to give it. Maybe they got the lucky charm from PERSIJA EVOS when they're just working as a trio since the start as well. that was yesterday's history for side of PERSIJA EVOS. When they had a tree, they can get the chicken. Same goes like GEEK fam here today. Starting off with a tree, feels like they're having a better odd to get themselves those chickens. But XERXIA have been very aggressive. Same goes for the side of BN United once more. BN United has been running and gunning all this time. And GE, unfortunately, they're having a bit of a tough start when it comes to day number 3. I mean, like, their momentum in day number 1 was remarkable. It feels like they start to slow down here when it comes to day number 3.
Well, at least they still got okay number elimination points. But I think this round, the highlights definitely goes to. Just look at this. 1v3 from BN United. He won all his fights. There you go. Porsche was the lucky ticket out until BIGETRON Red Villains, I believe it was Santa, for just giving him that fake hope at the end. But other than that, as an individual display, that was remarkable.
It's kind of true. Now here comes the numbers. Out 19 points. It's actually tied with BTR right now with 14 eliminations. I mean, like, the Indonesian teams yesterday and today is all about the double-digit numbers for them. Yesterday was REGUM, today starting off with BTR at 14 eliminations, tied up with the first place chicken dinner of GEEK fam here. Well, we do have for 3 teams, 2 of the Vietnam teams, DX and Box Gaming. Now this, especially for DX, will be detrimental when it comes to overall rankings later.
Yeah, XERXIA can definitely pull away from them. And considering that Vampire isn't playing today, so it's still surely going to be XERXIA up on top. Alter Ego, since you mentioned about the Indonesian teams, unfortunately for Alter Ego, this is a 0 round for them because they happened to pop into XERXIA very, very early on and they lost the fight compound. So happened XERXIA had better weapons, Alter Ego had to work with pistols, so they were put in a very difficult situation, so to speak, and unfortunately no for them in round number 2.
Well, speaking of XERXIA, which shutting down on the team, especially Alter Ego in that case just now, they scored themselves 117 for the gap. This is just huge gap between this first, second place and the 4th and 5th. Because the 3rd place Vampire is not playing it today, this is the time for BTI and PERSIJA EVOS will actually overtake the 3rd place anytime now. But the gap between the 1st, 2nd place, nobody is actually breaking triple digit except for these 2.
Yeah, and nobody is actually moving as well on page number 2 after that round. Everyone is still in the same position as they are in page number 2. So we'll need what will happen in the next 4 games that we will be watching throughout the day. 2 more Erangel and 2 more Miramas before we wrap up and see if for sure, number 1, is it still going to be XERXIA or maybe the Xavier catching out or maybe some other team pulling up a 6, and who will be at the bottom 4 as well. That will be one of the key criteria because throughout the league, at the end of the day, we will still be eliminating the bottom 4 before we go on to grand finals.
And not just that, there's a lot more at stake here because the PMGC slot and the PMGC slot for the league and the points be contributed throughout this tournament as well. So these guys, they have a lot of pressure mounting up their backs just to make sure they can push up to the next stage. And speaking of which, so far I feel like I'm still waiting for RIQ to push up to 20th sort of elimination, but not yet. But we're gonna head back to our host here, Tej Bunny, for the next interview coming up. Who will be? Let's head over to Tej Bunny. Sorry, Cairo.
Stu has just ended and we're back with another interview session, and with me right now is one of the best coach from Indonesia himself. Here with me is Coach Cap from BIGETRON Red Villain. So congratulations on getting your first winner chicken dinner, and your performance over the past 2 days was not that good. Have you implemented any adjustments for today's game to improve your team performance and scores?
Okay, jadi pertama ucapin tahniah atas WWCD di match pertama, dan itu secara tidak langsung adalah WWCD pertama buat pasukan BTR. Adakah kamu ada mengimplementasikan hal-hal baru ataupun strategi baru di hari kedua ini supaya bisa lebih bagus lagi skor di hari ketiga ini?
Ada tidak perubahan, ada, dan perubahannya dimulai bahkan dari match kedua. Begitu Air Angel pertama dimulai, ada perubahan ternyata di metanya, kita ajukan adjust di match ketiganya. Jadi overall ada perubahan, ada.
So basically there's a lot of changes and adjustment that the coach has been made to the team, and yeah, technically they're trying to get a lot of points for the day 3.
Alright, good luck, all the best. So how do you feel about the current state of the team? In which areas you think your team needs to improve on?
Jadi gimanakah menurut Cap soal kondisi anak-anak sekarang, situasinya, dan what was the question again? Sorry.
In which areas you think you're...
Dan di manakah titik lemah yang anak-anak harus perbaiki?
Titik lemah sekarang itu adalah ketika ada 1 dari 6 player yang sakit, dan 1 itu adalah IGL-nya Genfos. Tapi begitu Genfos hari ini hadir, yang lain jadi terpacu untuk main lebih baik lagi. Padahal Genfos belum dimainkan. Ya, itu bagus untuk tim.
Okay, so basically the problem that they have over the past 2 days is actually where one of the player from the 6 player that they register is actually sick, which is Genfos, and Genfos is the IGL. So, but then when Genfos is already feel a little bit better and come to his venue, it's already boost the other players' moral, so that they perform really, really well.
Alright. That's a bit heartbreaking news for maybe BIGETRON Red Villains fans out there, but then the game needs to go on. So which team or player do you consider your biggest rival? How are you preparing your team to face them?
Oke, jadi player atau tim mana yang kamu ngerasa itu adalah rival terbesar, dan gimana kamu mempersiapin anak-anak buat menghadapi mereka?
Rival terbesar satu, Boom. Ya, apalagi ada Ken di sana gitu. Bagaimana kita mempersiapkannya? Kita udah melakukan persiapan cukup panjang, dan saya rasa kali ini kita bisa di atas Boom untuk PMSL-nya. Kita yakin sekali.
Okay, so basically their biggest rival is actually Boom. It's because of the coach Ken.
Oh.
So they already prepared how to be able to beat Boom in this PMSL, and they are pretty confident that they're gonna be on top of Boom.
Alright, Ken, watch out. Someone's eyeing on you. Okay, so last question. Since BTR have 2 players, do you think these 2 new players impacted a lot to the team's gameplay?
Jadi penambahan 2 pemain baru di pasukan BTR, yaitu Kenan dan juga Boychill. Apakah menurut seorang coach Coach Cap, mereka ini memberi impact yang sangat besar buat tim?
Saat ini belum terlihat jelas. Untuk preseason terlihat jelas, cuma saat ini belum terlihat sangat-sangat jelas impactnya.
Okay, so basically from the pre-season is actually both of the player have give a lot of impact to the team, but then for this PMSL, the coach haven't really see the impact from those 2 player.
Alright, they need to step up their game. I think that's a wrap. We can't wait for the 3rd game to start. Back to you guys. Bye-bye.
I'm really sorry, Cairo. I don't forget you, bro. But yeah, interesting. And we talked about Gemforce yesterday, Cloud. He haven't been playing so far. I'm still waiting for him to enter in.
Yeah, I think what Coach Cap said, I can resonate with that, because during the preseason tournament, Genforce didn't really perform. So I guess Coach Cap, his interview was really, how should I put it, insightful, I must say. So it's really nice to hear something that is very upfront from Coach Cap. And interesting enough, after all their travels, it seems like Coach Cap has a personal feud with each other. And that will also be very interesting to see whether both BTR who will be on top of each other. But at this point, obviously, to be fair, that BTR that Boom is playing today, BTR they are doing pretty okay to stay on top of Boom.
It's all about matter of time. But really, when it comes to Boom, I mean, lucky enough we don't have Boom today. But speaking of the teams that's not playing, definitely they are at the edge of their seat, biting their nails, waiting for the other teams to take them over. But once they are back here, they will be more motivated and have more drive to actually push forward more than they had before. And speaking of the overall rankings, right, we did mention about the teams that are at the very bottom, including MORPH in this case. Feels like they're not doing... I mean, they're doing okay. Not as like they are deeply invisible or not being spotted out, but it just feels like it's not enough yet for them.
Yeah, because the day one wasn't good at all. I mean, they only got like, what, 8 points in 6 matches. So they not only need to do well today because they need to do well today, but they need to do well today because they need to catch up whatever points that they lost in day number 1. 4 more games to MORPH GPX, still has a lot to work on. But for teams that are performing, they're doing good so far. So our top performers here, featuring Lapa, Keelan, as well as Shirley from the Infinity. So GEEK, always the reliable player, the youngest player in their lineup, has a lot of firepower, and it's shown through his elimination points, the 5 elimination points that he gathered. Actually, this is Lapa breaking the tiebreaker with more dash, but at the end of the day, it's about the elimination points and the points collected.
Now we're heading towards the next wrangle before we're heading into a 20-minute break. This is going to be the first half of the day, and we expect the second half will be a lot of swapping done between the players, and we already have an early spot before. If I'm not mistaken, it was coming up from GE. So GE, they had that sort of a swap, and it kind of works for them for now. But heading into the next wrangle, it's all about the circle, it's all about the flight path. And also when it comes to those early skirmishes, will they start to run and gun again for BN United or not? But what's really matter for you guys right now is gonna be the skin, the exclusive PMSL skin. We cannot stress enough how limited time the skin will be available for you guys.
Yeah, limited time. When we say that it's the PMSL skin, meaning that the time is now, during the PMSL period. After the PMSL period, it might not come. And by the time, don't say that you missed the skin. If you want to preview how it looks, it's like exactly the skin that the players are using inside the game. So that's the blue that you can see from the back. Weapons wise, of course, it's up to the players, whatever skin that they want to use for weapons. But for you guys, if you get this skin, it comes together with an M16A4 skin as well. So as a package, you get the suit, the mask, the gun, and complete. But if you want something to complete your life, it's the Dragon Ball Super event happening right now, and there is a very difficult challenge event that apparently there's only about 2% of players in the world that complete the challenge, which is the first challenge to win 7 games in a row, and the other challenge is, I forget what it was, but to win 7 games in a row, that's tough enough. So challenge now, start up the game and try the Dragon Ball Super event right now.
I mean, like, if you want to be elite enough, be that 2%, guys. Then also coming up from Dandy Groovester, excites our battleground here with all new upgradable firearm cannons, Maestro M24, and also the ultimate set Dandy Groovester set that has arrived. It's only going to be cost you 10 UC for the first draw, so it's quite minimal for your UC to be used down there. And who knows, maybe your luck is just breaking the roof of anything else that you can get this set with your first draw at that 10 UC.
Yeah, who knows? That one 10 UC first draw, you could be lucky to land yourself something huge. Why not? Just it's only 10 UC anyway, and I'm sure a lot of you would have 10 UC inside of the game. So why not spare that 10 UC, try your luck. Maybe also like before you're like kind of calculate, okay, is this time the best? Should I have my luck teams around me and all that, and then when you press it and if you get it, then you know that okay, your lucky charm is working. But speaking about lucky charms, our team here needs the lucky, because right now none of these teams got the chicken dinner just yet, but still have 4 more rounds to go to get it.
Especially PERSIJA EVOS. This is the time they really need to use so well because Vampire is not playing, and not just that, coming up from the side of RRQ, also the same reason because RRQ is super aggressive. But don't forget about BN United. Because of how BN United plays here today, feels like RRQ, their light being dimmed down for a tiny bit because BN United feels like more aggressive than how RRQ performed yesterday.
Yeah, it was just that BN United got surprised by BIGETRON villains in the previous round. If not, it would have been a bigger story for BN United. But anyway, it's okay. It's still a okay, decent for them, and they'll be looking to get from okay to great after this. For FaZe Clan, however, not the round that they would have wanted. They got rushed in by RRQ and 2 of their players got eliminated, so they were in the huge deficit start of the game. So again, another team that will be looking to come back is going to be FaZe in the absence of Mela.
That's kind of true. Hopefully he's recovering well. It's all about the health first as priority for all the players and all the coaches too. But speaking of the side Box Gaming just now, don't forget about how Gosu almost clutched the entire team by himself before BTR steps in the last minute. Gosu was incredibly formidable player, just unfortunate. There's so many third party coming out due to the circle itself. The hardship for the circle is no joke now these days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Since the PMI circle, that's where everyone realized that, hey, the circle is really wonky nowadays. So they were all wondering, like, is it going to be PMS as well? And looks like we got our answer after this first few days is that yes, it's still going to be a wonky circle inside of PMSL. So the teams need to be up for the challenge. This kind of circle was like back in the day. As we go into our game, what kind of wonky circle will we get?
How about we push it a bit to the extreme? Go to Zaki, where it's not even registered under the circle radar ever. we did get a Kamishki before, right? We got first circle as Zaki, but ended up on top of shooting range. That was like 1 time Zaki, that's it.
Yeah, our best for Zaki was on the side of Zaki in the open area, just on top of Yogo Pool. So, yeah, that was the best. We have not got a Zaki town circle yet, and if it goes there, really, we're done. We get retired now.
What else that we didn't get? We did ended up on top of Kamishki before, and we haven't got since the rework of the bridge. Both bridges, we haven't got any sort of a bridge circle since then.
I think it's also because of the esports mode that it's similar to like how the water circle is, right? Like there will not be any water circle because sports mode. I believe it's going to be the same case for the bridge as well, because ever since that was introduced, we have never seen like a bridge at all. So that could be the case with this sort of mode. So we don't expect to see a bridge, but maybe we can see like, okay, near bridge by the coastline. That is a possibility. We're gonna get a nice circle for a middle circle inside the PMSL. So this will be a balanced circle for these teams to work with.
I think this is the first time we got a very gentle circle as a start here in the PMSL this season. And you asked for it before, like around GEEK, we got it around there somewhere. But for the side of the teams, there happened to be some sharing of the compound here. GE once more will have some difficulties sharing with RRQ this time. But RRQ know for a fact it's a bit too early for them to force a fight anyhow. So they go for disengagement, just going to part ways early and find themselves some looting spot, the other places that nearby that can work for them.
Yeah, okay, what I noticed as well, right? Based on that drop, so up north, I believe RRQ, like they had a very good spread, and that's also thanks to Vampire Esports not playing today. Off Yogo Pool is vacant, so you can see like when Vampire doesn't play, a lot of the teams benefit from some of the small things. PERSIJA even need to be worried about them, chasing them down, and then you got like the entire north of Verdi up onto Yogo Pool, up onto Zaki. It's all vacant, so plenty of there for one team, and then you have teams not needing to fear the firepower of Vampire Esports. Can you imagine what happened tomorrow, yesterday, when they come in? Probably for the teams, the first thought is like, oh no, Vampire is back. Can they just continue to take a holiday?
It's kind of true. When the impact coming up from Vampire Esports is just huge when it comes to the dynamic of the entirety of the tournament itself. In case you guys just join us, Vampire is not playing here today because they are in different group entirely, but they will be back tomorrow, so no worries about that. We are excited to have them back tomorrow, which is going to be group A, B, C, D. So Group E will not be playing. DX, Team Secret, Alter Ego, and XERXIA will have their last run for today. And then they have 1 day break, which is important for them, especially DX and XERXIA, since both teams on the top tier, top 2 right now, will have today as their last map. Last map before heading to day number 5. They need to open the gap even further because tomorrow Vampire will be having a clear day since the top 2 teams will not be playing at all.
Oh yeah, so that is where Vampire can catch up to number 1, number 2, whichever number is close by to them by then. But that also means that if XERXIA wants to retain that, they really need to like bang it today. Xavier as well doing the same. BTR, like all those teams up there will need to set the benchmark for Vampire Esports when they come back tomorrow. So because we can expect Vampire Esports to continue to be consistent and scary enough. And plus, the break might help them as well because some time to like reset their minds and get back into the zone. So we might see the best of Vampire again tomorrow.
That's kind of true. Yeah, I don't want to predict it way too early, but there's a shot they try to stretch up the gap even further because they got the entire 6 maps just by themselves without XERXIA and Xavier at the same time. The unfortunate about XERXIA and DX is both teams will have to take a break tomorrow. And they happen to be in the same group as well. So
Yeah.
as long as Group E is not playing, it's a huge opportunity for the teams to take out the first, second spot here. And this is also a big pressure for the side of XERXIA and DX to have more with what they have right now. They really need to push up the number as much as they can.
At least for XERXIA, they're doing not too bad. Xavier arguably is kind of okay. So they are still fine. But we start to see guys of some of the other teams like BTR doing pretty decent today. PERSIJA just without the inclusion of Vampire Esports, they're showing that, oh, you know what? If there's no other team that like disturbed them from the start or like purposely tried them down, they're able to show that they got like what, a top 3 finish earlier on, 3 top 2 finish in the previous round. So pretty good from PERSIJA EVOS. But however, they still need to deal with the fact that Vampire Esports is in this tournament. So when Vampire Esports comes back in the next few days, or tomorrow to be exact, and they're playing together on the same map, they still need to find a way to deal with it. They cannot just like, oh, hope for this one day and that's fine. Because at the end of the day, both teams will be meeting again in the grand final for all the games.
Yeah, it's kind of true. That's kind of very true because it's not just that. It's just the first week, by the way. Not just the grand finals. The league itself still have 2 weeks long later on. So they have to find some remedy. They have to find the solution for their break wall problem of vampires coming up from PERSIJA EVOS. And also, what concerns more for me, it's going to be the Alter Ego side. Now, today will be also Alter Ego not be playing tomorrow. So, since today, like, I think they barely got any points for the entire day now. For the past two maps. So they have to work things out when it comes to what remaining of what have left for the entire day of 4 more maps, including this one. They really have to gain as much point as possible. If not, I'm not surprised anymore if they're being pushed down even to the 13th place later on. If they keep on having this sort of performance on their side here.
Ooh, okay, yeah, the points are close enough though. Like Team Secret is only like what, 18 points away from the Ego. I'm looking as far as, okay, GE 20 points. Oh, it's gonna be a disaster, honestly, if Alter Ego really the bottom 4. I mean, defending champions. I know we're still in week 1. It's very early for this, but if we like look like in the future, right? What if Alter Ego doesn't make it to the grand finals, which is mind blowing, right? This is going to be the first time that we will not see a defending champion able to defend their title in the grand final.
And the only reason we thought about that is because tomorrow they will not be playing. And not just that, this season's already way more better than last season. Not just saying about this season performance compared to the last one. Remember how close it was till the very last minute when it comes to who's getting into grand finals or not, who's winning over or not. Because everything starts since day number one. Yeah, it's still early. Most of them will be saying like, hey, it's just week one, man. It's just we still have a couple of more weeks to go. But it will drag down their performance later on and drag down their overall ranking if they don't start to push now. We saw it in last season and we don't want that to happen again.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Yoodo Alliance story, right? Like, because of that 1 point difference, they had to succumb to set tiebreaker and they lost the tiebreaker to SLD and the ticket to PMWI. So there are a lot of things that, you know, if you would have looked back at that point, if like you're a Yoodo Alliance and you look back to see it, if we did 1 point better from somewhere, and they would have been in PMWI. So you always don't want to be in the case of if really that round back in week one we did something different or we do that mistake or something like that. By the time it's really too late. So like what just it's now you have time and all that, but you don't want to come to a point where the SLD Yoodo Alliance story comes again.
Yeah, the what if and if only word is going to be killing these guys from the inside out, and we don't want them to have to go through that. So they need to push all cylinders out since day one, week one. No matter how much time they have left, they have to treat it like today is their last tournament of the day. They have to give them all their best out there. And speaking of best, it feels like everybody is tipping on their toes. A bit more cautious compared to the last one. It's pretty usual when it comes to the middle match of a wrangle, the second map of a wrangle, to have a bit of a calm start compared to the third and the first one. But XERXIA, as per usual, being very proactive, extremely active team to find all their victims all around. XERXIA spotted our Yoodo Alliance players. Feels like they don't want to resort to violence just yet. They want to go for scouting and try to gather all informations needed first before they start to open fire.
Well, what really helped the 64 players to be still alive here is because the circle is nice. It's like a middle circle. Last we saw it was around the Ikaka, so it allows like all these teams to like come from multiple directions and still be okay, rather than like a circle that's mid to the base is probably the most prominent one that has a lot of choke points. Even up north, there are decent amount of choke points, so that's where we see a lot of early fights. But the opposite of that is that for this kind of nicer fourth stage onwards, will be World War. We'll see fights happening everywhere. But speaking about fights, Yoodo Alliance pick out 2 points from the top team, XERXIA. Ouch! This is opening space, opportunity for Xavier to take that number one.
I mean, I'm not taking the credit away from Yoodo Alliance. That was quite unusual for XERXIA to go blindly like that. I thought they do have the information on the side of GEEK Fam just now. Or was it Yoodo Alliance? Sorry. But back to the side of Alter Ego. They're taking a bit of a blue zone. PERSIJA EVOS breathing behind their back. They're literally chasing tail to tail here. PERSIJA EVOS, even though they're trying to hunt down to a side of Alter Ego, they got chipped down by the blue zone instead. And things looking really dark this time. Well, PERSIJA EVOS, they lost one man early on. And the remaining of PERSIJA EVOS still inside of the blue zone. While Alter Ego fights back. They are the one trying to actually corner around Alter Ego, but things have not been successful by far for side of PERSIJA EVOS.
Yeah, Alter Ego has the ground advantage against PERSIJA. Things trying to get away. Rosemary being shot at from the other side, so a little bit of cover fire from his teammates, Misery, as well as his other teammate, I believe it was Zaxi there. Unfortunately, they might lose Redface, who is on the other side, and they'll need to leave him alone because the zone will start to close in, and it's not going to be worth it to risk life to try to fight against Alter Ego, who has the terrain advantage.
Circle seems to be a bit far from the side. More towards on the left of a map here. GE now start to move as well. They lost Zai quite early on. And MORPH cleaning up the mess that's left on the side of GE. Master Ichi is a bit too low now. I feel like GE is not playing like how they used to. They're running away from fights multiple times this time. QEON on the other hand, be counted fire across all the way downtown. That's going to be RRQ and DX on the other end. It's a bit of a dangerous game for QEON to overstay himself. He needs to build this one out. It's not worth fighting for.
Yeah, plus we're still like 16 teams, right? It's definitely not worth to fight this early unless you find yourself in a clear situation, just like Yoodo Alliance earlier on. If you go out now, it's going to be 0 points. So not the right time to take big risks just yet. And plus you still have a decent amount of space to rotate and avoid fights if needed. Just like in the case of BTR, they're in the compound side of Pachinki, so a lot of space here to work with. It's just that they need to be careful of the abandoned church just outside of Pachinki because there's another team. Not too sure if they know one's there because the team up there has yet to reveal themselves. On the outside, we got Alter Ego now trying to get by MORPH GPs, but with GE on the other side.
Sort of Alter Ego contemplating about what to do next. Here comes Box Gaming, even here already. Feels like they caught themselves in a trap here for GE in the middle of the Wolves. And Alva just trying to spray to Kwang G or Kwang Mane down on his knees. Oh, GE. They just left with one man here. I don't think this is going to be working out for Smile. He's trying to run away from Alter Ego. But at the same time, Box Gaming keep the fire on. MORPH is going to be next, and the circle shifted away all the way towards the Gotka field. Just on the outskirts of Pachinki. Oh boy, this is going to be tough for the side of GE.
Yeah, bouncy hardship circle. This is the trap, but GEEK fam is in the middle of the circle at this point. Box Gaming, stop Alter Ego from coming in. Alter Ego, tanking out the blue. We are at stage 4 now. The good news is that Rosemary and Cole, they seem to have a good amount of first ace. 3 first ace, 4 ace should be okay for them for now, but they still need to find a way through.
Blizzard's not helping. The moment they leave this one more from the other side, this is not great. Alter Ego now caught himself in a trap. Being snared in between two teams here. There's no way out. Rosemary down on the ground. Pepang shot him down. Alva going around in circle with that vehicle. Have no clue where to go next. Everywhere they turn to, there'll be somebody waiting on the other side. Kwang is also shooting to the side of Alter Ego. Alter Ego being surrounded. There's no way out. They being just smothered by these guys with their bullets. And Alva trying to win around this and trying to make just a comeback. But how would the Blues and even smashing them to smithereens? There's no way out for Alter Ego no more. And once more, we talked about Alter Ego. They need to make a comeback here because they've been losing 3 maps in a row now.
Yeah, number 16 this time, but at least better than the previous round. They got themselves 3 eliminations before going out, but still, it is Alter Ego that we're talking about. So a lot of expectation from this, but seems to be not working out for them. They definitely can't wait for the to happen because that's the break that they really need to reset.
What happened to the last season's Alter Ego? Feels like a different team entirely for this season. MORPH on the other hand now shutting down on Box Gaming after they're done with Alter Ego's side. BTR on the other hand, La Part on the ground. Yoodo Alliance tried to take away the compound, tried to capitalize towards these high grounds and these elevation on top of Pachinki, but they're still not inside of circle. They have to force the fight either. How for BTR, they have to cut across Yoodo Alliance. While DBD being eliminated out of nowhere, La Part bleeding out, at least got himself some reset, but earlier keeping the pressure on Keenan. He knows for a fact the flank is always playing the most pivotal part for the team.
Oh, speaking of pivotal part, Yuhai is one of the pivotal parts for BIGETRON Red Village. Going up against Yoodo Alliance without a look at this point. O'Leo with a nade onto Yuhai. 50% of health, tries to get away. He's sitting on his vehicle. But Yuhai will be naded out by Iftar. And that's going to be it for him. His teammates will be bailing him out. Keenan as well as QEON from GPX on the run as well. Look at the amount of teams rotating in the same direction. This is pretty much like the great migrant that we always talk about from previous seasons as Kwang eliminated from afar. Smile defending his ground and he will manage to win this fight. Smile, if he man standing, has 1 more to go. Devious.
No.
Smile makes him smile from here.
No way, he clutched all this by himself there 2 times in a row now. Somebody tried to shag him off the shack, but nobody can actually do so. And Smart be fighting that ground solo-handedly. It's such a long time. And so managed to clutch a couple of eliminations from there on. But the circle happened to be shifting here. Smart still inside of it, and he still got that small shack. With RNG XERXIA, also the last player coming up from XERXIA's team. But PERSIJA, EVOS, Infinity will coming up from the northern side. Same goes for the side of Team Secret with the full squad. BN United got the easiest entry into the circle since nobody else will stop them on the southwest side.
Wow, okay, on the right side, we got 3 teams just next to each other, all of them on the outside of the circle. 20 more seconds, we don't pressure them. Xavier, one of them, currently on the lower ground, tries to find numbers of Yoodo Alliance are at, and Voki will be the next one to go down. Olio as well. Yoodo Alliance only a lap, but Xavier finishes the mob. Yoodo Alliance is out at number 12.
DX winning over that side for a bit. Now have to go through RRQ, Nax, and FaZe even. But they do have some gatekeepers on the inner circle waiting for the entry. Can they advance into it or not? Will it be denied entry entirely? RRQ and Peko down to only 2 more players. Never mind, it's down to only Haxas to do the work. FaZe moment, a bit of trading between RRQ and FaZe, but that's just the last of it. Because DX, out of nowhere, butting into the business of FaZe versus RRQ. Team Secret is there as well. What a mess.
Wow, Xavier, they're in a position they can view the rotation of the other teams around the area and take advantage of it, just like how in the Hexas. And now next, it could be Team Secret. Xavier spending time in the side of the circle. Not afraid at all because they're in a prime position. Okay, Onza's moving in here. He has in hand. There's somebody in front of him, and Onza's with the DBS. He's prepared for it as he takes out Bobo.
MORPH already being eliminated. We're down to 9 teams there with DX taking those elevation. Even though they're not playing inside of a circle, but they use whatever they can and taking advantage as long as they want to. Back to the side of Team Secret. They still have a full squad. They're going around in circle. Rise Eye tried to bait out all the enemy nearby with their positions. Nobody willing to open fire against him, knowing he's just baiting out. But DX will be his next target. Playing a dangerous game between the Putra and also Rise and Pog himself. Not the accident. They should not have it done here. FaZe is just behind them. Onsen is there as well. What a risky game, jeopardizing the entirety of Team Secret. What were they thinking?
Oh no, not the place to flip that vehicle. But Onsen's eliminated by Putra. Putra still holding his ground now. He has Xavier to do it. And unfortunately for Putra, he's on the outside of the circle. Let's Xavier in the same situation. But Xavier has the high ground. Now Putra with the nade onto the high ground to Paragen. Paragen clipped. Paragen still survives. But Putra fighting life.
For what it's worth, they caught himself in a trap here and got himself in the worst condition ever for Team Secret. Not just caught between FaZe and DX, and now DX got those elevations. Easily just toss over those hand grenades. But Lamborghini will be tapped out from afar. PERSIJA EVOS. Here they come. Lynx coming out with those taps from afar. DS couldn't see through due to the smoke blinded them. The shots come out from PERSIJA EVOS. But Team Secret now being eliminated next as PERSIJA EVOS taking the advantage of somebody else's miseries. And they just stand quietly still inside of a circle while waiting all the other guys to step into it and just stop them from advancing.
Oh, Xavier, arguably the toughest entry to circle now. The guy who performed well earlier on, getting the 2 eliminations from BTR all alone. Smile by the edge of the circle. He can crawl in. He just needs to pray that Xavier don't come his way. As for PERSIJA EVOS on the other side, the range pressure onto Xavier. They'll be looking to steal away more eliminations from the distance. But for BN United, they're getting closer and closer to the infinity. And looks like they want to take this fight.
Max already advancing as the front line going in charge against the side of Infinity. Try to stop them from just touching the rim of circle will not be allowed on the side of Infinity here. But BN United, you reap what you sow. You have to be prepared for the fight as well as Infinity. Logan bombed down on the side of Max. Is bleeding out. 2 of them down on the side of BN United. This is going south on the side of BN United. But Porsche waiting on the other end. And waiting and baited out his own mate with that. Break taking on the entirety of Infinity is gone.
Oh, just like that. What a push from BN United. 4 elimination points in the pack. The infinity is out. And now Xavier on the outside circle. I don't know if they know that Smile is behind the shack, but they say, okay, PUBGM has a name. PUBG cooking it up, tossing out the Smile. This could eliminate Smile. Need to be careful. Smile is still okay with 50% of health. PUBG with the second nade into the shack. This Smile is in trouble, but the second nade will knock it out. Neva's gonna come in with a close quarters combat, but Orange is gonna smash from the other side. Smile is saved by XERXIA.
RNJ, speaking of perfect timing, that was just absolutely to perfection when it comes to his timing to pick out at the perfect moment and pin down onto as well. Now RNJ just gonna hold on to that shack just a tiny bit longer, while Misery and Lynx gonna do the same here with the roofless kind of a shack here. No roof top for them, an open shack, but it's enough to barricade himself for the four walls they still have. On the side of GEEK fam, they split it into triangle mode, open up the angles and just widen up this space for them to actually have more grounds. On the side of XERXIA, RNJ, after that adrenaline rush, he managed to pin down on two. He wants to go for more, and BN United have to run away from the blue zone. And Damri just hop onto that buggy, but Misery will not let it go by easily. But lucky enough for the side of Damri, he's still going to survive for the other day.
Yeah, and lucky enough for GEEK fam, they are still a full squad. Sonic putting pressure on the BN United. On the other side, long range spray from ESM4. Reload continues on. BN United, no place to go. There's nothing much they can do in this situation. And the vehicle blown up by Zoxy, knocks down Brick. BN United, it's all about who will get the point. Either PERSIJA, EVOS, or GEEK fam.
Feels like things getting to unfold for the side of GEEK fam. Even though they try to taunt all the other players to open fires towards them with those vehicles running around the corners. Damru managed to reset himself, but still being scouted out by the side of Lynx. That tap will hurt them just tiny bit for now. BN United kind of cowered in one particular angle, clustered up. Audrey running down with Sonics as well. BN United, what a tragedy as the ending.
Rage from Audrey, taking 2 points in this pocket. Building up by Audrey, opportunity taken, and now they're getting closer to Smile. That is next to them. The circle, however, shifted away from GEEK fam. And now they need to deal with Smile. Smile probably going to expose himself soon. He's going to toss out the smoke, and now Mika knows that Smile is there, but it's going to be rude. So rude to take the Smile with a name.
This feels like it should be GEEK fam's game. Down to only RNJ to make the call, and PERSIJA EVOS down to 3 players once more. PERSIJA EVOS shown us they want to maintain their top slot down there and try to push when Vampires is not here. So they will try to get themselves as much consistency as possible. On the side of Misery, keep tapping on Mini 14. But the problem is, the reserved ammunition is not much for him to actually abuse that anymore. Audrey just jumped down towards the haystack, while the rest of them will follow through. It's going to be 1-3 formation coming up from GEEK fam. They do have the numbers. This is it. Can they close the deal?
Looks like that the Lynx will give them a good chance to get a second chicken dinner, and probably the first team to get chicken dinners in a row. But RNJ is waiting on the right. Sonics is moving towards RNJ. RNJ tosses it to the Sonics area, but Sonics taken out by... Oh, RNJ taken out by Sonics. That nade landed first. Beautifully done. Now it's GEEK fam of PERSIJA EVOS for the chicken dinner, but look at the current position. GEEK's in a better position. They have a better spread. PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand, on the outside of the road. So the circle moves away. They need to cross, and that's where GEEK fam can take advantage.
But can Zoxy do it again? Can he clutch the entire team of GEEK fam just how he did the day before? He did it before. It's not impossible for Zoxy to clutch for the entirety of GEEK fam by himself here. But for GEEK fam, they should be prepared. Every single person will be treated like a venom, because PERSIJA EVOS will sting. Why one of them will sting, each of them will sting as that. But on the side of GEEK fam, they slowly try to close the distance between them and forcing them to out from the hiding spot. But GEEK fam also cautiously try to approach them slowly but surely. Safety is their priority right now. Audrey tried to force and flush them out with those hand grenades. A Misery coming out from the flank side. Might drop one on Micah or Sonics at the right time.
Here we go, Misery with the second nade onto Mika. Mika evaded it, but no! Naded down by Misery. There's still Sonics inside the shack now, smoking up. Block the view of his opponent. Sonics has a nade in hand as well, but he needs to get the information on where Misery is at. Misery still crawling around, still being the bane. Baka managed to get into the shack, and now Revive is kicking in.
No more time left for each of the team here. With 2 seconds remaining, that's gone. No more circles for these guys. It's all about the Blues, who will be favored first. Misery spotted out Sony smoothly. He got down! He knocks one! It was GEEK having the numbers, but now he's equal out. It feels again. Feels that they can actually do this for PERSIJA EVOS. They might actually clutch this one out. Misery with the lead shot coming in. Bold and courageous. Nothing stopping. Fearless even. Maker managed to clutch that one out down to Lynx with an AKM in the hand. But Zuxi spotted out. Damn rude. It's going 2v3 back on the side of PERSIJA EVOS.
Okay, Lynx now takes out Mika, so now Lynx needs to deal with the two members of GEEK from the other side. Damrude is going to come in. Damrude is going to come in for the rings. Needs to reset quickly. 30% health left. Damrude with an M4 in hand. That's going to be a close call to the man, but he chooses to secure the elimination point. But Lynx will take advantage of it. Knock Damrude. It's Audrey and Lynx, the two Indonesian players for the chicken dinner.
Mano to mano, Audrey versus Sling. Bobby Barry be killed. The molly hits. The molly hits. Give it advantage to the side of Audrey. Can he actually do it before he resets again? But no first aids anymore on the side of Lynx. All he needs to do is just playing ring around the rosy. But Audrey finish off. After such a long battle, 4v3 a full squad down to mano. What a classical Mexican fight between GEEK fam and the side of PERSIJA EVOS. My oh my. Lucky that Molotov did hit by Audrey.
The second chicken dinner GEEK fam came back to back before the break. GEEK fam is now the team to get two chicken dinners back to back. GEEK fam is in PMSL, ladies and gentlemen. You thought they were gone. They were wrong. And this is GEEK fam.
The first team ever to have a back-to-back chicken dinner, and PERSIJA EVOS shows such consistency as well for the entire day here. Getting themselves at top 5, top 3 almost every single map. But since after this we do have a 20-minute break, will that break the momentum of GEEK fam? Even BTR UI is coming up to their booth to congratulate these guys. Just shows how close they are when it comes to their performance and their relationship behind the scene as well. When it comes to between GEEK fam and BTR, no grudges between them definitely, but PERSIJA EVOS, that was a close one. If Zuxi not being knocked down earlier, maybe they have the shot to clutch that one out, just like how Zuxi did it before.
Record Yuhai had dinner with them last night. But anyway, so Audrey again, the MVP. This guy coming into GEEK fam. Big shoes to fill. They filled it well. The import from the Indonesian region. Look at him. Damage highest. Damage taken lowest. Most eliminations, well, pretty much with Sonics as well as Mika, but still up there. Knockouts, the same as Mika. Guy, he has been I wouldn't say he has been carrying the team, but he has been working well overall. That 1v1 towards the end is just chef's kiss. Because really, really close between the two.
I have to give it, Audrey is just an asset right now. Such a good addition to the side of GEEK fam. It just shows based on the last performance. But PERSIJA EVOS, they really try to push through and they got the least amount of squad time. And compared to all the other teams down there, same goes for the side of XERXIA. I mean, like RNJ, he lasted long enough as a solo player for the side of XERXIA.
Yeah, that's like, what, 11 minutes and 2 seconds that XERXIA had a full squad. It is least among all these teams. For PERSIJA EVOS, still, what they can come up with without that kryptonite in today's game, without Higher Esports, they are still able to be a very consistent team. So, well, PERSIJA EVOS today, ladies and gentlemen. But for XERXIA, it was unfortunate they were caught Yoodo Alliance early on, losing 2 players. If not, they would have had manpower towards the end, and maybe the result will have been different.
What concerning is going to be DX actually. If they cannot push up to the #1 spot, even open up the gap between them and Vampires, they will be catch up tomorrow. Same goes for the side of XERXIA, but at least RNG actually do put up a fight till the end of it. But this is where Infinity also surprises us. When there's so many teams happen to be parking themselves and pull over in the center of attention, and happen to be dropping themselves in the trap there when they just pull over in the center of a war zone. And just what Infinity was one of it. And a lot of teams just being bowing out by the teams that are actually guarding on the sideline. 10-10 for the placement and ranks. eliminations coming up from the side of GEEK Fam. 20 points. Now there's going to be a very good day for the side of GEEK Fam.
Oh yeah, increased number of eliminations from the previous, and the only team to receive a double digit of eliminations in Wrangle. So it's a good showing by GEEK Fam. But for the other teams, at least this round that no team goes out empty-handed. Even as low as 1 point for BTR and DVD, there's still a point no matter what. But just as when we had that interview with Tab, he knows the issues between BTR and all that. He was very realistic about BTR's current performance. Unfortunately, just before the break, BTR did not well with only 1 point collected this time.
Speaking of our overall weekly rankings, XERXIA just opened up the gap even furthermore with EX have a 10-point margin between them. But GEEK start to push down the rest of the teams with 97. They might be hitting that triple digit any time now based on the next performance. The CJ EVOS also catching up here, pushing Vampires down. But Vampires, if they want to catch up tomorrow, it's not that big of a gap still.
Yeah, it's really close, and not only that, for GEEK to get the number 1, the gap is also close enough because we still got 3 more games to go after this. And if GEEK continue on to be like that, or maybe even break the chicken dinner record, I don't know. Maybe we will see that a GEEK Fam beat the number 1 team, and the team that before this not many people were talking about to be that number 1. So come up with a surprise.
Feels like everybody can be number 1 at this state, honestly speaking. Like we don't know who will be dominating or not. But at the same time, we're gonna hit the break after this. And speaking of the break, will this hurt GEEK Fam's momentum though?
Well, this will be the big question, right? And this will be where we will start to ask not only ourselves but also the teams, like, will the break their momentum literally, or will they be able to continue on, refresh, and that as they head on to the next game, and probably be the king of Erangel today, because 2 chicken dinners from Erangel. 1 more, they would have sealed the deal to be the crown king of Erangel for today.
That's kind of true. So far, we haven't got any team that kind of over-dominates certain maps, right? So if only they can secure in the next one, that would be officially crowned as the Kings of Wrangle. Hopefully that's the case, but so far we haven't got the Kings of Miramar or the Kings of Sunhawk. Has been alternating by far. But yesterday has been a great day where we do have all the flags flying. So I hope today will be the same case here, but it's going to be a tough shot. But I think we're going to head into the break anytime now. Yeah, so we're going to head into the break. See you guys after this.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together. Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this new gameplay, you can do battle while playing as Dragon Ball characters. Let's get to know them and their skills. Son Goku's standard attack is a barrage of Kidan. Its damage output is reliable with an average rate of fire. It's crucial to find the right time to attack. In order to make this a bit easier, Son Goku's charged attack is a continuous Ki Blast, which can be charged up and fired to attack enemies. At the same time, Son Goku has a special movement skill, but this is great for mounting a surprise attack or to escape a dangerous situation. It can be stockpiled 3 times, allowing it to be used in quick succession. Get to know these moves and you'll be one step closer to victory. Similar to Goku, Vegeta's standard attack is also a barrage of Kidan. It has a faster rate of fire, but the Kidan travel a bit slower. It takes a bit of prediction to accurately hit enemies. However, Vegeta's charged attack fires a bunch of Kidan, which deals small area damage to the target. Vegeta charges up with energy when he hits enemies. Once fully charged, Vegeta can release all the stored energy at once to deal massive damage to an enemy. If you wish to fight at close range, then you have to try Ultimate Gohan. Ultimate Gohan's standard attack is a rapid flurry of Kidan that can deal a ton of damage while up close in a short period of time. When you're surrounded, Ultimate Gohan can use his charged attack, which is a powerful single Kidan. It needs to be charged up first, but it will deal a lot of damage to anyone caught in the crosshairs. It can decisively end a battle during pivotal moments. At the same time, Ultimate Gohan also has a special skill that generates a protective barrier around himself. The barrier can block 500 damage and protects from all incoming projectiles while in effect. When the barrier takes enough damage or the time runs out, it will dissipate on its own. Piccolo's standard attack deals high sustained damage. Its damage even increases the more it hits in a row, which will really test your aim. Furthermore, Piccolo's charged attack can snipe enemies from a distance. He can zoom in for this powerful single-shot attack, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Even if you miss, it's no big deal. Piccolo's special skill is a powerful dash that can be used to close in on enemies, even those in the air. Another close-range fighter that's worth trying out is Frieza. His standard attack is an elongated Kidan that's easy to hit enemies with. Use his charged attack to throw a huge spherical Kidan. Positioning and timing are key. Frieza also has a special skill for controlling the battleground. Select a location and he will leap into the air. Then after a brief pause, smash at the location. It damages anyone that's hit and sends them flying. So that's a quick rundown on all the characters' moves. Come join the intense battle with Dragon Ball characters. A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava, otherwise you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory.
Hello everyone, we're back from the break. But before we start the fourth match of the day, we are here for another interview session. And this time around, I have Damrut from GEEK Fam, the IGL of the team. Hello Damrut.
Hello.
Alright, so congratulations. You are the first team to get back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner in match 2 and 3 just now. Your team performed a lot better today compared to the past 2 days. What helped your team improve the gameplay so quickly? Jadi, Damrut, tim anda baru saja mendapatkan winner-winner chicken dinner dalam match yang kedua dan match yang ketiga sebentar tadi, tahniah. Dan performance pada hari ini nampak jauh lebih baik berbanding dengan 2 hari lepas. Apa yang membantu ataupun apa yang diperbaharui daripada gameplay untuk GEEK Fam sendiri?
Okay, thank you. Apa yang membantu tim kami sebelum 2 hari lepas tu, sebelum tidur kami buat macam study, tengok game balik lah. And then kalau kami ada masa terluang, kami macam buat team talk kejap, and then buat planning before game start semua. Contohnya macam match pertama kita buat ni, match kedua buat ni, match ketiga buat ni. And then luckily kami dapat double chicken lah tadi.
Alright, so what he answered was that they do some revisions after the day ends, and then they prepared for the next day with a team talk, and then they did some strategy planning with the whole team, and thank God they play beautifully today. Alright, so in 2 matches back-to-back, your team is fighting with PERSIJA EVOS and you won both times flawlessly. So, any words to PERSIJA EVOS? Jadi, dalam 2 match berturut-turut, di match yang kedua dan di match yang ketiga sebentar tadi, GEEK Fam menentang dengan pasukan PERSIJA EVOS dan GEEK Fam menang 2-0 setakat ini. Jadi mungkin Damrut ada apa-apa kata-kata untuk PERSIJA EVOS?
Fight dengan orang dekat last circle tu best lah. And then lagi satu, better luck next time.
Alright, so what he mentioned was that they had fun playing with PERSIJA EVOS. They give a tough fight, but then at the end of the day, they are the better team and better luck next time for PERSIJA EVOS. So, last but not least, Damrut, before we end this interview, the final question is, anything you would like to say to your fans out there who are rooting for you right now? Jadi, Damrut, ada apa-apa kata-kata untuk fans kat luar sana?
Ada. Okay, untuk fans GEEK Fam yang tengah menonton gitu, teruskan untuk support kami, biarpun kami perform ataupun tak perform. Dan untuk family, thank you sebab support juga. Ya, itu sahaja daripada saya.
Alright, so the final answer was hopefully all the fans out there supporting GEEK Fam through their ups and downs throughout this whole tournament, and to their family also, which he mentioned that they are very grateful and keep supporting them throughout the journey. And that's all from Damrut. I think that's all too from this interview, and see you guys in match 4. Back to you, casters at the table.
Well, to a certain extent, especially the first question, I felt that I could have answered it himself since he is also the analyst for GEEK Fam. But anyway, we heard it from Damrut himself, so they are feeling good. Whatever team talk, whatever revision that they had with the time that they have before this. So now it's going to be the question of whether the break actually break their momentum or whether it will continue on for them to be the king of Erangel.
Just one more left to complete the set coming up from GEEK Fam if they can finish off as a throne of King of Wrangles. But don't forget about the other teams as well. PERSIJA EVOS have been eyeing out to push their numbers up there. So far they've been consistently getting themselves in the top 5 in almost every single map.
Yeah, we got PERSIJA EVOS, and there are swaps here all around, right? Like BN United has been doing fairly good. Well, before this they were like on page 2, but because of their level of consistency, they're starting to go up as well. So the teams up in the top 3, especially for XERXIA, who has not, we haven't seen the best of XERXIA yet today. They gotta be careful because that number 1 could be overtaken by the other teams.
But yeah, and speaking of between the teams, so we do have the head-to-head between none other than GEEK Fam and PERSIJA EVOS, you just mentioned about them. I do love this comparison so much, especially Audrey got himself the last MVP, and Lynx, used to be one of the strongest player coming up from PERSIJA EVOS as well. When it comes to damage wise and elimination, is pretty much almost the same for both of them, but Troubles more to the side of Audrey. You can feel that Audrey is more aggressive when it comes to approaching certain fight, while Lynx prefer to go from the blind spot at the flank side. The team contribution definitely more towards the side of Lynx. Audrey always be the first front liner for the team instead.
Yeah, this was the 1v1 towards the end from the previous round that Audrey won against Lynx. And Audrey is the 2 MVP for both of the chicken dinners that GEEK fed today. Can he get a third one? This will be really interesting. And they already broken for the first team to get 2 chicken dinners back to back. If they get a third one, they're setting the high up there.
That's kind of true. All they need is just complete one more coming up from the side of GEEK fam. All they need is just to complete that one more Erangel to get that King of Wrangle. But what's not complete for you guys is going to be if you guys don't have yourself this PMSL exclusive skin. And this is the first ever for the PMSL skin to actually be out for you guys. So make sure you have it, because if not, you're not that exclusive anymore. You want to be special, this is the time for you to feel it.
Yeah, one of the coolest advertisements, I must say, during the break time. If you didn't manage to catch it, well, it will be up next time. Don't worry that, because it is still within the PMSL period, so you still have time to get it. And you want to get it after the PMSL period, well, for you know, it's not that anymore. You want to review, it's either you look at the suits that are used by the players in game, or bring the advertisement. But while you get that, you can also get yourself a Royal Pass, because while you play the game, you reward yourself with in-game items. And this time, since it is a time, so the summer mood is in game as well, this is where you can get this set that is the new beach and pool party theme. Although it looks feminine, but hey, you know what? You can be anyone that you want inside the game.
That's kind of true. Just been anything or anyone, who knows, right? Maybe there's some sort of feminine side of you they want to show off, and this is the time to do it. But also, not just this, if you don't get the Sunway Raptor set, there's going to be entirety of the Royal Pass available for you guys as long as you do the mission. But don't forget about the Aston Martin. It's going to be exclusively during this time until the 13th of September, starting from 21st of July. You still have a lot of time to try to get this skin, because it's very limited amount of time for you to be available for you guys to gain this skin. And it's quite a rare sight to have super sport car to collaborate with PUBG Mobile as well. Last time we had a Tesla, and this time we do have Aston Martin, but that was like what, 2 years ago, so it's going to be 2 years once for you to have this opportunity again.
Yeah, I've been looking up fun facts about Tesla, and did you know that all Aston Martin cars, and did you know that all Aston Martin cars are actually made by hand? Yeah, so instead of using like production lines to produce as many vehicles as well, apparently they're all handmade. So that means it is exclusive. Well, of course, that's a car, but technically the one inside the game is handmade by P-Program it as well. So that's some fun facts about the Aston Martin car for you guys. So if you can own inside the game, you can tell this fun fact to your friends as well and make yourself look smart.
But we don't want to waste any more time. Once we drop our custom prediction, means we're gonna head into the game very soon. So far, none of us hitting any of those marks yet. And MORPH, Team Secret, PERSIJA, EVOS, well, they have been consistent, but didn't score any chicken just yet. REGUM, surprisingly, yesterday and today has been 2 different teams now.
Yeah. Very different showing for them. Just they've been losing the fights, except for that one fight against the FaZe Clan that actually to their compound, the petrol station inside of the previous Erangel. But other than that, to see the best of REGUM just yet. But we are starting to see the best of PERSIJA EVOS since Kryptonite Vampire Esports is not around. So they've been pretty consistent, always hitting the top 3 spot. And if they can continue on like that, well, maybe it could be one of the surprise team to take that number 1 spot away from PERSIJA at this moment. But right now, the highlight team, of course, is GEEK fam eyeing their 3rd contender for today.
Don't jinx it, Cloud. When we say it too many times, I'm kind of worried for them. Just hope it's going to be the best for them for the next one, because I do want to see a triple A. We got a double chicken in a day 2 times now. I mean, like, with GEEK fam now it's the 3rd. It was starting off with PERSIJA EVOS at first, and then who got it the second one? Let me recall it.
So it was GEEK fam got the second one, and the third one is up for GEEK.
No. I mean, like, when it comes to double chicken, oh, do have a swap between the GEEK fan players? Sorry, the BTR players, if I'm not mistaken. Double swap. Finally, Gen Force is here. Hello, Gen Force.
Okay, so this is gonna be his first showing in PMSL this time. Gonna be big expectations for Gen Force. Which Cap also mentioned that there is a gap between Gen Force and his previous performance that we know of him. So it's his opportunity to really step up and show his coach that he's able to do it this time. Preseason wasn't his greatest result, but he could be waiting for this moment to really show his stuff. So the inclusion of just will be interesting, and definitely we'll see how it will change the destiny for BTR this time.
Another swap of a player. West Carry is back in, and GE swapping on Monet. Now that's a big one, because we do know Monet is always the one that actually one of the best fragger when it comes from wildcard region, but gonna have to wait and see how will this fare when it comes to them swapping that in and out. A lot of players and teams having to be swapping in and out of their roles here due to the second half of the day. We're heading into 2 Miramar after this wrangle, the last wrangle of the day. I want to see how it will fare later on, especially coming out the teams that love, especially Miramar.
Yeah, Miramar is definitely going to be a different ball game for a lot of teams, but it will be also a happy map for PERSIJA EVOS again, since Vampire is not around, so I want to really chase them down unless someone else wants to do it. That's a really cute player showing us the screen, some personality that we can see from the teams. BN United up and down, but hopefully they'll be able to recover here in our final wrangle for today.
This is going to be our last wrangle of the day, and once more we do have a southern side more towards a down south up to hospital sort of a flight path. We had this twice here, including this one today, and might be a generous circle once more. So far we have been having a good day of a wrangle here when it comes to day number 3. XERXIA happened to be dropping quite early. I'm not surprised anymore, but we do want to see if there's any change of drop spot coming up from these teams.
Yeah, normally XERXIA drops around the areas of Milta Power, so not too much of a surprise that based on this flight path they drop fairly early. I'll be looking forward to see the area of shooting range Yogopu, see if it was RRQ, but I think they can still reach Yogopu since Vampire Esports is not playing it, so if they choose to go to Yogopu, that's absolutely fine. Tons of loot there, still a spot that is very good. Obviously if you have a full squad there, that's absolutely fine. Other than that, Team Secret, since Gatka is just on top of this flight path, expect them to be in the same area, but also around the area where DBD and Geek Fam is at. But speaking about DBD, I just had this thought that we didn't get to see what happened BT the previous round. They were out at number 15 without a single elimination. Hopefully the time that they can do better.
Feels like the circle is more towards the Medusa intersection this time. It's been a while we have this sort of a circle, and finally we get to see one. It's quite an interesting feat because a lot of teams dropping on the left side of a map instead of the right side here, and most of them dropping on the southern side, but not too far off from the Medusa intersection. It's still within reach for them. Infinity as per usual taking SMB for themselves, but we do have another contender. I think Zerja is just across the street as well, so you're gonna have to wait and see. Like you mentioned before about DBD, at least, well, they're tied with TS, and they just played today as their second day instead of a third. I think they're doing still okay down there. I mean, like, I don't know, a lot of catching up to do still, but the gap is not too significant if you ask me compared to, it's within reach still. 40 down to, try to reach out to around 50 more points. It's doable still within the next few days.
Yeah, it is definitely doable. The only worry is that DBD never had a good record when it comes to South Asia. Whether when it was the PMPL C back then, they didn't qualify, and even in the previous PMSL, they didn't qualify to the grand finals too. So DBD still has this kryptonite of in Southeast Asia. It's always hard for them to perform for some reason, and it's just this puzzle that I have no answer to, because that they were recent crowned PMPL Malaysia champions, but still to have to start in Southeast Asia is still this big puzzle that somehow they need to solve.
Feels like they need to expand their flexibility of roles in that case. Usually that's the case because they are fixed towards a region playstyle instead of expanding their knowledge of try to be a bit more versatile based on their situation according to the environment that they need to adjust themselves as well. Because that's the difference between the team that really well experienced and well versed and veteran enough to adjust themselves based on the current title of tournament they are playing against. Because when you play with your own region, nothing is easy by the end of the day. It's just a different level of challenges you have to face against based on what kind of region you're fighting against. In South Asia level, there's a lot more complexity in it because every single region do have their own tactical preference compared to just one particular region.
Yeah, although the devil's advocate would say that it's been multiple seasons now that DB entered Southeast Asia, but somehow they still not managed to find the answer of how they want to perform in Southeast Asia. It's really that big puzzle that I don't know. I mean, if it's like the first season, then we can say, okay, yeah, first time outing, getting experience, getting to the team Southeast Asia, yeah, okay. But it's been multiple seasons now. So it's the scary part for DBD, the curse of Southeast Asia that have yet broken.
I personally feel like what they needed coming up from DBD's side is having maybe a different region player to add in there to see if they can adapt to it. But like example here, right? GEEK fam, they used to be having a tough time in South Asia region as well. But then Yuhai will be shipped out towards side of BTR to play in the Indonesian PMPL. And he get used to a different region playstyle entirely and adapt himself to have multiple sort of versatility circumstances needed if he needs to pull that off for the different roles, example. And then when he came back Malaysia, he just joined GEEK fam, and that's how GEEK fam, when they do have UI on the lineup, that's where GEEK fam start to adapt to a South Asia game style, where they can compete in South Asia region with more, how do I say this, more solid sort of a play style and tactic compared to them before Yuhai joined in back in the days. That's what I meant coming up from DB. Maybe that's what they needed. Coming up from a different region player, it's good to have a mix and match sometimes in the lineup from a different region. It gives you a different sort of perspective, a fresher view of how to approach the game on a different angle next time.
Yeah, perhaps that's true enough. We can see how Audrey from GEEK India, who has obviously played in PMPL Indonesia, with that sort of exposure, now with GEEK and 2 MVPs back to back with the 2 chicken dinner, and yes, that he's a very valuable player for GEEK fam. So yeah, maybe perhaps it's something for them to consider and to look into that, just to add more a different sort of perspective experience for a DBT to sort of boost them up. But unfortunately for now the roster is obviously locked until at least the PMSL is done. So for them to have a second chance is that for them to somehow qualify onto PGC. Either it is through the PMGC points from PMPL Malaysia or the top 6 in the grand finals later on for them to have that second chance of having a international transfer into the lineup to be prepared for PMGC.
Definitely, it's always going to be next time for the teams that didn't make it. I mean, like, it's a bit too soon for us to say about what's going to happen in the PMSL Grand Finals, but in case some teams, or like it or not, we only have 16 teams to advance towards the Grand Finals later on, and 4 will be relegated either way. But hopefully the other 4 relegated teams later on will still come back to the next season PMSL. Then we get to see the stable growth. We can see the progress of each team and have a better precise data if you want to actually see the growth of each of one certain teams in that sense.
Yeah, just like the growth of I would say BN United is doing pretty well so far. the Infinity coming back with a almost refreshed lineup. Only Logan, the original member, has been doing fairly well. And it so happened when we talk about the Infinity and OCD. Now it looks like they have a skirmish between the both of them, with DBD with the first knockdown to Infinity, and now they will take advantage of the knock.
Infinity moving in parallel move with DBD. Isaac going straight into Armstyle, being knocked down early on. Will finish off the execution to a side of Armstyle. Both DBD are tested enough to finish off and translate into 1 point. While the Telco shifted away, and it's going to be right on top of the Medusa intersection right now. On top of that bridge even. If a hard shift down south all the way, it's going to be a pre-circle entirely. BN United just left Nova Remnoye. While the others, MORPH, Alter Ego and GE, were having a bit of a skirmish since they are clashing in the same direction here.
Oh, okay. Style taken out by Echo. That's going to be first blood for DBD. The Infinity now will be playing the rest of the round with 3 players on a deficit. Already knocked down by... Wait, by who? Oh, by Echo. Okay, Mika knocked down by Olio. Looks like another fight happening between Yoodo Alliance and GEEK fam. But DBD with a knock. Okay, playing this really aggressive. I liking the confidence coming from DBD. And not enough time for Shirdy to totally reset himself as DBD has 5.
Lobby, this is a dangerous game he's playing. He managed to knock on 1 and 2, but it's not going to be enough. They need extra hand. Infinity, Lobby has been doing so much work by himself, but DBD, will this be the end there? And Aizen managed to have a bit of a trade done. And now down to Aizen to make it work. If we're going to be Logan versus Aizen to see who's actually the better mid-range to CQC player. But it's still going to be Aizen. He managed to pull it off.
Wow, Aizen. My goodness, that was so close. I was like at the edge of my chair watching that. You know what this reminds me of? Last season's PMSL when Aizen clutched in the combat. I forgot with which team, but one game play from Aizen also clutched the one team. I think it was FaZe Clan at that time. Ooh, this just brings back memories. Aizen's quality as a player.
That was a close one as well. And lucky enough, he didn't actually whiff any of the bullet when it really matters in that certain state. But Infinity, that was a dearly cost for them. Have to lose quite early on with no points in the bag even. Ended up with the 0 and the first team to be out. That's going to hurt them when it comes to overall rankings, definitely. Just like how Alter Ego being pushed down all the way to 8th place from 5th place early on. Infinity might actually share the same boat as Alter Ego if this keeps going on.
Wow, I mean, at least majority of the time, the Infinity has been doing fairly well. But I'm happy to see like DBD starting off well down, and they still maintain all 4 of their members, 24 points at the back. Because I like to see like the bottom teams showing up and give us a surprise. This is a pleasant surprise for me. And with that 4 points in the back, they overtake GE in the overall. So that's 1 up for them, and probably more to come.
Here comes the verdict coming out from Berserker. It's going right on top of Farm. Still comprises just around 10% of that Medusa intersection. We have no clue if it's going to be a hard shift all the way up north after this. But whoever's on the southern side of the island should actually start moving right now. Nobody's down there already anymore. BN United already crossed over that side of a bridge. But we do have Shelter passing across Alter Ego and PERSIJA EVOS. What are the odds? These 2 teams, including BTR as well, happen to be just crashing into each other. The Indonesian team love to fight amongst themselves.
Wow, so happened that PERSIJA EVOS left the area. So a little bit of a quick, nice, good move there from PERSIJA EVOS. Now they have Alter Ego down on the lower ground instead. And plus, they are closer to the zone. So the next shift will favor PERSIJA EVOS even more.
Misery. Kind of scattered out MORPH on the other end as well. Redface start to push forward on the flank side. If it's not being careful, be backstep on the side of MORPH that side. Surprisingly, all Indonesian teams happen to be moving in the same sort of direction here. PERSIJA, Alter Ego and MORPH have to be in the same place. Redface down on his knees. I just mentioned about him. Who shot him down in an instant. Stolen away by Rosemary. Oh, Redface.
They thought they had the upper hand against Alter Ego, which they did, to be fair. But Rosemary Carry just, well, being the rose carry he is, defending his ground against PERSIJA EVOS. And now PERSIJA EVOS, not with a full squad, they will not pursue anymore. Back out, and Alter Ego, at least they have space to reset.
Side of RIQ taking a warehouse. Also, the couple of compound BN United just next to them. We have one more team just across them as well, right on top of farm. 3 teams on top of farm for now. They are in the center. Yoodo Alliance just around the corner, but they're separated just a tiny bit. So far, nobody else is joining Infinity in the lobby just yet, but DBD just won himself quite big victory just now. And GEEK fam start to challenge them, try to gatekeep them at bay. They're barely at the rim of a circle. But like it or not, for the side of DBD, they still can have the time to rotate up north if they want to. But if they want to cut across, they have to prepare for 2 teams in a row now, because Team Secret is just behind GEEK fam next.
Well, if they want to play aggressive, they can. And probably they should. Yeah, number 1, they need the points. Number 2, if they win fights, then it does boost their comps. If only they have the information that we can see here that GEEK fam is playing as a trio, then know they have the numbers advantage against GEEK fam, and it's going to be a worthwhile fight for them. But let's see, how far will it be, because the next phase of circle will show itself. Will they still get it? Too far. So probably it's going to be a fight that we can expect between DBD and fam.
You know what? All the regions love to fight amongst themselves. Now, we look at North, we see all the Indonesian team. We look at South, it's going to be a lot of Malaysian teams as well. Back to the side of Alter Ego, back on north side of MORPH, and one side of PERSIJA EVOS taking on west carry of GE. Yoodo Alliance forcing the fight as well. It's going to be 3-way war. PERSIJA EVOS, GE, and as well as PERSIJA EVOS, Yoodo Alliance, and GE. Sorry. Back towards the DBS on the side of Smile, kind of running low with those DBS. Still make it work. Oh, Smile. Definitely smiling right now, but I think look.
Well, just as you mentioned, he's smiling right now. Lasted for like maybe 2 seconds, and that's about it. Smile wiped out his face by Luke, and they are out number 15 with 1 elimination point. Taken out to Alliance with Voki, the one we eliminated. Now, Yoodo Alliance will need to defend this ground against DBD, who seems to be on a high now.
QEON taking on Alter Ego at the same time after pursuing such a long time here. Kind of hot on the tails. Trong's in, spotted out Rosemary. Alter Ego after one fight to the other. Box Gaming is there, even though they're just passing by, but they're taking advantages of this situation to Alter Ego now. Try to clear up the rest of MORPH, but the terrain making it so difficult for them to visualize what's on the other end. QEON reposition himself as Zocta just keep on tossing those nades, but been running down by QEON. And that's just it. MORPH trying to work around with what they have. But Box Gaming will be the one that cleaning up the crew and cleaning up the mess that's been done between these 2 teams.
Wow, MORPH GPS coming with a nothing to lose mindset, but now they have Yoodo Alliance. They have PERSIJA EVOS. They got 2 teams to deal with, but Yoodo Alliance have been eliminated. DBD and PERSIJA EVOS now. DBD needs to defend the house against PERSIJA. Zuxi will be knocked down. DBD, they're doing well so far. Misery on the outside legs. They need to eliminate both of them to defend this house.
Side of Yoodo Alliance be eliminated next. There's going to be 3 team out for now, but Box Gaming has capitalized over MORPH. Same goes for Alter Ego. The one that actually winning on the other side is going to be Box, but DBD not taking things easy either. As PERSIJA slowly but surely taking it out limb by limb. All that's left of DBD is just a duo and one bleeding out. As PERSIJA EVOS Zuxi will be revived by Misery and have a reset for the entire crew.
Oh man, DBD actually eliminated. Oh, PERSIJA EVOS. Right timing, right moment, and with that, 2 teams actually eliminated by PERSIJA EVOS. That's Yoodo as well as DBD, netting themselves 6 elimination points in this round. Now they're in the total 99 points. Only 1 point more to break that 100 point mark for PERSIJA EVOS. Wow, everyone after this break, what just happened? Everyone's like, all of a sudden they're on a high.
Feels like they're very bloodthirsty after just resting and bench out for 20 minutes. Within that break, maybe just reassess situation, and the coach having a bit of a pep talk with the team. making sure they have the drive for the next second half here. But the circle just shrinks again. BN United got the center with RRQ. As well, PERSIJA EVOS guarding over the southern side. DX will have to cut across two teams at the same time. With BTR, surprisingly, a very interesting playstyle to have. The formation of 2-2 quite far apart from each other, trying to take down BN United at the same time.
Well, speaking about what's interesting, FaZe Clan and Team Secret, this will be a fight cannot evade because we're talking about stage 5 now. FaZe Clan moving in 4v4. This is going to be equal now between the two. But Team Secret, they have elevation advantage against FaZe Clan, but they don't have the information because the house is blocking their view, so they don't know that MORPH is actually right below them.
Oh. It's gonna triple try as well, but FaZe prepared for that. And that's going to be MORPH doing all the work by himself. And moment will be picked up by the side of MORPH. The rest of FaZe have to leave the vicinity, knowing for the fact the Blues are closing in. TS, they leaving as well. But Zral's not willing to go away just yet. Staying on the rooftop, spotted out the rest of FaZe. He can open fire if he wants to. Moment is just beneath him. But at the same time, the covers by this terrain actually help FaZe temporarily. But Vintoris tried to scout out the rest of FaZe to get on with it and unite once more. Team Secret will be a bit too late for them to leave now.
Unfortunately, Zral has no frag grenades. If not, grenade down FaZe Clan. This gives opportunity for FaZe Clan to come in. Torres from the other, putting pressure to Helton, almost knocking down the blue. Is pressuring him as well, and Helton will be knocked down by the blue. Zral in the crosshair of Torres. Zral will evade it, but not for long. And Borghini will shoot Zral from the other side.
Rizai tried to comprehend how did his teammate actually be knocked down at the back line. GEEK is facing the same fate as Team Secret right now, as FaZe stopping them from pushing forward. It's going to be on to taking one by one down RQ as well. And FaZe, they barely get into the circle, still right on top of farm, but they have a lot of gatekeeper, and it's a strong one as well. It's going to be XERXIA taking this side, stopping FaZe from pushing forward.
Oh, looks like the break did not do GEEK fam well, as they got it at number 11. Not in the rank to gain a placement even. It's unfortunate for GEEK fam. No streak for them. The Rizai shot at, vehicle smoked up, no choice but to be on foot.
Levi is playing around with the blue zone now. Got himself the vehicle quite chucked down by the blue zone, which is going to be stage number 5 here. Will hurt them quite a bit, burning them alive if they stay themselves overextending the blue zone. Chua spotted out what's across, quite far off, around 100 meters apart against BN United. BTR is actually around the same compound as BN United at the same time. FaZe did not spot it out Rizai. He's playing around the terrain, but Vintoris, that's a bold move. But just randomly, openly toss over that hand grenade. FaZe, they don't have covers. They are playing a very dangerous game here.
Yeah, Vintorius knows that he can't pursue Rai because it's an open position. But Moment tries now with a nade, tossing on to where Rizai is at. Rizai evades the first nade, second nade, third nade. They're just raining down the right. They want that 1 point just to finish off Team Secret. Open smoke now, FaZe Clan is charging in, but on the other side, D Xavier can shoot them down. Not careful.
Vintoris will want to pursue on Rizai. Left, right, center is being surrounded. There's no way out for the side of Rizai. He just bombarded himself, denying the points to the side of FaZe. Just gonna bow out in a fashion for the side of Team Secret. PERSIJA EVOS, they're not done yet. They're still picking onto a side of FaZe across the map, but they have two teams to deal with at the same time. It's gonna be FaZe and D Xavier at the same time.
Oh yeah, the teams are really close to each other. That's why we can see multiple teams need to manage multiple angles, that is. PERSIJA was just right behind them. So they have the circle advantage with them and hold on to this compound a little bit longer. XERXIA, they are staying quiet. They do have a sniper tower to work with, so they are okay now with the circle in hand. But for FaZe Clan, no circle means they need to pick a fight.
Interesting enough for XERXIA actually staying in the same spot, all of them clustered out. BTR taking Box Gaming at hand. Namkip bleeding out. Trong's in down to 3. He got himself 3 eliminations, but Box Gaming do have 3 players left. BTR stopping them from pushing forward. FaZe Clan have to cut across PERSIJA, but being stopped by two teams at the same time. XERXIA FC, as per usual, it stings. Those bullets coming out from his DP28.
Oh man, it is hard for FaZe Clan. I mean, open area, no vehicle, got PERSIJA, EVOS in front. How are you gonna get out of this? The only way is to get a knockdown from afar and charge in, but you got more teams looking at you. Moment will be eliminated by RNJ. XERXIA will pick up some point in this round. Zuxi wants to find their point as well. Nate onto FaZe Clan, and the blue side putting pressure on FaZe Clan. It will land onto Onsen soon as FaZe Clan fighting their way against PERSIJA EVOS. They are fighting a losing battle now.
Oh, he's down on his knees now. His box being eliminated next. But FaZe, they are dying. And now left with only Venturas. He got the last first aid, and the Blues are closing in. He got nowhere else to run, nowhere else to go. And that's just it. BN United shuts them down.
Oh man, it is hard for FaZe Clan anyway. But now, Xavier wants a little bit of this party as Lynx is still on his... Oh, no circle. Now Zone will arrive onto EVOS. Lamborghini with a nade onto Lynx. He wants to secure the point. The rest of PERSIJA EVOS getting out of here. They have to leave Lynx behind.
Lamborghini try to reposition himself with Zuxi. Almost shredded the entirety of the helmet. Still gonna try to find more. Misery has been wandered left, right, center. Porsche blowing up. Levi, what is happening on the other side of PERSIJA EVOS? They're losing so fast, and they're gone.
I mean, there were many surrounding them, so it was really, really hard as well. And stage 6, we got a good teams, and that's naturally what happens. But now, stage 7, circle shifting from XERXIA. Xavier on the outside of the circle as well, but on Xavier's side, at least 3 teams close by to them.
Megamind healing himself with whatever bandages he got left. Full squad of 5 team and 1 MORPH player left. Porsche spotted out Xavier's Chua in an open field. PN United waiting for the right time to open fire. They got Megamind. SE next, but as he stays in the cloud of smoke, knowing that Megamind being shot down right across him, right in front of his shopper as well being shot down. Lamborghini finish off shopper in an instant. Down to only 2 players left coming up from XERXIA's side, and they have to make things work as a duo because the rest of them still having a full squad.
Oh, speaking of what, XERXIA does not have it, but yet they still need to fight their way in. There's one up north though, so hopefully that player doesn't surprise XERXIA. But Xavier keeping eye on the XERXIA, but Xavier, they're pretty busy as well. There's BN United on the guide as RNJ tries to get into the circle. Lamborghini will try to stop him, and Lamborghini will be the one to knock RNJ.
RNJ, Bull and Brazen tried to shut down Lamborghini, but he got counter-fired instead. Well, Lamborghini knocked on 1 to the side of XERXIA. Knowing the fact he got some space, he will revive his teammate. But it's going to be the war of the warehouse between RRQ and BTR here. Boychill is playing, Kinnan is staying out, I guess. And hence, we got a bit of interesting lineup coming from BTR this time. Even JetForce is actually playing. But Nepeko, on the other hand, is going to reset himself. They try to wrap around this warehouse, but the walls is just too high for BTR to break through.
Oh, Molly onto Nepeko, the brain! But he managed to get a knockdown to Sata before he gets burned. Nepeko survived. JetForce now for BTR together with voice the last 2 members. Hexa left, Hexas with the nade. JetForce with the DBS getting closer and closer to Hexas. Hexas needs to make the execution. JetForce sent back behind, but he's still close enough to get one knockdown. Can get a 3rd one, but now JetForce still goes down. But they still have both here representing BTR to win this fight. 1v1.
No!
But it's going to be us, the hero or a kill.
So close yet so far. Boychill is just 0.1 millisecond away from just plucking the trigger out with his DBS. Unfortunate ending coming up from the side of BTR, but well performed compared to all the previous maps before. With a bit of a roster change, Gen Force is coming in, same goes for Satar. But back to the side of XERXIA, Azee, the last player coming up from the side of XERXIA. This guy can make a miracle clutch, but the problem is, he's running dry with his bullets right now.
Oh, and it doesn't help that they know where he is. Max almost got down. But break on the other side, but somehow else. still surviving. My goodness, how can he reset quick enough?
Oh, he did. Oh boy! Oh, he counter-fired with whatever he got left. But finally, XERXIA has ended their run down there. But let's see what a valiant effort coming up till the very last minute with very limited amount of resources left. Is still fight through. What an effort shown by that one particular player. But back to it on top 3. RRQ with a trio. MORPH, he's been staying solo. Yoru not being spotted out by so many teams after such amount of time. He lost it by himself. You have to give credit to Yoru.
Yeah, he's definitely invisible now, so he'll stay out of every fight. He will let PN United and RRQ go at each other. He'll just stay afar. But it'll be interesting if Yoru can actually pull a last shot to get the chicken dinner. That will be insane for MORPH GPX. But RRQ, PN United, opening up the fight. It's no mercy with the knockdown on PN United's Max.
So as per usual, the ace player coming up from BN United lineup. The Max bleeding out. SOAS can do a lot of work by himself in this particular angle, trying to pop up the smoke, make sure they will blind their opponents. Yoru been discovered. That's going to be the love of MORPH and BN United versus RRQ for next contender of the chicken dinner.
Oh, just as I would have wondered, that sort of towards the end. Looks like the drama is going to be between BN United and RRQ for the chicken dinner. Now, there's only 3 players with 2 of them active. BN United still strong as a quad, opening up the smoke, but the naval SOAS knocks down No Mercy as well as Asa, leaving the Peko alone. The Terminator, the top eliminator for RRQ. If he can pull off a clutching, will be insane, but it's going to be hard as they surround him. BN United chicken dinner.
You have to give it to SOAS. This guy never failed to deliver. Every single time, he delivers the best of the best play when it's needed, when it's critical. BN United, I mean, SOAS well deserving for the MVP, but they got themselves finally after such a long run of chasing people down with their run and gun mode. They got themselves that chicken dinner under their belt.
Second chicken dinner for BN United. Before this, they got a chicken dinner with 9 eliminations, and this time around, well, we're really soon, but I think they got a good amount of eliminations. And with that, because points are close between the teams, it definitely pushed them up a few notches. Great work here for BN United and MVP again. SOAS, the man himself. Look at the amount of damage. 1,033 with 7 eliminations for BN United.
Yesterday, he clutched out, if I'm not mistaken, SOAS also clutched out the triple nade by himself. Today, he also did a double nade by himself when things really mattered. There's no stopping to this guy's performance. I mean, like, when it comes to nade, SOAS might as well just take away the title of the nade god by now.
Yeah, this is like SOAS Esports right now. Really carrying BN United for a good cause, of course. 7 eliminations for him. We got PORSIJA with 5 eliminations. We got Break 2, Max 1. So that's a total of 15 eliminations for BN United this time. With the chicken dinner, it's 25 points for them. That is a lot.
Another 50. It feels like they make it look so easy for these players. Yesterday we got RRQ, but when RRQ have to be fight against, if they happen to be in the same match of BN United, that's where RRQ start to stumble just a tiny bit. We can see that they be shaken up by BN United aggressiveness when they are playing. RRQ can't outshine BN United at this state, but even though they didn't score as much as BN United, we're gonna have to wait and see the overall rankings later on and the overall map ranking. BN United RRQ still consistently getting themselves quite a high volume of kills and eliminations up there, but XERXIA and DX, the top 2 teams, feels like they're still standing at top 2 no matter what and by the end of the day.
Yeah, it's nice to see multiple regions being up on the teams to watch. We got from Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, and well, okay, Vietnam again. Well, in this base on this, I would say, interestingly, XERXIA did not use a single frag grenade and molly, but they used 20 smokes, so it's not a stat we always see. Sometimes we see like at least 2 of the 3, but it's very rare for us to see 1. But anyway, it's still going to be BN United with the chicken dinner. lot better as compared for the last time they got the chicken dinner. Last time they got 9, this time it's 18, so it's almost a double improvement for them. But here we have,
true.
yeah, and a lot of long range fights as well from what we get to.
It's kind of true. I mean, like, I think one of the many reasons why XERXIA didn't actually drop themselves those snake, maybe because they've been always aimed down by teams and they are in the middle of a attraction for all the teams in the center. So they don't have time to even try to cook up the nade. That's maybe one of the many reasons. But this last few circles is really tough for them because it's such an open flat plane. Not just that, a very limited amount of compound there is to take some covers on. But for BN United, I'm really happy for them to actually secure this chicken dinner because they if you actually rate out the most aggressive team, you have to give it up to BN United and RRQ for now.
Oh yeah, RRQ second place, 6 elimination points, bringing them up to only the 2 teams with double-digit total points. But BN United is the only team with a double-digit elimination this time. On the other end, the Infinity, who has been doing well since their debut yesterday. This is the first time that he got a 0 point in a single round, and that's of course thanks to DBD, who rushed in on, and all 4 points that DBD collected is through the Infinity.
Yep. And for the others though, I mean, like, I'm still eyeing out towards the side of who will actually get the triple digit. I think PERSIJA EVOS by now, after the end of this match, definitely got themselves triple digit because they are pretty close. They were pretty close the last time we saw them. Same goes for the side of possibly who else was it? BTR, I think. There you go. Yeah, PERSIJA EVOS, BN United already cracked the triple digit, and it's next gonna be GEEK Fam. But sadly, GEEK Fam, they've been stolen away from that last map just now. They cannot throne themselves or crown themselves the king of Rango just yet.
Yeah, and XERXIA had an okay round this time, so they still have that lead at the number spot with a 10-point difference from Xavier. On the other end, DBD collected 4 points, so that pushed them up a little bit on top of a GE with 2 points. On par with PBE, who is on break today. For FaZe Clan, on the other hand, drop a little bit. They are still at 62 points, but teams like DBD, GE is catching up onto FaZe Clan. So they gotta be careful because they're slowing down.
That's true. The one that should really be aware about the positioning is when you know for a fact that you play more games than the others now. And if you cannot make it to the first page, especially Team Secret, now that's going to be a bit of a trouble for them to catch up because they are the only team on the second page at the bottom 4 that plays 16 maps by now and still is kind of stuck down there.
Yeah, the only big moment was Chicken Dinner yesterday, but other than that, we don't get to see the best of Team Secret, so it's a lot that they need to work on. Back to the drawing board. But for these 2 players, don't need to go back to the drawing board. They're great as they are. So was the double MVP for BN United and Lamborghini, the OG player for Xavier, who has been performing since the dawn of PUBG Mobile itself. Of course, if we talk about the current performance, it's hard to compare him with the double MVP Soa. So all the stats naturally will favor on Soas.
Now, we do have our top Miramar performance. So far, this is where we said the Thais love this map so much, but we don't have Empires yet. Today, this is the opportunity for XERXIA and Xavier to push themselves and open up the gap because both teams will not be playing tomorrow. And that's when Vampires start to play, and that's going to be open up a whole new opportunity for the side of Vampires to push all the way up to number 1 place. So they have to stretch out the gap here.
Yeah, XERXIA, a lot of elimination points, more than 30 so far inside of Miramar, are leaving behind the competition by quite a bit. Looking at the next matches, end the day with the 2 Miramar maps after this. So far we get to see like Indonesia region, Malaysia, of course, GEEK Fam, and then BN United from Vietnam. We have yet to see I keep getting the chicken dinner today. And GE. If GE gets the chicken dinner together with another Thai team, then we would have completed the regions that gets the chicken dinner as just like yesterday.
And speaking of yesterday, today, tomorrow, and the next few weeks, you guys get to see this all over again. It's gonna be the reminder for you guys to get your exclusive PMSL first ever skin, and it's called Dream Chaser. So be sure that you got your hands onto it, because if not, you're gonna be late into the party and you missed it. Don't tell us that, oh, why didn't you tell us so? We'll tell you every single day. It's gonna be us reminding you every single day for the next few weeks.
Yeah, you're gonna hear it from us every day. Get it if you don't want to hear this from us anymore. Every single one of you get it, and yeah, you probably see this advertisement anymore. But again, a reminder for you guys to also try the new game mode inside of PUBG Mobile now, which is the Dragon Ball Super that we waited the longest time. And you can play as your favorite Dragon Ball characters inside of the new game mode. You can fly, you can do high jumps, you can actually use the Kamehameha inside the game. I mean, this game mode is probably one of the more original game modes we have seen as compared to the game modes before.
I kind of wish they have the capsule from Bulma, the one that you can, I really wish one day real life can be like that, where you can just toss the capsule and suddenly poof, you got your car. It's such space saving to have that kind of things in real life. Maybe one day we have it in real life.
I would want that peanut if you eat it and then you'll be. I'll take that as well.
Oh yeah, the peanut.
Yeah, I forgot what's it called, but it's one of the peanuts like that. Yeah, that's pretty nice as well. But you know what else is nice is the new set that is available right now, the Dandy Groupster, that's currently exciting the battleground with an all-new upgradable firearm Cadence Minstrel 24. That's the name of the skin, so remember that. But if you get it, you don't need to just get to see it all the time. And first draw only at 10 UC. And first draw 10 UC, ladies and gentlemen. You can first draw now and try to see if you get it.
But you know what? I cannot stop noticing there's a cassette player on the belt there. I don't think a lot of the Gen Z now these days know what a cassette player is, or they don't even know what a cassette is. So I just hope they can relate to the set as well. But it's going to be an interesting set. It's going to be a colorful one. But speaking of colorful, we're heading towards a different map entirely after this. And it's going to be Miramar. It's going to be one of the Thai favorite teams, a favorite map. But can XERXIA really push it up? We do know for a fact these Xaviers is not that big of a gap between these two teams, only 10 points, right? But for them to actually have the gap, the margin between them and Vampires is not that big of a stretch. I feel like only one map is more than enough for the Vampires to just catch up to them now.
Yeah, 10 points, only one game is good. But Xavier is not to say that we've seen like the best of these. Okay, they're consistent enough. Same goes for XERXIA as well. They're okay, they're consistent. They're not like explosive, right? Like the explosive teams have been like either from the middle bracket or from the bracket. So I guess it's still up for grabs who will get the number one by day. But so far from our teams, haven't been hitting it yet.
Especially PERSIJA. Yeah, wait, PERSIJA EVOS. Come on, this is the time for you to actually hit it, because after these two maps, tomorrow it's going to be Vampires chasing the heck out of these teams again. And they will have some difficulty to actually get out from there. Unless they sort of find themselves the resolution and also the resolve of the matter, how they want to fight back. I mean, like...
Yeah, I guess 2 more rounds, see if anything changes. But speaking about changes, right? Bang will be stepping out. Rocky will be making his debut on behalf of MORPH GPX to try to cheat their fate, to push them out into safetyness at least by the end of today. So let's see what will Rocky bring to the table. We have not seen play at all. It's going to be his debut during the off-season tournament. Don't get to see much of him as well. I guess it's for him to just show us like what he's able to do in the PMSL.
Kind of true, but so far other than a couple of rosters changed, nothing else has been changing so far. We don't have Luxy playing on the side of PERSIJA EVOS yet. Praise call. All these teams already prepared, put up their gears, and we do know for a fact we're gonna head into the Miramar soon, because all the players ready. You guys should be ready too. Let's head into Miramar.
Here it is, match number 5 of day number 3-1, Miramar. We're getting a decent flight path cutting across the map somewhere in the middle, so it does look a pretty nice teams as they can possibly drop into their regular transport. So today, since we're coming to Miramar, San Martin really interesting. San Martin, because we got Boss Gaming and GE playing together today. We talked about this before the show started that San Martin will be a focus. And because these two teams are playing, so that means the Team Secret will be moving out of San Martin, going to the areas of where a water treatment or maybe Hasian at, which is not too far from San Martin, but I don't think Team Secret in their current position, they will be interested to butt into the San Martin fight. That is very likely to be between those two teams. Now, I see GE dropping. Keeping my eye on to Box Gaming, the colors are overlapping now. Trying to get a good view to see if Box Gaming still wants to get into Miramar. Now, other than that, PERSIJA EVOS to La Bendita. That is also because the absence of Vampire Esports, and they've always wanted Bendita. So that's why they have been in fights with Vampire or La Bendita. Now, Box Gaming and GE, as what we mentioned, it will happen, it is happening, and looks like there's going to be a trade, both of them, but Smile can still be revived, but unfortunately for that one member from Box Gaming, he eliminated, but looks like the changes has happened for GE as Smile is taken out, so 3v3 now between two.
It's always a Miramar between these two teams that actually love to fight each other. You mentioned about San Martin. We haven't even seen the circle pop and they start fighting now. Box versus GE as per usual when it comes to Miramar, and both are losing at this time. And it feels like, lucky enough, they don't have the third party. If they happen to be having a third party, now both teams will be going down because they don't have enough when it comes to the equipment. They don't have, some of them don't even have vests, some of them don't even have helmet. Some of them don't even have a thing. They got a micro ooze and a whistle. That's it. GE taking on another box player. Master Ichi swap over to the shotgun. Just next to Nom Cute. You could see him through. He's just tucking into the corner. And Master Ichi need to reload even. Empty out the entire clip of the magazine. Trongs in bleeding out. Namkid still indoors. Namkid spot out the rest of Zai. But it's going to be Master Ichi taking on Trongs in. And both are trading out. It's going to be a lose-lose situation for both teams here, Cloud.
Well, is it loses for both? But I expect one of the teams to come out victorious now. The question is team, unless if like Team Secret comes by, then it will be in a sort of conversation. But right now, look at the current situation. Kwang, he's low. I don't think he has time to load up healing utility, so he has to deal with whatever that he has hand right now. The rest of GE, West as well as Ichi, not Box Gaming go at all. Okay, we have a confirmation now. Okay, Kwang has no healing utilities, no vest, only a level 1 helmet. It's gonna be hard for Kwang to tank up damage from GE.
No, there's nothing to tank with in the first place now. Master Ichi, Kwang. It's going to be both of them are losing 2 players on the side of GE and Box. None of them are winning here. Even if they win, it's not going to be easy for them to survive by themselves by the end of the day. Still going to be 14 teams intact or 15 teams intact. Box Gaming have figured out they want to go to the upper floor. If they want to jump down, they don't have any first aid to recover from that fall injury as well. They have to decide wisely what to do next. Master Ichi covers on the other side of the building. And GE got them surrounded. They got 2v2 now. Nobody's happened to be passing by just yet. But I don't see both teams survive to the top 5 by the end of the day here.
Yeah, considering that they are only 2 players each, so surviving to the top 5 is going to be a difficult task for them. But first, for talking about the top 5, they have to survive this fight. Both teams really not letting it go, but honestly, between the two, if any team were to let go of anyone, it has to be GE letting Box Gaming first. And as long as GE don't leave the ground floor, Box Gaming, they can't move out of this building.
And both are not willing to give it away now. Knowing the fact they have to fight each other. Damage been done anyway, might as well just see through the end of it. West Scary still trying to bait out, but the problem is they're running out of their resources now. don't have any troubles. The magazine's running dry with their ammunition. West Carey still persistently trying to get out all the remaining members of Box Gaming here. They have to leave here. They need to take time for their looting for the start of GE and Box at the same time. If there's happen to be a third party coming in, it's going to be done for both teams.
Oh,
FaZe got to visit PERSIJA. EVOS is going to be a nasty one.
Gonna come in for angles now, but Redface holding his ground really well so far. He switches up onto the M4 and defending. His other teammates need to come back in. MR5 has a DBS. We all know DBS with this sort of range in urban combat. It's gonna be dead. Redface with an M4 and now tries to take the MR5. Almost got it.
Lynx bleeding on the ground while side of FaZe, none of them been knocked down just yet. No trading done. If they are a lot of so close movement, feels like a bit of a problem on the side of PERSIJA. EVOS is not vampires, but it's gonna be FaZe this time.
Ooh, we have XERXIA at the high ground, surprising Ventores. OG player knocking down another OG player. But look at this. RRQ is on enough. RRQ can take advantage of it. Let's see if RRQ is interested. They are monitoring the season for now. XERXIA, position compromise, backs out, 50% of health, relocates his vehicle, using it as a barricade maybe? Oh yeah, using it as a barricade. High barricade to continue putting pressure onto the bottom team.
Always with a precaution coming out from the side of XERXIA. He thinks 10 steps ahead before he starts to take action. Just in case somebody tried to charge him from the front, or somebody climb and hike up the mountain, he's prepared himself with that minivan to barricade himself. But instead of PERSIJA, EVOS, there's heavy casualty on their side. Lynx will be bowing out now. Nobody can actually save him. As FaZe triumph over that victory, PERSIJA, EVOS have to go for this engagement. We do have RRQ passing by next. I'm not sure if FaZe want to challenge RRQ here. Definitely hurt those vehicles passing by. But instead of Box and GE, this has been going on too long.
Yeah, we're not done yet here between the two. Let's see if anything's going to change. No utilities at all for Namq. Healing utilities, no smoke, no throwable, so that's one. West pretty much in the same situation, but GE seems to have the better weapons in this kind of position. Of course, with the DBS inside the compound. Got a UMP onto West, which is a weapon. Going up against a high-firing rate weapon that is a micro ooze and also a Scar L. But luckily for Box Gaming, they have decent amounts. Like they're not like that super duper dry.
Not yet though. I'm looking at Master Ichi and carries. Ammunition still do have some reserve in it. But it's enough to fight against one team, not a second team in case somebody passing by. And speaking of the circle, it shrinks. And we're looking at GE, lucky enough, DX not taking that rotation, cutting across them. So they're going to be safe for now. If they want to keep it fighting, it's fine. Go ahead. Because the Blizzard going to be their next contender. Nobody else aside from GE versus Box. But finally, will it come to an end here? As West try to find the last remaining members of Box, and last one there is. Oh! It's gonna be Soa, still fights back. Kwang is still there. Master Agent Box actually triumph. My oh my, after such a long battle.
Nice pre-fire from Kwang there. If he's stopped, maybe he would have been countered. But now PERSIJA EVOS onto Team Secret. XERXIA is gonna be a point in the back. Misery will be the same compound as XERXIA. But I gotta give it to Kwang. His pre-fire with the Scar L. That was very much needed for him to win. Because if he stopped and did not pre-fire, then, well, he would have been counted. It's also to his opponent,
well
like, they walk in when the pre-fire was still happening.
That's kind of true. He prepared for that. He was 10 steps forward from the enemy's teams. But instead of RRQ now charging to his side of BTR, surprisingly, BTR, even though they swap over the players, Gemforce playing now bleeding out. Boychill is step in as well. Satar is bleeding out. It's down to 2 players again. On the side of RRQ, they might actually have some trading done here as Boychill steps out, going out of the comfort zone and take a courage to just wing it from the outside.
Okay, former Aura player No Mercy goes to BIGETRON Red Villains. He's low now. Jump shot into the room, nowhere to go, and RRQ taken out at number 15.
Down to 14 teams here. Some Team Secret, they're still trying to fight for their life here. GEEK fam rushing into the first floor. On the ground floor, Putra will be burned off by this molly if he's not being careful. He got his first 8. Altiga Rosemary exploded on Vintoris just now, but back to a side of Team Secret. Mika is gonna be reviving his teammate Damroot, keeping at bay of Putra at the same time playing around the stairs. He doesn't have any troubles anymore. Couple of smokes, yes. Just to evade, never mind. Finally, he's going down.
Ooh.
Will that be the last of Team Secret? I think it is.
I believe there's one more, but I'm not sure where he is. What I wanted to see that elimination actually threw him, but yeah, Audrey had to just not allow that to happen. So yeah. Anyway, Team Secret still has that one player to try to play up for positioning points. Let's see how he go. So we still have 14 teams, and if he goes out anytime soon, then that means it's going to be roll for Team Secret.
Just gonna through. Oh, so close. Altar praying no bullets will clip onto him, but it's just nowhere to be safe down there. FaZe Clan have been relentless trying to find those kills out of this map. But coming out, Yoodo Alliance, DVD, and XERXIA will be the next contender on the southern part. A bit clear on the northern side, except for MORPH coming in, very clear pathway. They're very fortunate, no contenders up there.
Yeah, lucky them. And considering that they are in the hunt for points to get out of the bottom 4, they could use some of that luck. Let's see if that luck can benefit them as we look on through our potential next fight, which is Alter Ego and BIGETRON Red Villains. Alter Ego circling around. We got Rosemary with 40% of health, just eyeing on to BIGETRON Red Villains. But Alter Ego at this point, playing as a trio. I wonder if they want to take this fight. But for XERXIA, I believe this is a fight that they want to take.
Definitely. RNJ always make the call first by himself, try to go for the flank side. And GEEK Fair Micah just trying to find any sort of intel he can actually gain here. I definitely heard those vehicles movement coming up from XERXIA at the back line. Retransition his focus straight towards the side of XERXIA. Now Sonic start to open fire, greeting them. BN United happen to be in between XERXIA as well. And XERXIA, will they try to fight both teams at the same time? Instead, they're going for those elevations, trying to take advantage of the situation. But they will attract unwanted attention if they are up here.
Wow, but at least the elevation against BN United. But BN United saw us from another angle. This is a beautiful angle here. Stopping XERXIA. That tries Porsche comes in from the low TBS gameplay, and Porsche wins that first fight. But yeah, Chopper and Megabyte to deal with that. Needs to reset quick. His teammate is giving cover fire from afar. The rest of BN United has...
BN United going around the corners, finding XERXIA, and Megamind is down. Is that the last of XERXIA? Will this be the opportunity for DX to actually finally push that #1 spot with 10-point margin in between them? This is it. DX cannot afford to lose and take advantage. Will BN United, this is a shot for them to actually push themselves in the top 2 as well.
Wow, okay. XERXIA. What a rough day it has been for them. Not really winning the fight. And for United to take out the #1 team, XERXIA, looking good. If United can big this time, and assuming Xavier, they got eliminated early without point, potentially BN United can beat the #1 team.
Kind of true, and not too far off from their radar. They got the most eliminations by far, yet with 4 in the back. Same goes for the side of BTR and Box Gaming, but Box Gaming left with only 1 player due to their skirmish against GE too early on. It's quite hard for them to get themselves that chicken dinner till the end of the day. But Circle shifted right down south. He's going to be right on top of Junkyard, where FaZe Clan already placed himself with the compound that's most comfortable to be with. BTR taking a bit of a high ground elevations, even though no compound down there. But they do have an airdrop nearby. Alter Ego Resume right on the northern side as well. While BN United tapping it out against Audrey of GEEK Fam. Spotted out Damroot next, but it's quite ambitious tapping out from this far. Around 300 meters apart, but still can see through for Soas. But we're talking about Soas. His specialty is always about those grenades.
Yeah, if they do come close by, Long range tap with an M4 if they're still far, but give a tap. Jimmy managed to tap down Shirley. Oh, again, DVD and the Infinity. And these two teams have a grudge.
Oh, a lot of love story in this season, we have to say. But sort of Infinity 18 knocking down on Lobby. Logan trying to reposition himself in a better view to a sort of DBD here. Going on the backside entirely, but they are not aware. They have one more team just next to Infinity right now. Dangerous yet worth it if they can spot it out. The teams. Well, on side of BNU, they still run and gun to a side of GEEK fam, as per usual. Infinity to spot out D Xaviers. Amstel taking on one and Levi. This is the only opportunity for DX to actually catch up to XERXIA, since XERXIA ousted quite early on. Being stopped and halted by the side of Infinity, this is quite hard for DX to get out from there.
Ooh, okay. D Xavier. Particularly the chance to get the number one spot. Unfortunately, now they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players. Have some opportunity for PN United to overtake D Xavier with the number one, but realistically, D Xavier first. Okay, without that, as we go along as well, unless PERSIJA wants to surprise us. Now, looks like we have movement from Alter Ego, who has had the best of days, and the luck is just insane. Insanely bad today.
Speaking of insane, this used to be insane player from Rosemary, but this day has been tamed down for a tiny bit. Looking a bit quiet than per usual. GEEK fam spotted out Yoodo Alliance. PERSIJA EVOS taking on GEEK fam. It's going to be a 3-way war there. Yoru, as per usual, always the last member to survive on side of MORPH, but at least this time he got himself a full squad. But then the problem is they do have a bit of lower ground, but at least they're still inside of a circle.
Yeah, at least the circle is favoring all these teams because we are at stage 4. So you don't want to be on the outside at this point or in the blue, as a matter of fact, because it is going to be devastating for the teams still on the outside. So far, I think all the teams are in. On our minimap, we don't see teams outside the circle yet, but that will change as we got 25 more seconds before the goal on the zone close entirely. Now, D Xavier, looking at the Infinity, who only has 2 players. Lamborghini, if you can get a tag on one of the members of the Infinity, then it's very likely they're going for the rush.
Still biding in time. Not moving too hastily, coming up from both Team DX and Infinity now. On the side of DBD, on the other hand, fanning out into 2-1-2. Sorry, 1-2-1. Time taker on the southern side, but Yoodo Alliance, they're moving in a parallel line. Alter Ego picking up Alva, but it doesn't have that much time now. Ham by 2 side. Rocky, MORPH, Rosemary, surprisingly, even though there are quite a number of men a bit lower than the rest of the team. Alter Ego still open fire, giving away the position. Now this is going to be a risky one as QEON toss over. What was he thinking for QEON in that angle?
Oh man, he wasn't prepared for that. He was hoping for Alter Ego to stay static, but Alter Ego playing this actively, just touching down on the MORPH GPX, and now because of that, MORPH GPX suffers 2 casualties, leaving them with only 2 players left. But Alter Ego, nice proactive to counter the potential incoming nade from MORPH GPX.
Oh man, that was really unfortunate. It was really a tough angle for you to actually toss a nade at that point. Instead of MORPH, there was unnecessary sacrifice as 2 players being finished off in an instant. Well, left with Rocky and Bubuhu. Now both of them still have a shot at this. And on the side of GEEK, they love this terrain. They love this kind of valley so much. Every single time. Same goes like BTR. FaZe on the other hand taking this compound but leaving the other buildings open up for the other teams to overtake them. Infinity Amstel will be happily welcoming those warehouse for himself. But I'm not sure where are the others. That's going to be the last player of Infinity Amstel. Have to do this work just solo-handedly do so. But the problem is DX approaching. Singers, those in the high grounds, which is going to be DBD right above him as well. A bit crowded during the very last few circles we have. Stage 5, still 13 teams in Tech Cloud.
Yeah, as you walk through the valley of the shadow of GEEK fam, below United. Man, I have a prediction that I think that between Geek Fam and BN United will happen. BN United, they are on the roll right now. I think they will be motivated to try to catch the number one somehow because XERXIA is out. So Fam might be their next target. Moving over to DVD, who played really earlier on. This time around, they're playing it balanced. Now they have two teams below them. If they have that information, and if they know that somehow the fight is about to happen or happening, they can come in as a third party as well.
It's all about timing at this state here. MORPH spotted out by DX. DX tried to take advantage of whatever they can from this distance and these elevations. But Rocky climbed up, bridge in. Lamborghini spotted out. That's going to DBS
Rocky
versus DBS. Maybe a UMP versus DBS. It's always a DBS win at this state. But Parj is not happy. He tried to redeem his teammate and tried to do a bit of a damage control. But might be just too late because MORPH already bridged in where DX stands.
Oh, scary there. A lot of his DBS shots actually hit the ground, but finally landed onto his shoulder, then got the knockdown. Now Parjin tries to seek revenge. They're going up on Parjin pushing into the corner now. The circles did chip away on the top of where PERSIJA, EVOS, and BTR, as well as Kwang, the last member of Balls Gaming, is that. Rocky from the low ground. Parjin will be knocked down. Rocky counterfire point from the high ground by Chua. Chua should be able to secure that elimination point. But before that, they self reset first.
Back to Boo Boo Hill, running in an open terrain with nothing in between. Going back to Rocky just to save him. Knowing the fact he cannot do this alone, it's best to actually have a partner doing in crime for this. BN United spread out, fanning out, trying to dominate over the circle, but they're barely touching it because somebody else is going to be BTR right in the center there. PERSIJA, EVOS on the different side of a hill, taking those elevation at work. A break might spot out some heads inside of that compound. Being very, very alert about his surrounding. Try not to be panic. Barely got any sort of intel or information at this state for these guys. Nobody willing to give away anything but Porsche got some added look for Yoodo Alliance. What is happening? I think there's quite a distance between Yoodo Alliance and them because they cannot finish him off straight away.
Speaking about finishing off, XERXIA could be finished off now that he's on his knees. Was the MVP taken out by Damroot? Okay, knocked out by Damroot. Porsche is there to pick him up, so that's how XERXIA finished off by Izane. DVD in action, but Yoodo Alliance as well in action against GEEK as they are fighting to get into the circle now. Ade Luke spraying blindly into the smoke, hoping to land Leo from the other side, putting pressure to the GEEK Fam as well. And Leo will be knocked down. GEEK Fam countering of Yoodo Alliance. If not now, super duper low, 10% of health. If not, with the Sky only had resets. By the other side, we got Soas knocking down Ade Luke.
Quite a distance for Soas. Love playing the third party as per usual. I finished them off. I don't know if he can actually score any. Porsche he actually scores on Yoodo Alliance, stealing away the very last minute underneath the noses of GEEK Fam while facing on these Davis Chua as well. That's how Yoodo Alliance have to be finished off, eliminated off the screen as singers for the side of these Xaviers, who now lose their shot at getting that number one spot and open up a huge different opportunity for BN United instead.
Oh yeah, BN United. I mean, 6 points now. They can probably catch out to the Xavier as their first objective. And get this chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points. Maybe even search. As GEEK Fam behind them. A little bit hard to chase on the BN. But Alter Ego looking to come back as well. Taking out Rise as the last member of Team Secret. So a 0-point round for Team Secret as they're out at 10th.
FaZe and Infinity, they have to figure out how to get out from here. If the circle move away from them, it's going to be a bit of a mess on the southern side. Infinity with the last player, I'm sorry, been lost at such a long time. We're down to 9 teams, but at the same time, some teams do have a full squad, but a couple of them do have only 1 player left. That's going to be Box Gaming Infinity. But beside of FaZe Clan, spotted out MORPH. Mormon being a bit naughty, now trying to poke them from the side. That hand grenade just now didn't actually pin them down just yet. But BN United holding Alter Ego on their side lines.
Ooh.
Nova got clipped by the Soas as usual. The Nate God is here.
Oh, here we go. He got 4 other nades. to ensure that he secures the elimination point. Rosemary's aside, but there might be a denial point here, and Alpha will give himself to the zone, not allow BN United to get the point. The Infinity now, Omstar stops MR5 from coming in. Alpha immediately knocked down, but the rest of FaZe Clan is coming out to Soas' position. Momo knocked down. Onses is the only man standing for FaZe Clan. He has an MG3 in hand, going for the one with so Omstar, can he do it, or will it be Onses with the MG3? With the dance around, Onses! Nicely done, beautiful dance as FaZe Clan wins it.
Quite a ring around the rosy between him and also Onzas just now. Alter Ego well an effort to the last breath, but the one that actually winning will be staying here. Come back to a sort of GEEK fam. Open field it is. They'll be fighting against DBD, and they're not gonna bow down quite early on. With the damn down on his knees, Mika already secured himself 5 eliminations for the entirety of GEEK fam here. While the side of DBD, they're having only 3. But Mika is just bloodthirsty right now. He's just going for the kills, and he got it anyway.
He got it. He took out DBD, and now GEEK fam 9 points in hand, but DBD only got 3 with a 7th place finish. Now BIGETRON Red Velvet against PN United, the team that's trying to add a number 1 spot, but PN United, they are falling apart with Big Village charging onto them. Boys here with the Scar L. Boys here want to find his next target, but then again United still holding their ground. But at the same time, the blue is coming out to be in it.
Too many teams right now on the 7th stage here. We're talking about 6 teams left with a very open field down there. Only the terrain will be in between them, with an airdrop in between as well. Boy chill. And going back to the blue zone, nobody wants to step even 1 foot into the blue zone because it's just so painful right now. BTR need to reposition himself, try to find their vehicle back, and try to push forward and try to barricade themselves at the very last minute. But can they actually do it? With BN United now fanning out on those elevations, BTR do have the compound, but it won't last long. Nobody steps into the circle that early now, but GEEK fam start to move first. That's going to be attracting all the unwanted attention from the 5 teams remaining, aside from BTR.
Oh, Rocky's nade on the Molly. Ooh, the first one not connecting. Second Molly, to keep it for now. And now for MORPH GPX. At least they have the circle, but they're being surrounded by other teams, especially GEEK. That has the elevation against them.
Rocky. Back to Audrey. Now Audrey, can he do it again? Mika already pulled off his weight this time. Audrey needs to come back as the MVP. He was before. GEEK, they got double chicken in Erenga early on. Can they score 1 in Miramar as well? He got it, Audrey. He landed those shots and he landed those nades right on top. But Box now going against BN United and facing it on GEEK fam at the same time. GEEK fam got caught by surprise, but Mika done it again.
Mika now 8 elimination points for himself. This is going to be huge for Mika. If he can carry the team to get the chicken dinner, 3 chicken dinners in the day for GEEK fam, that is still possible right now. But BTR will try to stop the Gen Force from afar, proving himself that he deserves a spot in the lineup. MORPH on the lower ground. Boo Boo Hoo is still active. Rocky's on the team. Boo Boo Hoo almost needed now super low, and Audrey is there to finish up the job.
Mika with 9 eliminations, trying to break the record now, but GEEK fam being challenged by the side of Wojciech. Coming from BTR, he's going 3v3, 2v3. They're outnumbered for now, but can they actually do it? With Sonics and Mika left on the side of GEEK fam. Wojciech trying to find any sort of a flank that he can possibly find a loophole. But Sonics, he needs to help. Mika is bleeding out. Here comes the push. BTR, they won this. They will get it. They will secure that chicken. As Sonic's down to half HP down, there's no way out. 3v1 outnumbered. Sonic, can he pull the impossible clutch here?
Oh, they pull off the heroics now. Sonic's not enough help left, but just too much for him to handle. As BIGETRON Red Villas finish up, wrapping it up against GEEK fam, denying them of a 3rd chicken dinner for today. BIGETRON Red Villas with Gen Force in the lineup, securing this chicken inside of Miramar.
My oh my, but what a performance coming up from the side of Mika just now. 9 eliminations by himself. Incredible feat and incredible play. Would have thought Mika what's gone into him, but at the same time BTR, the long awaited chicken, swap it in with Gen Force. calling back Boy to back in the lineup finally pays whatever they've been gone through the past few days. The Lapa got himself the MVP. This lineup feels more promising than the other.
Yeah, again, another MVP for Lapa. The player took home Void, Kim and Keenan. They took it away from Void. Now, doing very well for BTR. Including off-season, Lapa has been very consistent as well. And now another MVP to be added to his name. 720 damage dished out by Lapa. This guy is hungry for success.
I agree. Lapa just translates his name as hungry for more. But how much did they secure for those eliminations? It's going to be 9 eliminations by far. That equivalent to 1 Mika. Equivalent to the entirety of BTR eliminations right now.
Yeah, Mika was a monster. If he was still alive and they got the chicken dinner, he's definitely the MVP, that's one. And he really could overtake Shrubs as the most another example of a chance to get there. So never give up. The BTR is just showing it again. I believe the other one to Geek Fam. So we have 2 good examples today that, you know, keep your head up, stay strong, and anything can happen.
Yeah, true. It's all about the stamina and also the right mindset here, because we still have a long way to go, Cloud. This is just the first week, down to the 3rd day. We still have... This is the middle of week number 1 here. If they want to push tomorrow and the day after, there's no more time for them to slack off anymore for this team. A boss game is for you. It's going to be their rivalry against GE since the early of the days.
Yeah, that has not stopped yet.
Yep, they got themselves 19 points, but it's actually a tie with Geek Fam, who got himself 13 eliminations.
Yeah, looks like 19-19. Wow, okay, yeah. That's also because of, out of 13, 9 of them were from Mika. Can you imagine that? That's like majority of it. Doing very well. And actually, throughout the day, Geek Fam has been pretty consistent with that. Okay, on the end, however, Yoodo Alliance, who had an explosive day 1, today is really not their day. Now it's another 0 point for Yoodo Alliance, another surprise team, but on the other end, unfortunately.
It feels like some teams start to lose their spark here today, including XERXIA, now being one of the teams that are being eliminated quite early on. Same goes for the Xaviers. I mean, they start to lose their momentum, or it's just the other teams getting better. It's one way or the other. Now, XERXIA didn't actually budge as much when it comes to the last performance. 124 for the Xaviers. That's pretty much not budging at all as well. There's only kind of 1.2 points of difference than their previous map. But back on the side of Geek Fam, BN United, and BTR. Even PERSIJA EVOS now cracking the triple digit as well. But on the side of Geek Fam, they shot up to the 3rd place. And now eyeing out for the 2nd.
Okay, what's the difference now? 9 points between XERXIA and the Xavier. So 1 point minus as compared to. But for Geek, okay, they're getting closer and closer to their number 1. I don't know. They potentially can be the team to get the number 1 by the end of the week, because we still got a lot of games to play. The top performers, yes, we still have to award Mika with an elimination. Cannot deny him out of this poster. 1,293 damage. Mika at the top of this game in this round, doing very well. Man, it's either Audrey or Mika now. So Geek Fam, nice to see that different players able to take up the responsibility.
Yep, they've been rising up the occasion for sort of Mika. This is definitely a step-up game for him. And that was incredible. He was doing it non-stop, back-to-back. To have that 9 eliminations, by the way, even though he's being pressured left, right, and center, but still managed to pull it through. But for the side of Lapa just now, it was a really close one as well. BTR, they've been playing it very smart. BTR and also the side of Geek Fam, both are trying to outsmart each other. But Box Gaming, you know, if they did not overextend themselves against GE before, maybe they can last long enough.
Yeah, but the GE, so this is Box Gaming's right. For them to like, okay, decide to leave and go somewhere else, or you stick the fight against GE, because right now the ratio is that GE is win fights against Box Gaming. So to me, it's about time for Boss Gaming to leave the compound. Plus, they need to still survive onto the grand finals, and they can afford to lose points just like that.
It's kind of true, but also we have to remind you guys, as per usual, it's always about this skin, and this skin is always gonna be exclusive every single time you guys watch it. If you guys miss this, then bad for you, and and nothing else that we can say anymore, because we're reminding you guys every single map every single day. That's gonna be like what, 6 times per day that we're reminding you guys to have this skin. If you missed it, then it's gone.
Yeah, like you always say, right? You snooze, you. So don't snooze, just do it and win with a new skin in style, of course. Flex it with your friends and make this one your collection, because it may not come back. And years you will look back and say, hey, you know what? Back then I got this skin, and you can never get this more because it's not available. But what is available is, of course, at least for now, is the Royal Pass with the new beach and pool party theme that's available inside the game. And Royal Passes, you guys know how it works. Reward yourself as you play, complete special missions to collect the points and level up. The further you level, the more goodies that you get. While you play the game anyway, might as well get rewarded and feel happy with your game and also your new items.
But speaking of new items, we still have more to go for you guys, which is going to be the Aston Martin collaboration with our Battle Royale PUBG Mobile. It's going to be a double color difference this time. Make sure you got yourself the exclusive color schemes, because it's going to be a limited amount of time until the 13th of September, and then it's going to be gone. And it's only going to be a couple of years once we actually do have a new sports car skin to be exclusive for you guys. If you're done not having this, I mean sorry for you guys then. Feels bad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we do have one more map to go. It's gonna be the last one of the day, Cloud. And so far, it's gonna be the race of number 1.
Yeah, the number 1 race. It's interesting now. XERXIA, GEEK fan maybe, Xavier maybe. Ooh, this will be interesting. But of course, what will be interesting is that when Paris Esports comes back tomorrow, how are they going to chase that number 1 spot? Because the bar will be set by these teams. On the other end, they will be fight for survival for some of the teams on the other end. Box Gaming. Are you guys going to leave San Martin for GE? Just let them have it, man. We want to see you in the grand finals. Come on.
Did you actually remember the count? How much? Who won who? GE versus Box by now. Last time we remember it was 2-0, right? But who was winning?
It's still GE all the way. It's like 3-0 now.
They said test time to charm, but I think this is more than enough to prove that they should start to change their initial drop spot by now. But unless if they want to try it, like, why not, right?
Well, yeah, you can. Although the odds don't favor on the Mouse Gaming, and now they're at 9 points. They're like what, number 20. So I don't know. Because we must remember as well that this could potentially continue on the week 2 and week 3, and if this is the cause of them being at the bottom, then well, we won't see them in the grand finals.
Oh man, that's gonna be that's a bit harsh, but it's true. I mean, it's kind of a hard truth that they have to face now. It's not worth for them to actually wasted away all their first week points just to, bring out a statement that they want what they want. But at the same time, we talked about the points. Right now, we're halfway through to week number 1. So far, the teams are actually at the very bottom. We'll have to be prepared if they need to do a bit of a catch-up game, and hopefully it will not be too late now.
Yeah, this is the part, right? Because the gap is starting to widen. The fact that MORPH GPX, they have some good rounds, so the point gap is there. But speaking about MORPH GPX, still putting in my prediction today. If they can pull off something good, with a chicken dinner, a surprise chicken dinner, somebody from the bottom getting a chicken dinner, I'll be happy.
I mean, like, we didn't get any GERXIA, even PERSIJA, EVOS. I was hoping for them to actually score 1 today, because this is the opportunity they cannot miss by now, because Vampires is playing tomorrow. They are not there tomorrow, so they need to just stretch out the gap even more. This is going to be the last shot for the side of these Xaviers and XERXIA as well, if they want to widen up the gap.
Yes, because tomorrow the powerhouse Vampire Esports will be back, and they can still catch. But it's all down to Xavier and some of these top teams, being United, so on and so forth, to really set the bar for Vampire Esports to catch up with them tomorrow. It's gonna be huge. Out to where have you guys been? They have been missing. I mean, nice new merch. I noticed their new jacket today, but they need to come back with their own performance.
I love those jackets, as per usual, but at the same time, it's not just about the best appearance and the best jacket. It's all about the best stamina for each of the team. This is going to be the last one, but we do have Zai swapping back with Mernet this time. And GE feels like they just are benching out Mernet just for the sake of resting, possibly.
Yeah, new player transfer from Young Galacticos, or at least loan from Young Galacticos. Going to make his debut today at least. He's been doing very well for the team overall, so we can expect him to put on a good performance for GE. That means Box Gaming got to be careful as you get to the game.
We're back into our sandy dunes of Miramar for one last time in day number 3 of the PMSL Fall 2023. Coming up from the northern side, it's going to be from Trailer Park down to Impala for a flight path this time. We'll be having sort of a southern circle if this contradicts with the flight path. We're going to miss that Chumasera circle or even Los Higos at this stage.
Let's see, because we got a couple of south circles before. Chumasera, we have seen somewhat of a Lost Learners. We'll see. We have not seen like that north side, like Temple, or even at least like an El Azhar or Crucible Valley. I've probably seen one El Azhar, but not like all the way up north. If I have that one wish list, besides the Impala that I always say, it's going to be Oasis. I want an Oasis. But, okay, I'm still keeping my eye on the boxing, right? Okay, I see GE, Box Gaming. This is to me probably the most interesting point of discussion as a start. And we could still see Box Gaming with GE. Okay, round number 554. Here we go.
Oh man, they can never get enough of this, and Box this time might actually have a shot at winning it. Good start, at least for now with the micro Uzi for Gosu.
Okay, so looking nice. If we can get another one, then it's revenge time for Box Gaming. All right, so now we can see Sal on the third floor here with the UMP in hand. At least Box Gaming, when it comes to loot, slightly better than before. So luck does favor them. That one knockdown opens up more space for them to go around and loot. So for GE, it's going to be a sad one if they lose this, especially with Mernat playing his first game today.
It's kind of true. And not really, he already played a couple of early games before in the Erangel map. But I just swap in the last minute here by now. Mernat, definitely his debut in Miramar right now. But Box Gaming starts to climb up. Is waiting for them to open the door and just shoot them down. Will they take the bait? They don't have any sort of a hand grenade. But here comes a bit too late now. He was going for the reload and he missed the shot. He missed the shot. He missed the chance.
Oh, he missed it. That could bite him back. Let's see what Mernat with though. Now with a shotgun in hand, he needs suck up because it's 1v2. But the shotgun, anything can happen. Okay, goes into the building. M16 on the other end. It's going to be Gosu in front. He sees Gosu. He sees Kwang. Okay, clear shot. One shot next, but no knock yet. Mernat retreats back into the room. Kwang resetting himself. He has that one first aid, luckily. Same goes for Gosu. So they'll be back fine and A-okay for now.
Mane. Waiting for the right time to pick out here. He doesn't want to get out just yet. GE lost only Master Ichi for now. They can fight back. But this is about redemption. Box Gaming have a huge statement. We still want to fight you. We still want to prove that we're going to win you over this CQC first time. And maybe this is going to be the first one. On the side of GE, they're not willing to bow out just yet. Knowing the fact they've been fighting Box so many times in Miramar in the early skirmishes. But at the same time, Master Smile spots out a NumQ. Kwang is on the other end. Smile. He needs to reserve those bullets, by the way. Going around the circles. Now, spotted out! Got one! Such a fast reflex coming up from Smile.
And he gets a second one now. Alright. NumQ in front of him. Reloading, reset, re-preparing himself. And now it's either NumQ or Smile now. Okay, NumQ. Ooh, long reset with the double barrel shotgun. Smile will take advantage of it. He gets into the building with a UMP in hand, but he only has 17 bullets. Ammunition not on his side. Smile shot from where did that shot come from? Probably from the out through the window onto him.
Yeah, running dry with the ammunition right now for the side of GE. Couldn't afford to waste anymore. Man, they change over a double shotgun on his barrel as well. Yeah, why not? The only weapon he actually managed to secure himself was that of Box Gaming. Even though they've been knocked down early on, GE couldn't finish them off. Mane jumped down with a double shotgun there. And knocked down by himself.
What?
It doesn't have any first aid. Doesn't have anything on him. Master Smile is going haywire for GE.
Oh man, he had a decent start until that happened. Oh no. Okay, now Mernat and West needs to step up. Now Gosu, okay, this is gonna be a clear shot. Mernat is busy with Guang, so Gosu can come in and backside sandwich him. Mernat 1v2 in front. There's another one behind. Okay, it's both of them in the position now, but Mernat is running low on ammunition as well. He needs to make the best out of the ammunition that he has. As Guang as well is running low on his M4 too. But Mernat is low. So one tap on him will take him down.
Nothing to work, and that's gonna be it. Wes is the only last remaining member, I guess, coming up from the side of GE. The only micro Uzi in his hands, a bit too far off for the distance. Box Gaming definitely will triumph over the first win ever. 3-1 for the scores between these two teams right now, and 1 for the side of Box.
Finally, West definitely not going to come in anymore. So we can consider this a win for Box Gaming. Unless RQ comes in as third party, both teams out, then, well, RQ becomes the biggest winner, of course. And we got Nabeko still over them. Inside of Lost Lotus, we have Yoodo Alliance alone. And because for some reason, PERSIJA EVOS not interested to drop into Lost Lotus anymore. That leaves Yoodo Alliance the entire city for them to loot.
Maybe for them to prepare themselves against vampires next one. I have a feeling that might be the case here coming from PERSIJA EVOS. But for XERXIA, Shopper, he happened to be alone, but he's going to join in with the rest of Megamind. Team Secret happened to be having a very good start as well. GEEK Fam on the other hand, the only team that had been taken in the blue zone for a bit. I'm not sure why they're dropping themselves way too far and not getting the circle as soon. It's just going to be 1 point shy between GEEK Fam and BN United for now. I mean, like, even BTR can just take over first place if they want to by end of today. I mean, like, if they got themselves 20 sort of elimination, why not?
Oh.
Boo-boo-hoo.
Oh, Potato doesn't know. Doesn't know. Potato still doesn't know. Boo Boo Hoo. Okay, Potato gonna get the first knockdown to Cleo. He's gonna get the elimination point. Boo Boo Hoo must have wished that he pulled the trigger earlier, but now...
No, wait, how? Why?
They almost at the Potato. That was a close one.
Why did Boo Boo open fire when he opens the door just now? He got the shot. He got the time. Boo Boo Hoo.
But I guess, I don't know, maybe waiting means to come back him up. But now, speaking of backup, Alter Ego is the team that has the backup now. Alright, Alter Ego on MORPH. Rosemary on the other side, long range backup. But Boo Boo Hoo will stop Rosemary from coming.
Okta, back to Boo Boo Hoo now. And not getting any sort of compensation just yet for the side of MORPH. They lost QEON. Without any fight at all, QEON going down in vain. He didn't actually redeem himself to exchange or trading to one more player of Alter Ego. Alter Ego chugging into the Blue Zone for quite a bit. It's going to be a sort of the northern side of Chumacera Circle, where we do have around Ladrilera. Most of the teams are taking over Monte Nuevo side already, with FaZe in the center. But the one having a bit of a fight will be Hacienda de Patron right now, which is the furthest away from the circle.
Rosemary's vehicle exploded. Now he's on. I worry that this could be another early elimination for Alter Ego. Let's see what happens. They must win the fight against MORPH GPX, but MORPH GPX not letting them go at all. Boo Boo finally knocked out by Octa. Now it's down to Rocky and Yoru represent GPX to try to win this against Alter Ego, the former champions of PMSL.
So many change can happen if we actually do open fire way early on. They did not have to lose QEON. They did not have to lose another player. It's all down to the one second of judgment call that we've been hesitant too much. Yoru, on the other hand, spotted out Octa. We'll finish him off in an instant if he tossed this nade here because that HP is too low. But unlucky, Octa managed to reset himself. Running away, Potato repositioned at the back line. While Yoru and the rest of MORPH, Rocky on the inside of the ground. But Yoru finally being knocked down, left Rocky along. Just on the second floor to just clutch this by himself.
Okay, here we go. Rocky, I believe this is like his second or third game, but never mind. That Alpha will finish out MORPH GPX. Not a single point for them. Alter Ego will retain all their players while taking on 4 points from MORPH GPX.
This is puzzling for me really because Boo Boo, who got the upper hand before, he scouted out Potato. Potato knocked out on QEON, finishing him off in an instant. That 1 second too late is just punishing. That's what happened to the side of MORPH.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those like, if he that, if this, if that, but unfortunately that opportunity passed him. And too bad the outcome was that Alter Ego, being a team with a lot of firepower, good team, counters upon MORPH GPX, and I guess it's going to be early supper for MORPH GPX now.
They have to face the consequences for the side of MORPH. That's going to be their last map of the day. And they have to settle down at 15th place for now. When it comes to overall ranking, we have no clue where they stand right at the current moment. On the side of DBD, they are fanning out, trying to wrap around infinity. Alter Ego still have Alva down there. The rest of us still inside of a blue zone. Boss Gaming happen to be lurking around. This is a very dangerous game. It's so far, and they're still going for the fight.
Yeah, not focusing on the game circle. Interesting. Let's see what Box Gaming is going to do. I know they want to fight against G, but I mean, spending this amount of time with Alter Ego and Alter Ego punishing Box Gaming with that one knockdown. Only 2 more left. Long range for Alpha. He should be able to get onto the second one. That's going to be goes through down. Only Kwang left, 50% of health. Hopefully he has utilities to heal himself up as he races into the zone.
I don't understand what's the value of Boss Gaming trying to force the fight way deep in the blue zone when they can actually just build this one. They don't even have to pull over and stop. They can actually just go through. But put that question aside. Right now we do have XERXIA, FZ. I do love FZ and also Shop as a duo right now. And FZ as per always the one who initiated the fight against BN United. But Break spot him through. FZ down on his knees.
Megamind, big brain gameplay time for him. On the other side, so they got Break pinned down 2 different angles. Chopper with a Break, no vehicle, he has nowhere to run. This stage should be pretty straightforward for him as Break will be knocked out. But the rest of PA United is going to come in from the other side. We got Max at the forefront to Megamind. Now Megamind's turn needs to win this fight against Max.
So once it's down as well, Max being left, right, center, gutted down by side of XERXIA. There's no way out for the side of BN United. Being eliminated at 15th spot is XERXIA triumph. But with that 4 elimination points, solidified their #1 spot for now. With FaZe and Team Secret having a bit of staring contest, we still wait if there's any team gonna fight next, because GE down to last player, Box Gaming as well. That was going down in the drain in vain for the side of Box Gaming. While the others still having a full squad, these 2 teams, GE and Box, have to survive with only 1 player till the end of this map.
And BTR is just 2 points behind BN United, so 2 points doable for BTR to leapfrog onto BN United to take them. Probably even PERSIJA EVOS because they are like 13 points behind, so it's kind of doable as well. but very realistic for VTR to push down BN after this.
Kinda true. BN United giving so much a window of opportunity for BTR and PERSIJA EVOS at the same time. Infinity might be a long shot there, because they need to break the triple digit first. But Box Gaming, I worry for them. 27 points. A lot of catching up to do. The gap is just significant between them and the rest of the teams up there.
Yeah, the last one we saw for Boss Game is good. Okay. He is at the right side, just Ricardo now. But the moment he tries to get it, at least as of now, he needs the Yoodo Alliance. But speaking about Yoodo Alliance, Kwang, he sees Smokey Pot tagging him down. But Kwang, he's going to give himself to the zone. He does not have any healing utilities. So it's a matter of doing the YOLO now to secure the point before he goes out. But has he done enough? Because Olio is on his way to Voki.
That's the end of Box right now. Definitely they are contemplating about their decision making early on and regretting their decision by now. It's a bit too late since it's already done and dusted. Back to a sort of alter ego, like you mentioned before. Rosemary taking on those high grounds. They're fanning out and trying to find himself a most comfortable place, which is not comfortable at all. Because D Xavier is eyeing out to a sort of alter ego. Rosemary trying to actually separate himself from the rest of the team, trying to find any vintage point he can actually use. But being stopped by the side of D Xavier's. Team Secret. This is a bit of a scary place for them to stay at. They heard those vehicles coming in, which can be coming out from GEEK Fam. GEEK Fam love to tail out Team Secret. If you notice multiple times, they'll be chasing the tails of Team Secret and surrounding them as a four.
Yeah, for some reason, their rotation, irregardless of map, always clash into each other ever since day number 1. So, but looking at the current performance, of course, GEEK Fam, they are doing way better than Team Secret. So it's not a fight Tika wants to take. But D Xavier wants to take this fight because now they need the points, catch up with the XERXIA. But too bad they can't get a single knockdown onto Alter Ego. But for Alto, vehicle smoked up. Ooh, gotta abandon ship.
Oh boy, here comes the tap from Levi. From afar, Logan taking on Boychill as well. DX clustered up 4. They're moving in unison and grouping up. Same goes for the other teams down there. Just next to them, Lamborghini decided to open up the space for the rest of the team just to scout in case there's somebody else from behind. But we're not looking at the fire now. I'm not sure why we're looking at Lamborghini is moving by himself, but at the same time want to see the fight. BTR being pinned down by the side of Infinity from those elevations right on top of them. Echo is right on top of Infinity, so it's going to be a fish eat fish roll out there. But Infinity, they want to get those vintage points, yes, but at the same time they are eager to push in towards all those knockdowns, but a bit risky for them to leave by this compound.
Yeah, Armstar saving the vehicle for being shot at, so repositioning it. For Yoodo Alliance, they managed to save Voki, so no extra point for QEON. Now Voki onto Zaxi. Zaxi 50% health, immediately retreats. Rendezvous back with his teammates, because in about 40 more seconds, very likely that the circle will wait for these two teams. So it's all about getting together now.
Sharper being the front line with Megamind as he going for the flank side. RNJ as per usual, trying to find those other angles to work. Team Secret, just now GEEK Fam tried to surround them, and GEEK Fam just going to hold their position for now, letting XERXIA to actually do the work instead. DBD coming up from the backline of XERXIA. DX taking on GE. West Carry is on the ground bleeding out. XERXIA, Team Secret, DBD, and GEEK Fam. GEEK Fam changed their direction entirely towards the other side. They're not giving the focus towards this side because they want their focus on Yoodo Alliance for now. But Mika and Son is definitely kind of interested to the side of Team Secret and XERXIA. But on the side of Team Secret, they start to fire first. But the one that missing their members is going to be Team Secret. Limb by limb be taken out by the side of XERXIA and DBD at the same time.
Well, at least Chopper is up on his 2 feet as Megamind will lead the charge onto Team Secret. 28 more seconds before the zone starts to put pressure onto them, so they need to make this fast. Megamind on the left, so he's covering 2 angles on his own, while his teammates come and join him. And they definitely will join him soon, but one of the members of XERXIA is starting to make their move. See the vehicle being repositioned now. Are they going to go in for the crash? But they got it because another team's behind them, and that's going to be DBD.
Thrall prepping up the nade, tossing over to DBD, but Didn't toss to anybody. Megamind just... The rest of XERXIA managed to breach into the compound next to the side of Team Secret now. Yadik look being finished off by the Blues and being gunned down at the same time. What a spray coming out from GEEK Fam. GEEK Fam change attention back to his side of Yoodo Alliance. There's full confrontation here. And Iftar down on his knees. Yoodo Alliance taken by surprise. Only is a bit too far to give extra hands toward the side of his teammate. And Voki cooking up the net, hoping he'll drop onto his side of Audrey, but a bit too long for that cooking time. Sonics will be left behind. Damra and the rest of GEEK Fam already start to push forward. Olia and Voki will be left behind as well. No vehicles around them. Oh boy, they just missed over the vehicle. They don't want to step into the Blues and now on his feet. Voki be charging by Audrey. Left and right. Going in zigzag manner. Audrey is down.
Oh! Can Voki pull up a clutch? Okay, it switches to an M4, but it doesn't have time. Stage 5 zone is painful. Mika is there to stop every track at the same time, but gets away with the vehicle. Can he pick up Audrey? I don't think he have the time to let him go.
They have to let go so many things. They abandon the ship, they say, as the Blues start to closing. It's going to be a stage number 5. It's going to be hurt. When it comes to the Blues, start to swarm them from behind. Helton down to only 2%, but never mind that. Gen Force and the rest of DX taking out on BTR at the same time. RQ as well. XERXIA taking on Team Secret as a plays the finish of Audrey. We're talking about the teams not actually on the outside of the circle. The ones inside have to fight against all angle possible. They have no clue how many teams surrounding them right now.
This could be a big nick, okay? Red face onto the second floor. Oh, but it does not enter the building. Asa, I say, the second nade now. Onto Asa. This could connect. Yes, it will! Nicely done! Home run for Red face. Taking out Asa and Link 6RX. RQ falling apart.
A huge Kobe drop by the side of PERSIJA EVOS, wiping off the floor clean coming out from the side of RQ. But Team Secret is down. What a long shot all the way downtown, over 200 meters by FaZe Clan moment out of nowhere.
Oh, we're not done yet with the fight. So Team Secret again a 0-point round for them. The good news is that MORPH, GPX and Bossing are out. So no other team can overtake them at least to push them down. Now, circle. It's going to be a center circle. Outer Eagle, BTR, PERSIJA was a D Xavier having the circle. But look at the amount of teams on the south side of the circle. Man, we got like 5 teams on the outside. Everyone will want to race to get in.
Now BTR will be waiting for the right time to gatekeep them. But at the same time, Ryan J already inside of a circle. But here comes DBD. Open field and a free kill there is coming from Jimmy OP. RJ didn't even try to put up the fight there. Can't even spot out Jimmy OP from that far. But XERXIA start to fire back, counter fire on that side. The GEEK Fam trying to take down on the DBD side after they finish off RNJ just now. XERXIA, they know for a fact it's not easy to get in there. It's too much an open plane for them. Nothing to take cover the moment they step into the inner circle. So they have to figure out plan B. Will they go towards a longer rotation on the high grounds, which already 2 teams waiting up there, including DBD on the other end and even FaZe Clan on the other side.
Ooh, but we got multiple teams here. DBD on the XERXIA now. Nice statement. Knocks down and that is going to be XERXIA with only 2 players. As they can pick up their one teammate that's currently on his knees. Megamind on another area. On the other circle as well. Yoodo Alliance eliminated number 9. 3 eliminations. The Infinity moving in circle. Finding a good spot, but there's no good spot where BTR is there.
Gen Force trying to step up from afar. Here comes the spray. Mormon coming in, rushing into Alter Ego's compound, crashing into it. A Mormon, you paid what you deserve. You reap what you sow. Back to the side of FaZe Clan. They make a disengagement and immediate reaction to it because of the entirety of team already gone. Down to earlier MORPH with an AKM to take back whatever they can against Alter Ego. Alter Ego, on the other hand, there was a blessing rush coming out from the side of FaZe. They secured 9 for that reason.
Ooh, yeah, so far so good for Alter Ego. This could be the redemption round that we're talking about. Let's see if they can get the chicken dinner. They still have a full. Chances are good for them. But BTR is a full squad as well. Now trying to stop XERXIA coming any closer. XERXIA at least they're in the circle, but not in the best of position at this.
Laporte tapping from afar. Hope he will actually nick somebody along the process. At least just by accident or not, it's going to be lucky enough for him. Gen Force keep tossing those pressure with those throwables. The Molotov will burn these guys alive. XERXIA caught in the turmoil. They cannot get out. Left, right, center. There'll be somebody shooting or throwing anything onto them. XERXIA have to bow out early. And that's giving away their first spot position towards the side of the Xavier. Leaving only one player left. Who else left? It's definitely going to be just Megamind here.
Yeah, and the Xavier actually dealing away points from BTR. Now BTR tries to secure that final elimination. That last member of XERXIA, that's Megamind. Oh, PUBG, clear shot on Force, Gen Force. You better dance right now, my friend, because PUBG is inviting you to the ball.
Nasty angle here. What a clear view from PUBG. What a nice vintage view up here. What a wide angle. There's nothing to stop him. Nobody to punish PUBG. He's just gonna get away with his crime up here. Keep on spraying. Still got a lot of ammunition reserved in that clip of magazine. Can do whatever he wants from here on. Easily finish off Boychill. Next gonna be Gen Force's victim. But it's not really inside of a circle just yet. They have to climb down for the side of these Xaviers. They have to cross the road. If the circle moving away from them is going to be detrimental if they overstay themselves.
Well, you can't think about it. Whatever it is, XERXIA got 10 elimination points. And they're still ranking up placement points as time goes by. Now for these Xavier, making their move into the circle, they have to leave the high ground as it's not in the zone anymore. But they got BTR on their side. Chua in the vehicle. They're going to crash in onto BTR, but the distance is quite far, so they might take it slow and put the circle as the main priority.
Speaking of priority, Megamind do have the only priority in his mind right now, not to die. But the play zone prefer to say no to that. Defying his fate, still gonna go down. We're down to 5 teams with 3 to maybe just 2 teams with a full squad. 2 teams in the trio. I take that back. PERSIJA EVOS got 1 knockdown, in which gonna be Red Face as per usual. Is gonna be the front line for the team. But on the side of these Avis, Chua really keeping the pressure up. Heated up on the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Misery and Legs try to fan out at the back line. Try to finish off on the flank. But BTR being closed off by the blue zone. And they don't have much time to reset themselves.
Here we go. Alter Ego's turn. To start the action. They want double-digit elimination point. Chua will knock down Legs. PUBG almost down. Beacon explosion in front of his face. But it's going to be Octa securing the 10th point. For Ego, now looking for the 11th and 12th.
Rosemary now start to work. Hopefully trying to get something out of that tapping after such a long time. Golden Braze is still going to go for more. Octa finish off the job with the rifles. Back to the side of Octa, randomly spray, hoping it will clip and connect. Try to do as much as they can. Down to BTR next to go down. Alter Ego versus DX. DX down to 3 players here. But on the side of these Xaviers, they need to win this. Same goes for Alter Ego. Desperate after such a rough day for the side of Alter Ego. Barely scored any for today.
Okay, but anyway, it's going to be 4v4. So, equal chance for these Xavier to get this chicken dinner as well. Both of the teams somewhat within the circle. Nice spread as well for both of them. But these Xavier, they choose to get together. They choose to play this close. And now Levi's trying to take down the members of Alter Ego. We don't have the next circle. The next circle will close and release. So, there's 2 teams. It's time to finish this fight. As Chua now preparing for the moment.
Boosting himself up. Both players coming up from Alter Ego now separate themselves. Both teams fanning out. But on the side of Alter Ego, they're going for a 2-2 formation. On the side of these Xaviers, they're forming a triangle with a trio, while the other one going for the furthest flank away. But Chua spot out Potato first. There's a nice net dropping, and it's going to be the entry point they're waiting for. It's going to be a green light for them to push now, but the rest of the team of DX cautiously approaching, not trying to make mistake. Octa take Chua back, but Potato finally got finished off. Chua still can be revived there. But Octa, how to respond to this? Rosemary and Alva is just a bit too far to visualize the rest of these Xaviers.
Lamborghini having the off angle, like against Alter Ego, trying them back, making sure that they don't cross the road. Now Lamborghini keeping out the Alba Rosemary. They're smoking out their current position, trying to blind Lamborghini, but Lamborghini spots out Rosemary, making the rotation across the road. He safely did so. Alba now is turn.
Back to a sort of Lamborghini, going through that smoke. The moment the smoke dissipates, they don't have covers anymore. It's going to be 3v3, equal field for both teams here. PUBGM shredded almost his vest and his helmet, but down to a side of Rosemary, spraying over to the side of Lamborghini, but the Blues are closing in. They don't have time anymore. They have to force the push anyhow before the Blues don't take their life away.
Here we go. Octa, pressure by PUBGM. He has nowhere to go. He can't cross the road right now with PUBGM overlooking him. The second nade connect to Octa, but Rosemary spots out PUBGM from the side. PUBGM forced to move down. He would expose the Rosemary, and Rosemary will take advantage of it. And PUBGM will be tagged out. And now it's going to be 2v2 as Alva nades down PUBGM to secure the point.
Alva moving in the same direction as DX right now, trying to eye them, meeting there at the eye level. Rosemary spot out Levi. Lamborghini is down. Last player there is Levi, tried to revive on Lamborghini, but Lamborghini is just moving away from him. He tried to save his mate, but he tried to scout out the rest. Alter Ego finally back in the tournament after such a very rough day.
After a tough day, finally, Alter Ego, you can relieve on the basis of these players finally netting themselves a chicken dinner, a good amount of elimination points in the process. Man, this is a good feeling for Alter Ego, and I'm sure the fans will feel the relief as well, because the pressure on the Alter Ego as the current champions of PMSL is huge, and at least they can go to sleep well tonight.
Oh man, at least they're having such a rough start of the day here. At least they ended up quite as a blast still from Alter Ego. I mean, like, we've been waiting for Rosemary to do something about this. They were the champions of last PMSL and one of the best FMVP player in the last season as well, coming up from Rosemary. He scored himself again with the MVP, 1,300, almost 1,400 damage, just 3 points shy from 1,004 and 5 eliminations by himself. Now, is he back for the running of FMVP this season?
Oh yeah, don't have like the day-to-day style of the FMVP, right? So, who knows? Yeah. We'll probably get to see that later on, but yeah, we'll keep that as a mystery pop. But I believe this Rosemary's our first MVP for this season, and what a surprise that it took so long to get the MVP now. But anyway, not too late. It's still week 1. Rosemary with the most damage, highest elimination, highest knocks, not the least damage taken, but that's okay. We got out like that.
Everybody pull off their weight this time. I have to give it. Rosemary definitely actually did dish out so much damage with Octa and Rosemary. Such a good combo here. And Alva doing a lot of work by trying to go for the flying side. Same goes for the side of Potato. It's just really difficult when it comes to that situation. These Xaviers, on the other hand, they lost the shot to getting back that #1 spot, but we don't know how much they secure for those elimination on the side of the Xaviers. But it's going to be 15 points up here again for Alter Ego. Not breaking the 20th points yet, but close enough.
Okay, let's see here. I wonder how the other teams are doing, especially for XERXIA and Adira. What the amount of elimination points that they got. I believe XERXIA got 10 before they got eliminated, so that's pretty decent. They should still be at #1. For the Xavier, I wonder how big the gap is now. But anyway, for the other teams, yeah, EVOS again without their nemesis, Esports. Throughout the day, they've been doing pretty decent.
I agree. We're gonna have to wait and see, can they actually do it again tomorrow, because that was just the last map of the day. And speaking of tomorrow, we have different group entirely, but before that, you have to get a glimpse of the highlight, what really happened just now, in case you guys missed that last map of the day just now. And speaking of which, you talk about some teams are being decent. How about some teams that are having a tough time to have a breakthrough here, including MORPH? It's so hard to see MORPH till the end of the day.
Yeah, MORPH still having a tough time. They lost this fight against Alter Ego, in which they looked like they kind of hesitated. Who hesitated the DPS shot, so it came a little bit too late, and Alter Ego just, and from there they kind of snowballed till they get the chicken dinner. In between, they took out members of Box Gaming as well, so that's where their elimination points came from, and they managed to get into the circle to the end and get that chicken dinner. In the multiverse, the trigger was pulled early by Boo Boo, who it might be a different team getting the chicken dinner instead.
Wow, look at the numbers there, Cloud. XERXIA and D-Xaviers really try to push it as much as they can. 9 and 10 points for their eliminations. Regardless of how their placement points, they scored that chicken dinner, but 10 points different between Alter Ego and D-Xaviers. I mean, that's more than enough for them to solidify the first and second place here. But I don't know. I think it's the gap between XERXIA and D-Xavier is still there. But where would Alter Ego stand after this map?
Yeah, 3 difference between them. So definitely XERXIA will still be at number 1. Plus Alter Ego, let's see how far did they jump with this. On the other end, MORPH GPX, 0 points, Team Secret, and 0 point round for them. So it's been a rough day for Team Secret. Since they got chicken dinner yesterday, their following games was hard to watch.
It's kind of true. But back to the side of BN United, I love how they perform here today, but unfortunately when it comes to the last map, they're not doing that well either. But here comes the scores. It's going to be just a very minute difference between D-Xavier and XERXIA right now. Just 6 points different between them. When it comes to the chicken, the most is going to be PERSIJA EVOS, but due to inconsistency, after one map they got themselves chicken, the next map they will be the first one to be out, hence they are staying at 6th place. But for the side of Alter Ego, at least they push one rank up. They were at 8th place before, they starting off with 5th place, but now pushed down to 8th place. And then going back up to 7th place. I still think it's still okay, even though they didn't score the triple digit just yet.
Yeah, that's fine because there's still until end of the week for them to still bring in the points for them to catch up as high as possible, to get as many weekly points as possible. For Vampire Esports, obviously they're not playing today, so tomorrow when they come back, now their gap between Malaysia is about 52 points. So 52 points in a day. Well, we're talking about Vampire Esports with 6, definitely they're able to do it. But you guys can do this too by attending the live event of the grand finals of PMSL from the 25th to 27th of August. That'll be happening at Sunway Velocity Mall main atrium.
Yep, and speaking of which, the only 2 teams that didn't score any chicken on the first page, by the way, is both coming out from the Thai teams, which was the Vampires and FaZe Clan. Now, Vampires, the moment they scored themselves that chicken, I think it's a no problem for them to just push up to the top 3 all over again.
Yeah, so far, no chicken, no problem for Vampire Esports. They have the Asian points to accommodate the absence of the chickener. But for FaZe Clan, I don't know. I have this feeling about FaZe. I don't expect them to go out as a bottom 4. I think they still have that quality. But for them to be the champion without Mela is kind of hard. But you know what? That's our thoughts. Let's hear it from the players themselves. We're sending over to Cairo. Take it away with you.
6 matches done, and here we go again with the final interview session of the day. And joining me here right now is a player from Baonam United. So how do you feel about being in a new team this season in this PMSL?
Câu hỏi đầu tiên cho em nha, thì em cảm thấy như thế nào khi được thi đấu cho đội hình mới trong mùa giải năm nay?
Em cảm thấy bản thân thứ nhất là khá là thoải mái, thứ hai là em cũng khá là hài lòng với team hiện tại.
At first, I feel very comfortable to work with the teammates, and up to now, I think our performance is okay.
Alright, all good for Baonam United. So your performance has been very well in these 2 days, particularly in getting a lot of elimination points today. Although you guys were unfortunately eliminated earlier in the large match just now, could you share with us the secret strategy that your team used in today's matches?
Mặc dù rất là đáng tiếc là đội mình bị loại hơi sớm ở cái trận vừa rồi á, nhưng mà tổng thể thì ngày thi đấu ngày hôm qua cũng như ngày hôm nay thì đội mình thi đấu rất là tốt. Nhất là riêng với bản thân em thì em giành về rất là nhiều điểm hạ gục trong cái buổi thi đấu ngày hôm nay, thì không biết là đội mình có một cái chiến thuật bí mật nào để mà thi đấu tốt như vậy ngày hôm nay không?
Đội em thì ra đây với tâm thế là không sợ bất kỳ đối thủ nào hết, sẵn sàng bắn ngang kèo hoặc là
gọi là không nhân nhượng với tất cả đối thủ luôn, nên là bọn em sẽ cố gắng cho những ngày thi đấu sau.
Personally, we are here in this tournament with the mindset that we will stop at nothing. So we will keep up the good performance and show our fans that what we can do in the next days.
I love their secret strategy all the way in. W Gaming for BN United. So do you have the confidence to overtake top 1 by tomorrow?
Với cái tâm thế như vậy thì không biết là mình có đủ tự tin để ngày mai mình sẽ giành lại top 1 trong bảng xếp hạng hay không?
Em cũng không chắc nữa, nhưng mà bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức rồi, bắn hết sức để mà giành được càng nhiều điểm càng tốt.
Oh, I have to say to you that I'm not so sure, but we will try our best to get much points that as we can.
All right, better get that confidence up. So any words to the other teams on top of the leaderboard right now?
Không biết là mình có một cái chia sẻ gì đó cho đến 3 cái đội đang dẫn đầu trong bảng xếp hạng được không?
Mong là một trong 3 đội đó ít có nhất là hai đại diện Việt Nam, với cả mấy đội đó leo từ từ cho bọn em leo với.
Okay, I hope that in the next few days, two of the top 3 teams can be the 2 Vietnamese team.
Ooh.
And to all of you guys up there, slow down, wait for us. Thank you.
All right, Vietnam Pride it is. I think that's a wrap for us today, day 3 of the PUBG Mobile Super League Fall Split, and catch you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Can we say bye-bye to bye-bye? Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
I
Well, we're
really need
not,
to take my medication, yeah.
yeah, but we're not bye yet. We still got a couple more minutes. But yeah, I'm reminded that Soas actually transferred from Box Gaming to BN United. So he has been a bit from BN United, obviously, with the multiple MVPs that he has. But because he moved out of Box Gaming, PUBG moved out of Box Gaming, a lot of fixing to do.
I don't know, man. If you depend on certain player too much, that's gonna be a bit wrong from a pro player perspective, because you have to rely on yourself and be independent. Because if you just depending on your teammate to pull all the work by himself, then it's gonna be tough for the entire team.
Well, hard to say, right? Hard to say. Sometimes it's maybe player's decision, but it is what it is at the end of the day, and they have to deal with it, let's say. And maybe they can start off with dealing with the fact that, I don't know, finding something different inside of Miramar instead of taking the risk with GE, even though they won GE, but they would still lose like 1-2 players. And that definitely won't help the entire Miramar map game in any round that they take to fight.
I agree. When it comes, I mean, like every single map, they should be treated as a dime. I mean, like it's nothing that they can cut short of, like, or maybe we can try again. We're halfway through week number 1 now. If they don't start to change things up and try to rise up to the occasion for the teams down there, then they are digging their own grave by now, because we do know how punishing it can get when it comes to the format of having those initial points being dragged you down and just be relegated from entering the grand finals.
Yeah, but you know, we're going to relegate ourselves right now from the show. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be for day number 3 of week number 1. Thank you so much again for watching. You with us since day 1. I see Moes, I see Payne, Alwin, and there are many other names that I cannot mention. Not possible, but thank you so much. Kwanzi, we got Mohamed Sharos and everyone. We'll see you guys again tomorrow, same time, same show. Bye.